They say that time flies over us all, but leaves its shadow behind. And man, what a shadow we've left behind thus far. During these past 5 years of Gritty Knows Best, we've laughed, we've cried, we've vomited, and we've done a whole lot of dumb stuff. But boy, has it been fun. So here's to the past, here's to the present, and here's to the next 5 years, which should be even more eventful. Thank you for tuning in all this time, and thank you for tuning in to the 5th annual GKB 6-Hour Spectacular. All right!
I did that wrong.
Holy shit!
What up, and welcome to the 5th annual GKB 6-Hour Spectacular, baby. That's right. Boy, do we have a special night in store for you, full of fun and surprises. We are going to be kicking things off with EJ's first ever date, and a blind date at that. Plus, there's a little surprise in that segment towards the end, so make sure that you stay tuned for that. Electra and I are going to be doing a deep dive into a real-life terrifying haunting in history. I'm going to be doing a crazy taste test of animal testicles. We are going to be showing you probably the greatest episode of Pasty's Quiz Time to date between Roddy and Tony. My boy Mikey and I are going to be doing a little segment called Insane Internet History, where we discuss and dissect all these wild incidents that have happened over the years on the internet, plus more. We have 6 hours of nonstop entertainment and action in store for you. So let's get this going. Before we watch EJ's date, though, we're going to show you a little dating coaching session that he had with our girl Tony to prepare for his first ever date.
Is this like your first date? Because it's giving first date vibes.
Yeah, it is. Because everybody else that was like, let's go out or let's fuck. There was never let's sit down and talk. You know, there was never I always managed to skip the sit down and talk part of dating.
You're trying to get to the fucking.
Well, not with this one. I actually got to sit down and talk to her, but I've never.
But your own thoughts, you just wanted to get straight to the fucking.
With past relationships, I wasn't looking to get to know them. I heard pretty much. I was like, I heard you liked me. Oh, what's up? Let's go out. That's it. That's usually how it goes.
I heard you like me. Let's fuck. That's it.
Yeah, or that.
Oh God, no. Jesus Christ. Okay, so since it's going to be kind of casual, we don't want to do the most. We don't want to get all extra dressed. But don't come in looking grungy in some dingy looking shirt and dingy looking cut up country jeans and
No, chill. I got a fresh pair of Levi's. I got a fresh pair.
Okay, what kind of shirt we thinking? Like, we gotta make sure it's coordinated and looking nice.
Just a t-shirt. I figured it didn't matter. I'd probably be wearing a hoodie over it anyway, so I don't really think the t-shirt matters too much.
No, we don't. We want to look kind of nice for the first date.
I'm wearing my hoodie. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Like,
no hoodie. Don't do that.
I'm a country boy now. You think I got nice shirts and stuff?
Country men be really the, what's that? That Southern etiquette. You have to have that Southern etiquette. And if you come down there and you just looking all types of scruff and rough, unless this girl is blind and desperate, she just gonna just take whatever. And hopefully she not blind and desperate. Now, if you was just fucking, it don't matter what the fuck you have on. Like, bitch,
that's why I'm asking. This is why I'm asking, because it was always that situation. So I was like, well, why do I got to dress up if you're gonna be taking clothes off anyway?
Keep it casual.
Like a button-up shirt or something.
A nice polo shirt. Do you have a nice polo shirt?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think you need to go investigate.
Possibly. I mean, I gotta go look.
And then, some nice jeans, some, depending on color-wise, we want to make sure it's color coordinated as well.
It's gonna be like black jeans, black shirt, you know.
No. That's too much black. Don't be going in there
What do
looking
you
all
mean?
like.
And then I'll have like a gray hoodie or something, you know.
No hoodie. No.
What do you mean?
If
No
you have a
hoodie? What are
hoodie,
you
make sure you
saying to
take
me?
it off. If you're gonna go in there with
I
that, make sure you
can't
take it off.
false advertise. Like this isn't how I'm gonna look every single day after this stuff.
This
Like,
is the first date. First impression. So since this is your first date, what are you looking to get out of this? And please don't say the fuck. Please don't say that.
I'm looking to have a nice conversation with another human being for once.
Okay. So hit me with your top 3 questions. Top 3 important questions.
What do you do when you're not working? Is that good? Is that a good one? What do you do on your off time?
What do you do in your spare time? Say that like that. What do you like to do in your spare time? Not what do you do when you're not working? Like, what do
I'm more worried about when she asks me the questions, because she's like, well, what do you do in your spare time? I'm gonna be like, all my time is spare time. There's no good answer for that one. There's no good answer.
Okay, so listen. Okay, so let's answer that question. Let's answer that question right now. So since you're saying all your so basically you just you have a whole lot of spare time.
Like having spare time, yeah. It's pretty much I do whatever the hell I want when I want.
Okay, so we need to tweak that answer. Don't say that. Oh Lord. So
what do I say?
So basically, you're saying that you're unemployed, correct?
I'm in between jobs at the moment.
Oh, definitely don't say that, because to women that just basically say like you unemployed. Like that's basically says you unemployed, and because then the next question is like, oh, how long have you been in between jobs?
Well, my last job was like 2018. It's 2025. I mean,
okay. So
it's...
you see, all right. So now, okay. So we definitely need to fix up this answer. So you can be like, if she says, oh, what do you do for a living? You can be like, currently, I'm out of work. I have been looking for new employment due to my previous job, didn't really work out for me, and it wasn't a good fit. So I'm currently looking for new employment. And if she says like, oh, how long have you been, looking for work? It's like, it's been a while, and they just throw in like, oh, the economy, ha ha ha. Yeah, like straight like that. It's not lying. I'm telling you I'm unemployed, but we don't need to let her know that we've been unemployed for XYZ amount of years. Like that alone is running. I'm running. I'm immediately running. I'm like, no.
Running?
I'm running. What's your next question?
I'm trying to ask her questions where I don't have to do all the talking, so I don't have to worry about looking like a dick. I'm trying to get her to do a lot of the talking.
Oh gosh. Okay. No, it's a two-way street. See, when men don't do...
Listen, I'm new to this. You don't want someone brand new to be carrying the conversation here, I'm assuming that she's
carry the conversation, but we want you to be engaged in the conversation. We want you to make you seem like you're interested in the conversation, not just the woman carrying the conversation, because that would be a negative thing too. It's just like, I'm just doing all the talking and he's just sitting there like, just asking me questions and I'm just talking.
So what's more important? The way I can carry on a conversation or how I show up dressed? What do I need to be more worried about at this point?
Both. There's no either one. It's both. You're looking presentable and your first approach is on point. Because that's going to make or break it. And the conversation is also going to make or break it. I don't know. Because the way how he was conversating is given like, I'm going to be doing all the talking and he's just going to sit there and listen.
I mean, that's pretty accurate though.
Yeah, we need to work on that.
All my exes always told me the same thing. You have conversation issues. You don't like to talk on the phone that much. Blah, blah.
Are you a text? Are you more of a texter?
I respond when I want to. That's what time I'm on.
Oh no. See, okay, you can't. Oh, wow.
And it's different every day. Like one day I could be responding right away. The next day it'll be like an hour. I'm like, oh, and my bad.
You're not even doing anything. So what's taking?
It's like yeah. And that was always the funny thing. It's like, well, I know you're not busy, and you're like, well, you got me there. I was sleeping, but
all day.
Probably sometimes, it's depending.
we need to
I
find-
might be on I might be on the night shift where I'm up all day till the sun comes up and then I go to bed.
What the hell are we doing on the night shift? Jerking off like for 8 hours?
Whatever I do during the day shifts, it just switches the time of day I'm up.
Wow. Okay. We need to
I
find.
told you I
ways
do what
to-
I want with my time.
We need to be more productive with our time, darling.
Come on, productive.
Yeah, productive.
Man, I had a question for you, right? Do you eat ass on the first date? Is that a first date thing? Is that what you do on a first date?
It's not a first date thing. Don't you do it. Don't do it. You don't eat ass on the first date. I mean, it's like some people do it. I mean, like, I'm not saying it should be forbidden, but some things you don't dish out, you don't give out your full-blown menu on the first date. You just get the basic.
Vanilla. Keep it vanilla.
No, not the vanilla. Because some people don't like just the basic vanilla. You just gotta enhance that vanilla. It's just enough. So you don't give her, the full-blown working of the hips dick. You don't give her that. You just give her the nice stroke, the little game, bam, bam, bam. It's like, okay, so yeah, he definitely know how to work it for sure.
First of all, I am so out of shape when it comes to that, I guess.
Out of shape? You look like you very well in shape.
No, I mean when it comes to fucking someone, it's been a hot minute. It's
Like how
I
long?
feel like it's like one of those muscles like where if you're not using it, you might lose it. So I couldn't even tell you if I perform good or not. So I'm not even worried. I'm worried about getting through the conversation. We'll worry about if anything else comes after that. I'll worry about that then.
Yeah, like you call me back and then we'll cross that bridge.
Do I offer her a cigarette?
No. Well, I mean, no. Don't you dare smoke in front of her either. And do not smell like cigarettes either.
To be fair, if it was in my place, I would probably light up a cigarette, but it's not, and I probably can't smoke there anyway.
Don't you smoke in front of her and do not smell like cigarettes. Make sure you smell fresh and clean and nice cologne and deodorant. Strong deodorant.
You're asking for a listen. The whole being clean thing is fine. Like I do that, but I can't control if I smell like cigarettes. I mean, I might want to.
Yes, you can. Just don't smoke going there. Oh my God, you are.
Did you see how many times I was smoking through this conversation? All right, this is what I do.
Possible.
I think I smoked like 4 cigarettes through this whole conversation.
Okay, I'm wrapping up saying first impressions. Remember, dress properly. Make sure you communicate, back and forth banter, and just have a good time. I think my evaluation of how you're going to do from this conversation, it's on a scale of 1 to 10, it's giving a 4. It's giving 4. You are very
that's
stubborn.
better than I thought.
It's giving 4. Anything below 5 is just it's not giving.
Let's finally meet the mystery woman. This is Amanda. She is a 32-year-old actress from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. She is single and ready to mingle with EJ. Yeah, let's go, baby. This is the big moment here. We are joined by Leonard, Tony, and EJ. Wow. This is it. As I said, EJ's going on a blind date. That coaching session, though, was phenomenal. That was so entertaining. I loved that. Before we give any thoughts about this date, how we're going to do this is we're going to play the first couple of moments first. And, we'll show the audience. And then when we come back, we'll start to discuss how this went and our thoughts. So here's the first couple moments.
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too, Eddie.
I'm Amanda.
Grab your mic, Eddie.
Yeah, forgot.
I know it's like we're gonna sing karaoke or something.
I wish. I'm not really good at singing.
No?
I mean, I don't think so. I've never tried.
What are you good at, Eddie?
I don't know. What are you good at? You answer first.
I'm good at a lot of things. I'm a singer.
Oh, yeah?
So, we could do karaoke. I'm a good actress.
Is that what you do for a living?
Yeah. One of the things I do for a living. I'm also a professional mermaid, which I guess that's kind of like acting.
Wait, hold on. Are you the mermaid at the, how's it? The zoo for fish. I forgot what it's called. The aquarium.
The
Is that you?
aquarium?
Is that you?
I was a mermaid at the
Oh, man.
aquarium.
Maybe I saw you then.
I was, but I quit because they don't pay.
They don't pay?
They don't pay very well.
You get to swim with the stingrays though. That's cool.
It was really cool.
I tried to get in. They yelled at me. It must not have been you. I feel like you'd remember. The mermaid yelled at me. She's like, "You can't get in." I'm like, "You're in there."
Wait, you didn't actually try to go in the stingray tank?
I was gonna.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, you can't do that.
So how long have you been acting for?
Well, my whole life, I guess.
Whole life?
I've always kind of been a natural actress.
So like movies, plays,
well, plays, but also I'm a singer, and I guess when you sing, you're in a sense acting because you got to convey the emotion through the song. Okay, now it's your turn and tell me what are you good at?
About what am I good at?
Yeah, what are you good at?
Whatever you want. Name something, and maybe I could do it.
Well, come on, you gotta have a hobby.
My hobbies are not interesting. It's
what is
video
it?
games.
Video games? Okay.
And I wouldn't say I'm good.
Anything else?
I don't really have a lot of hobbies. I don't really do much.
No, just play video games.
Yeah, video games, anime. I go outside to exercise, run, ride the bike.
Okay. Biking is a hobby.
I wouldn't say it's a hobby.
Exercising is kind of a hobby.
I do it when I'm bored.
You exercise when you're bored?
Yeah, when there's nothing else to do.
Do you like to go in the gym?
No, I'd rather work out at home.
Okay.
I got weights, the punching bag, the bike. It's fine.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nice. Very nice.
So how was the weather treating you when you came out here?
It was awful.
It's still awful.
It was really awful. I was on the highway going like 50 miles an hour.
All right, so we're gonna stop here. This is a great place to stop. Okay.
Oh my God.
Before we get to the comments, if anybody's wondering why we're not playing the date in its entirety, because we all agreed, at least 6 of us pretty much agreed that the entire date was definitely not showable. It's definitely not viewable. This was incredibly painful to watch. Am I?
Oh, thank God somebody said it.
Everybody said it. Everybody said it. Yeah.
I only watched 16 minutes of it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I only wanted to watch 5, and I was like, "Oh shit, I gotta watch this whole thing."
So basically, how we did it was we gave everybody else, all the crew got the actual copy, the whole entire date. Some of them made it through, and as you hear, Leonard, you made it how long?
16 minutes.
16 minutes. Tony, how long did you watch the whole thing?
I watched the whole thing, but I wanted to stop at 5.
Well, imagine
even before that, I wanted to stop.
Imagine being in the room. Okay.
Yeah, I would have torn my eyes out.
So
I'm glad I wasn't.
What did we think of the first couple moments here, Tony?
Oh God, it was awkward. It was extremely awkward. You sounded so boring. Like, oh, what do you do for? Oh, just throw something at me. Anything you want.
I could do, and like literally, you could probably do none of it though. Like, what if she was like,
just throw something at me? Like,
I'm a jack of all trades, man.
What if she's like, oh, can you fix this?
Said that. I'm a jack of all trades. I bike. I play video games.
I just don't excel at
exercise. Like, you just made it sound like I don't really do
Listen. It comes up later, but that was like my first date, okay? I've never done this before, okay?
What did I teach you? I really didn't teach you nothing. You clearly did not
taught me literally nothing. I learned nothing.
Because you really didn't. You literally didn't learn a thing. You literally had this girl talking the entire time. Literally, she was leading this whole date.
It was like pulling teeth with you.
It really was. You was the bitch in that shit. You was the bitch.
Oh wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she was the nigga for real. Cause it was really sad.
I stopped it.
And like every time she like asked you questions, it was just like a sentence. It wasn't like
oh yeah, you know.
You didn't elaborate. You didn't do much elaborating.
Yeah, it was just like one word, and it's just like, oh, so how's the weather?
Listen. I stopped it right there because that was when he asked. First of all, for the audience's sake, I actually cut that down. I don't know how long that was now that I showed it for you, but that was shorter than that actual time period went by, because when this dude said, "So how was the weather getting here?" I was like, it's done. I knew it was over.
You know what?
After
That's
that.
exactly where it was. That's how I felt for me too. I was just like, it's a wrap.
It's over.
I heard somebody in the background laughing.
No. I don't know where you heard that, because we didn't laugh. Like, we were silent the whole time. At one point, bro, I just had my head down. I was like, I can't believe I was like, I can't believe I'm producing this. Like, I can't believe. I
felt so bad. I felt so bad for her. I feel bad for anybody watching this. I'm like, bruh, this.
Like, you didn't even give her like a compliment, like how nice it dressed.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
And I told you not to
we'll get to
go
that.
there
We'll get to that.
And you really come there with the hoodie on, bro? Like, seriously, I told you not to do that.
My man looked like an undercover sailor.
I didn't have the hat on. I mean, that's something.
No, I told you not to go there with a hoodie. She looked so nice. Oh my goodness, she looks so nice. I'm like, oh, this girl's, she should be jumping up right now.
Okay,
like,
I'm glad you're saying that, right? I'm glad you're saying that, because the next clip I have is to illustrate how she was trying to reassure him the whole date and also check in on him. She was like, how are you? How's everything going? You're doing good. Let's take a listen to that, and then we'll continue.
Typical nigga shit, but go ahead.
Oh, no.
So, are you nervous?
Yeah.
Why?
I've never been on a date. I've luckily gotten to skip this part.
Like, ever?
Yeah, never.
Why is that?
Because usually it's like someone walks up and tells me they already like me or they want to go out, so I don't have to do this part. So
Wait,
this is
you're saying someone comes up and tells you that they already like you?
Yeah.
So that means you don't have to go on a date with them?
Yeah. I mean, you like me? Let's go out then. That's
a date.
That's not a date.
Yeah, it is.
The talking was the date. You know, there was no talking. It was like, hey, all right, well, I guess we're a thing now.
Oh, it was like, I like you, you like me, so we're boyfriend, girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's too fast.
I mean, I get to skip the awkward part, so I appreciated it.
Oh, you need the awkward part. It builds character.
That's what I'm lacking. Character and conversation skills.
See, you gotta practice your conversational skills. That's why dates are very necessary.
Well, hopefully.
Gets you out of your comfort zone.
Hopefully I do all right.
You're doing good. How do you feel? I know you said you feel nervous, but do you feel okay?
Yeah, I think it's all right.
Okay.
I think I'm all right.
Okay. Nice.
So what do you got plans after this?
All right, hold on. We got to touch on 3 points right here. Let me just say, hold on. Hold on. She was so nice in like reassuring you and making sure you were okay, and you did not bounce that ball back at all. Number one, you didn't even ask how she feels, if she's okay, and she gave you a layup into saying basically, you know what, I was nervous, but I'm having a great time with you. You're making this a lot of fun. You know, this is a fun experience. Which leads me to my next point is we all could see pretty much, right, how she looks. He did not compliment her one time. I was so embarrassed. But I don't care about any other stuff. I was embarrassed that she walked in that room and did not get complimented one time. When I saw her downstairs, I was like, oh, you look great. Like, oh, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Nice dress, blah, blah, blah. This man didn't say nothing. I was like,
Terrible.
yo.
Terrible.
You heard her say that, you know, you can work on like more conversational skills. I heard that, right? That says a lot.
It's literally.
I gotta work on it.
Did you not think?
What did we discuss during our coaching session? Your conversational skills. Nothing. And then when you said, oh, girls usually just walk up to me and tell me they like me, you mean they just come up to you and tell you they want to fuck? I'm like, bullshit. It was giving bullshit. I'm like, you better cut it out. You not no girlfriend or boyfriend. We smashing and dashing. Shut the fuck up.
I was like, when did that happen? That happens in high school. That doesn't happen in like after high school.
Or that shit doesn't happen.
Who just walked up to you on the street and goes, I like you. I mean, it kind of happened.
You're like, yeah, I like you too. Now we go together. What?
That never happened.
What do you mean? We go together.
I thought it was better
Brown
sound in that
song?
way than just saying, yeah, like, let's fuck, you know? Like,
oh my
yeah,
God.
I think that's a little.
If this girl had common sense, which it looks like she does,
Oh yeah.
I think she knew what you meant. But I guess she was just trying to be nice.
Let me ask you this. Did you find her attractive?
Yeah.
And you didn't
On
say
a scale of 1 to 10.
I want to hear this.
Probably like an 8.
an 8, and you didn't say anything. Holy
You didn't give her not one compliment. Like, nothing. You didn't reassure her at all.
Like, there was so many opportunities.
And then you're like, oh, so what are you doing after this? Like, you're like ready to go, like instantly ready to leave. I would have been like, I'm leaving right now. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go be with my friends. And you're like, yeah, I'm gonna be with my friends. Like,
this was my favorite part. This is my favorite part. We're gonna kind of jump ahead for a second here. Not only did he say that, but at the end of the date, okay, at the tail end when they're getting up, this dude had the nerve to say, maybe we can go get some weed sometime. I was like, oh, I almost left. I was like, maybe let's go get a drink. Let's go get something
let's go
to
get some
eat.
food.
Like,
some food.
I'm not shaming you for saying like, let's do something after this, but let's go behind
out properly.
Let's go behind the store and smoke some weed together.
Like what?
What the hell?
Oh, this date is a date from hell.
Damn, boy. You had balls for that. You had balls for that.
Bold and brash.
You could have said, yo, like, I had a great time with you. Let me get your number. And then set it up. You could have texted her like the next day and said, I had a great time. I know my bad. I was a little awkward and stuff because the camera was there. But, one-on-one, now that we're one-on-one, let me just say I had a great time and I think we should hang out. That was the play.
Did you even exchange numbers at all?
Oh, she ran out of there. Boy.
Yeah, I would too. Good.
I would too.
I would have too. I would even
gone.
said, thanks for having me. I'm like, don't ever dial my number again. I'm like, don't even ask me nothing. I'm out of here.
I'm like, yo, don't worry. I'll text you. Don't worry. You don't text me. I'll text you. I'll never text you.
Nah, but I'm not even saying that. I'm not texting you ever. Your number's going to get on the block list for real.
Not the Section 8 list.
Let's play our third and final segment of this.
Oh, that's nice.
And then they'd be like, we're gonna go to the bar after work. I'm like, good. All right, I need that.
How old are you again?
29.
29. Okay.
Why? Do I look young?
You look very young.
I did shave.
You look very young. You look like you're probably like.
Every time I shave, that's when everybody's like, "Can I see your ID?" I'm like, "Come
you're
on."
in high school.
I guess that's good, right? That's not a bad thing. I don't want to look older than I am.
You look like you're 18, maybe 19. That's good that's a good thing. That's good for you. That's good for you. I'm afraid of looking old. I guess as a woman, it's different though.
I've already gotten a few grays, so I'm surprised.
No, you haven't.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly where they're out of my head, but they're somewhere. I think some of them are on this side.
Oh my god.
I'm old, I know.
The day I get a gray hair is going to.
You gonna dye it or just pull it?
Oh my! I'm going to have a mental breakdown, a full-on panic attack, probably.
I guess it is different for women. I feel like the men, they're like, yeah, the salt and pepper, it's not bad. It's not bad.
Oh my gosh. I'm so not looking forward to the day that I find a gray hair.
It's fine. It'll be fine. You can just dye it.
I don't know. I wanna be young and hot forever.
That's what dye's for. No one will ever know.
Yeah, so Botox.
You could be 70 with nice brown, black,
That's
whatever.
true.
You can pick whatever color.
I probably will be one of those people that dyes their hair. Whenever I have a gray hair.
At least it's not red dye, right? Someone comes over to visit and they're like, oh, you were bleeding in the sink?
Oh, yeah, it does look like that when you use red dye.
When she said, I want to be young and hot forever, and he didn't say anything, I wanted to kill him right there. I wanted to kill him right there. I was like, she left, I watched the date twice, once in person and once on the computer.
How did you manage?
And I noticed at least 3 openings for him to compliment her, and he took 0. None.
Sadness. Sure. Sadness.
She was like, yo, I hope I look young and hot. Like, I hope I look good. He's like, I looked at Pastor. Okay, I don't know about now. You're getting crazy now.
What did he say?
He said, I would have told her you look sexy. I was like, all right. I wouldn't have gone that far. But at
least something is better than nothing. Like, He gave nothing.
I know.
Oh my God. Like, you're so awful. I couldn't pick up my stuff faster and get out of there. I promise you on God. I would have left everything. I don't even care if I left my shoes. I'm out. Like, yo, kill that shit. I can't.
The date went about 28 minutes. I mean, it was.
Oh my God.
It was extremely painful for me to watch. She said that she had a good time. She was just saying that. She just said that Eddie was pretty much very shy. She said Eddie was shy, whatever. Yeah, I wanted to throw in the towel almost immediately. I could just tell that this was not going anywhere.
Well, I mean, it did when I said, "How's the weather?" Thomas was like, "Pull him out. He's bleeding. Pull him out."
How's the weather?
He was completely out of your league. Completely out of your league.
Why did y'all keep bringing back the whole acting thing? Because it was like a repetitive thing.
It really was. It was very repetitive.
The best part of this is what you guys didn't see, which was everything leading up to the date. Okay, now I didn't give any direction at all. Regrettably now. I just said, I'm going to put these specimens together in the same jar and see what happens, right? I didn't do anything. Because EJ, for weeks, bro, was talking wild. Like, yo, when I get in there, I'm doing this. I'm saying that. I don't give a fuck. Like,
what's your body count? You got any STDs?
He was going crazy.
So said that, I would shut the shit off immediately. I'm like, date's over. Date is over. Date's done. Not on the first date. You don't ask them types of questions.
And right away, I was supposed to get crazy, and I immediately shut down.
Shut way down.
Did the complete opposite.
And I'm not saying anything's wrong for that, but I just thought just the whole switch up was hilarious. Like, if you would have went in there normal and you didn't gas it up, I wouldn't have said anything. But my man was gassing himself up before.
And he was talking high shit.
In the car, he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna say this, I'm doing that." I was like, okay, so in my mind, I'm like, I don't got any producing to do.
To be fair, at that point, we were driving back to the place.
Here we go. Here we go. Now he's gonna say that he doesn't have any alcohol. Like, come on, bro. You don't need alcohol.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I'm hearing excuses.
He was a big shit talker.
Yeah, they are.
He was a big shit talker.
I am.
Back it up. At all.
I couldn't.
Not even for a little bit. Was you intimidated by her good looks?
I folded like a wet piece of paper.
Like a lawn chair. Like a lawn chair.
You surely folded like a.
I was shocked. I was honestly shocked when that started.
I wouldn't say it's intimidated. I would just say that I don't know what to talk about. You know.
I mean,
so I was
but
just
you
like,
had
know somebody. What do you mean?
I was like acting like how it's like talking to someone you don't really know. So like you find out one thing, and I just kind of latched onto the act. And like, all right, we could stretch that out a little bit longer. We could bring this back.
Okay.
Just so I could do less thinking.
Out her acting skills.
He had. I'm not gonna lie to you. He had at least 2 months to think of 3 questions.
I gave him 3 questions.
He had 2. Oh, you did.
I gave him questions to ask, and you didn't even ask her. Did you? No, I think you maybe asked 1. But I'm just like, bruh, come on. It was giving sad. It was sad and depressing.
My assessment is he did not care about this girl at all.
And
he just wanted it.
No.
He just wanted it.
Interest.
He wanted it to end. He wanted it to end. Mm-hmm. He wanted it to end immediately.
I just want this conversation to be done so we can fuck. Like, you interested in fuck or what?
Oh, there's no way. There's no way they were fucking.
That was basically like what he wanted to do. No it's way. Like, so let's skip all this conversation and let us get down to the real business. You sucking or not?
In my mind, I was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, we were gonna get a nice bit for the show that I thought was gonna be good because Eddie's an energy. I would not. Let me tell you this right now. For anybody that's watching this thinking I would set one of my friends up for failure, that is not what happened here. Originally it was going to be Leonard, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, but we had to make it Eddie, right? And I'm thinking in my mind, the only people that would make the dates worth watching and entertaining are Eddie and Leonard. They would actually they're mad funny. Like, they're personable people. So I'm like, all right, I'm about to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone here. I'm about to get a nice bit for the show. Eddie's going to crack us up because I had faith that Eddie was going to have us laughing, which he has potential. He has potential for sure. I'm not counting him out. I'm just saying
we're laughing. It's just not because of.
Oh no, this was abysmal. This was you, but you weren't. We were not laughing watching it though. We're laughing talking about it.
No, we're laughing while we talk about it.
Let me tell you, bro. That room, the air was gone. Like it was dead. Okay, but I thought that okay, we're gonna get a great bit for the show, and then I was like, all right, I'm about to hook my boy up though because. This is a woman in his area right here, right? So he's gonna entertain the audience, and then boom, they can, I'm not saying you were gonna smash, but I was like, all right, I know you don't know that many women your age out there, so this is your shot to like meet a woman who can. Maybe you're not gonna fuck her. But she would introduce you to more women. She would introduce you to more people. She'd bring you like, hey, you want to go to the bar? So I'm thinking like, all right, I'm going to hook him up with a friend at least. Like, they're going to be friends after this. He's going to get her number because, Eddie's going to charm her. And then it's going to spawn into a nice maybe friendship. And then he'll meet one of her friends or something like that. I didn't think that, they were going to get together or anything like that. But I legitimately thought that Eddie was going to school this. I'm 100%. I was 100% confident on that.
I wasn't.
And now, how do you feel?
I feel like you have potential. I just feel like for you just bombed that one. It was just something so.
There's potential there, but it's like you said, like you need to work on your conversation skills. Like you literally need to work on that 100%.
I think if the camera wasn't there, it would have been a little better. And I don't know. I mean, you said you attract.
You think so? Why don't they think it would have been any different?
You think it would have been?
I think it would have been exactly
all right. How do you think the camera affected your performance, Eddie?
Maybe the camera's the reason why I didn't get crazy. Maybe I was like, man.
That would be the reason to get crazy because it was for the show.
I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking.
And I was kind of reeling him back. I'm like, all right, don't do that.
It wasn't good. Okay.
I was trying to reel him back a little bit when he was talking. I was like, okay, don't do that. That's too crazy. Like don't say that. I was trying to reel him back a little bit. So I thought like. I thought he was gonna go in there like a maniac, and he went. I mean, just complete 180. I was shocked, bro.
He shut all the way down.
I was in shock watching this go down, bro. I couldn't believe it. Wow. Just know, audience, we spared you because she tried. She
did.
Really
100%.
tried.
1,000%. She led the date like a typical.
You know what, Tony? I know that you don't think she'll make it in New York, but she definitely showed her acting chops on that date for sure.
You know what? She sure did. She sure did. Cause baby, if it was me, I would have been left. I'm like, there's no acting here. I could never act through 28 minutes. When it's done, it's done. It's a done deal. Like my facial expression and my body language would have gave like I'm dying to leave. But she really stuck it out and she really did her best. So I'm just like, yeah, you really out here doing your thing. Just change up your attitude. Come to New York, LA, wherever, and get your shit. Like, us New Yorkers, we're not really that mean. You just gotta toughen up.
All right, Eddie. What was I gonna say? Oh shit. Would you go on another date again? Like, or is that you have no interest in going on dates, right?
I think I'm calling it quits.
You have no interest.
Are you calling it quits on your first one?
You have no interest in meeting any women in your area.
Not to date them. You just want to fuck them.
But how are you gonna meet them? You need to
be chilling, and they walk up to him. Oh, I like you.
I don't think that's ever happened in the street. I can tell you right now, I don't think that's ever happened where a woman walked up to Eddie and said, I want to fuck you, and he took her and he fucked her right there. I don't think that's happened. Has that ever happened to you, Eddie?
Be honest.
Off the streets?
Yeah, off the street. No. Yeah, I was about to say, that does not happen. He already knew her for a while. Like, he had a pre-established relationship.
But how did you know her? You had to build conversation.
They went to school together. I'm telling you, it was all from school.
Oh, so, okay. So how do you expect to meet new people? You have to have conversation.
Well, I mean, there was a few from When I say few, it was like two, but it was like two from the neighborhood. But
All right, that's
that
nice.
doesn't
All
mean
right.
I talk to them. Like, yeah, sure, I see them when I walk by, but I'm not like
And they came up to you and they said, I
chatting with
want to
them.
fuck you.
We're not talking every day. I'm
Oh,
not talking to
Lord.
them a lot.
So you're out of the market. You're off the market. EJ is not dating. Listen, I appreciate you for doing this for the show. I thought I was doing you a favor here. I thought I was doing the audience and you a favor. Apparently, I did neither a favor. Okay, obviously. So,
You know what? I might get back in the game. Who knows?
well, we're not filming it. I'll tell you that right now. We're definitely not filming that.
We'll save the audience. Their eyes.
The trauma.
They don't need to go through the trauma twice.
I think Amanda did phenomenal. I think she tried her best. She came looking good.
Clap it up for Amanda. She did her thing.
She came correct. Any final thoughts, Leonard? Do you have any final thoughts about this?
Eddie, you fucking suck and you look like a fucking sheriff, undercover sheriff.
What? How does he look like an undercover sheriff?
It's just his hair. His hair looks like an undercover sheriff.
I don't get. I've
I
never
don't know
seen
if that's
one.
true, but you would know. I think.
Yeah, you watch enough cop shows.
Yeah.
To know that. Oh God. All right, Tony, move your camera down a little bit. It's like really high. I didn't peep that. Okay, there you go. All right. So now it's time for the surprise. After this epic nuclear bomb went off on the show, I said, well, I don't think we could leave the audience with that. So, as I said, Leonard was originally the first person to have a blind date. A bunch of stuff went wrong the first time. It was supposed to be in person. Last second, it all went to hell. So then Eddie... then Eddie stepped in. But after the bomb, I was like, well, maybe we could...
fumbled the bag.
Yeah. So after that, I said, well, I guess we could do Leonard's virtually. So we put out a little casting call, and this woman signed up.
Hi, I'm Daphne. I'm 27. I am a spin instructor, a personal trainer, an actress and writer, and currently also a babysitter because somehow all these titles don't pay the bills.
Let's see how their date went. We are going to play it section by section as we did before. EJ and I had a great time. This was like the opposite experience.
Oh my God, this is so good.
EJ and I had a great time.
Anything else, but just the audience, just know this is a good watch.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna wait to watch it again.
I haven't seen this one, so I'm gonna.
Oh no, you're gonna like this one.
I hope so. Let it make me proud.
We got some fun stuff to discuss on this one. So here's how this date began.
Hi, Leonard. So nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you.
How's your day going?
Good, and yours?
Very good. In my writing classes, I'm a writer and I take this class, and whenever we have a new session, like a new cohort and everything, we say one thing I'd like you to know about me, one thing I don't want you to know about me, and then what'd you have for breakfast? So I was thinking maybe we can kick it off like that.
Okay, sure.
I first, if you want, or whatever you want.
Ladies first, I'm a gentleman.
One thing I want you to know about me is that I'm trying to become a morning person, and today was the third day in a row that I woke up before 8 a.m. and I was even at a spin workout class at 7:15, so I'm really proud of myself. One thing I don't want you to know is that I'm currently babysitting. I'm at a hotel, as you can see by these nice curtains, and I put a movie on for the kids. And what did I have for breakfast? I didn't really have breakfast because I woke up at 7:05 and at 7:15 I was already at the spin class. So I had a coffee, and then for like brunch, 2 hard-boiled eggs and some tomatoes and some avocado.
You had a better breakfast than I did. So one thing I did this morning was I had a meeting with my social worker.
Mm-hmm.
That was like 10 o'clock, 10:30. One thing I don't want you to know, I have bipolar, I guess, bipolar disorder.
Mm-hmm.
What I had for breakfast was technically lunch. Well, we kind of breakfast. Oatmeal and I made air fried eggs for breakfast for the first time.
That's very cool. I have no idea how you can air fry eggs.
375 for 5 minutes. Scrambled.
So did you scramble it like in the air fryer, or did you scramble it and then put it in the air? How does that work?
I beat the eggs. And then like once I whisk it, not beat it. Well, yeah, either one. I whisk it. I put some seasoning, and I put some cooking spray on the bottom of the pan of the basket, and I just poured the whisk eggs in it. 375 for like 5 minutes.
That seems like it will be really hard to clean up.
Actually, no,
it's not that hard to clean.
No, not at all.
Oh, I love to hear it. Okay, well, I do have an air fryer. I can't say I put it too much to use.
All right. So that's how they got started. Tony, do you have any thoughts?
No. Sounds good so far to me. I think it sounds good.
Well, EJ and I did. Number one, she came in like a bat out of hell. Okay, and I'm not saying it was bad, but I can tell because I was watching this with my camera off, and I started cracking up because I could see Leonard's gears like short circuiting because she asked him 3 questions in like a millisecond. She's like, "Okay, tell me one thing you don't want me to do, and then one thing you don't want me to know, and so when he answered it, I could tell he was fucked up because he answered the first question wrong. He thought that she said, "What did you do this morning?" So I started cracking up right there that I could tell Leonard was like overwhelmed, which I don't blame him. I'm not saying I wouldn't be. Like if you ask somebody 3 questions like back to back to back like that, and then you answer it, that was the thing is that she asked him the questions and then answered it. So by the time she was done with her answer, Leonard was like, he was cooked already. He was air fried at that point. I could tell. All right, and I don't blame him. The second thing I thought was
I was very overstimulated.
You were overstimulated, right?
Very.
What did you think when she came in like strong like that?
I was like, oh, so this is how this is about to go. I'm about to be very overstimulated.
But it's like I agree. It was just like okay, like take charge type of woman. I see it.
Yeah.
But some women are like that where it's just like, you know what, let's get straight into it. And she's like, I guess in her writing class, like as she said, but it's like, what do you want me to know about you? What you don't want me to know? It was like, what you don't want me to know question was kind of weird because it's like, I don't want you to know that. So why are you asking me why I don't want you, if I don't want you to know?
So
weird. So I was like, okay.
That kind of hit us a little funny too about her.
Yeah, because my thing
if you don't want me to know something, why would I tell you? Then you know.
What I thought was great was when he answered that question, my man came in strong with the bipolar angle. I was like, wow.
Yeah,
we're starting off.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting that. I was just like,
honesty is real.
We're starting off strong with the bipolar.
Good job, honesty.
And everybody went crazy for the air fried eggs. I was a little
thrown off. I was like, you can air fry eggs?
When I tell you everybody is requesting a video of these eggs.
Yes, I want to see how this works.
People want to see the air fried scrambled eggs, bro. Everybody wants.
When I get my food stamps.
Bless us, please. Bless us.
Yes, let us know. We need to see how this works because I got an air fryer. Let me know what's up.
All right, so let's go with the second portion. We got more to discuss.
If you could have one superpower, what would it be?
Oh, that's a good question. I like lighting, and I also like healing.
Oh.
I grew up watching Static Shock, and as a child, that's like my childhood show when I was younger. So I always saw Virgil as like my role model for like being a superhero. And he was a teenager with lightning powers from the Big Bang, I think it was called in the show, where like this big explosion, like this purple gas gave him all these people like superpowers and whatnot. Some became heroes, some became villains. So,
cool.
What about you? Like, what would your superpower be?
I think my two superpowers, if I had to choose, if I can choose two, the first one would be to be a good sleeper because to me that is a superpower. I like need eye mask and I need earplugs and I need it to be like pitch black, silent. I need my like whenever I travel, I pack my own pillow and blanket just because I need it to be my bedding. And so that just is so aggravating, like it's so frustrating. And whereas my dad, like, he'll sit on a couch or on a chair and close his eyes and just, transport to dreamland. So I would want to be a good sleeper. And then I would also want to teleport because I'm chronically late. And so it would just be great if I could just be like, take me to the gym, take me to work, take me to wherever with like a snap of a finger.
This is where we started to see how the date was gonna go. First of all, Leonard's lore dump about Static Shock had me dying off camera.
That is legendary.
I've rewatched that lore dump at least 5 times. Like, okay, so he says, she's like, what do you want? What do you want a superpower? He goes, okay, lightning. He could have left it there. And he was like, no, I'm about to tell you all about my favorite cartoon, Static Shock. When he's talking about like the Big Bang and all that, I started crying, bro.
But he gave context. He was giving context of why. We didn't have to go so far, but he was giving context.
My man said that was my role model as a kid. I'm like, God, we're really getting in the weeds of things.
It was so funny, dude. It was so freaking funny. I
but
personally
then she
loved
threw
it.
me off with this whole being a great sleeper. Like, girl, get the
like,
curtains, get the eye mask, and knock the fuck out. Take some melatonin. What's wrong with you?
What'd you
What
say?
in the Caucasian activities is this?
What'd you say, Eddie?
Hello.
What'd you say, Eddie?
I don't even remember.
You said what a cop-out answer.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm not a great sleeper, so I don't know. I kind of can relate to that
But
one.
that as a superpower, though.
That's true. I wouldn't waste a power on that.
Like, oh yeah, it's like if I can literally grant you a superpower, I want to be a great
yeah,
sleeper.
I'd rather like maybe like invisibility.
No. Girl, the teleport. All right, I got that part, but not the great sleeper part. You like, I need an eye mask. I need this. I need that. Go get it. Amazon, Temu, like TikTok shop, like get it together.
Not Temu. She's gonna get poisoned.
Where
I wouldn't do anything.
Amazon, Walmart, like.
But this right here pretty much encapsulates the way the date was gonna go right here, and I didn't even know it. Okay, so basically the vibe of the date at that point became a lore dump from either side, from both sides, and then neither one of them gave a fuck about what the other one was talking about. So like after Leonard kicked it off, she gave her own lore dump, and we'll hear that now.
What's your favorite part about being in New York?
I mean, this is the city that never sleeps.
For sure.
Like there's always something going on in the city. I don't go out as much unless I'm going with somebody that has 2 working eyeballs. In groups, we used to go to like the NBA store, McDonald's, Times Square. I've never been to the Times Square during New Year's. I ain't a real New Yorker, watches that at home. We leave that up to the tourists.
For sure. Times Square is for the tourists. Although I go to a lot of Broadway shows. That's something I'm very, very into. And I recently went because my favorite musical is Gypsy. And when it's now on Broadway, and I saved up money to go see it, and I saw it twice, and I'm dying to go again.
Oh, what's that about?
Oh, please, let me tell you. Again, it's my favorite. Like I've been waiting all week for somebody to ask me about it. Okay. Well, first of all, it's considered one of the greatest musicals in American history. And it's about a pusher mom, like the original pusher mom. When you think like dance moms, her name is Mama Rose, and she has 2 daughters, June and Louise. June is very talented. She's a singer. She's a dancer. She's a gymnast. She can do, flips in the air. She's adorable. Louise, 2 left feet, no confidence, no charisma, no anything. And it really starts out with kids, which is always so fun. Like, the thing about this musical is that the story's amazing, the music is great, the songs are great, the dances are amazing, and there's children. And it was like, it'll always be relevant. So it's amazing. Anyway, so it's a mom and she has 2 daughters. Oh, it's also in vaudeville times, like the 1920s. Yeah, which is very cool. And then she pushes them to perform. They perform, they perform. Eventually, they get older. She starts lying to them about their age so they can keep being kids. And then when they're about 15, 16, June decides that she can't do it with Mama anymore. And she runs off and she elopes with one of her dancers. And then Mama's like, oh my goodness, what's my purpose? What do I do? I know, I'm going to make Louise a star. Now, Louise, again, no talent whatsoever. And now she's not even a kid anymore. So she's not even cute. Like, you can't, monetize that. So, but she's determined, like, I'm going to make her a star. So then finally they find a place that accepts Louise, but turns out it's a burlesque bar. It's a striptease place. And Louise all of a sudden finds her confidence and finds her meaning, and she becomes a high-end stripper and says to Mama, you never believed in me. I'm done with you. And Mama is left all alone. And it's tragic, but it's wonderful. And this year, actually, it's the first time that they have a Black cast. These roles have always been white, and this is the first time that they're doing it a Black family, which is really, really interesting. They didn't change a word in the script, but it gets a different meaning.
Right.
Yeah, you should go. You should.
I'm gonna look that up.
Yo, my man said, right. I'm gonna look that up. Yo, Tony was squirming the whole time that we got
I was falling asleep. Like, stop talking. Like, please. Like, sum this up in 1 minute, please. You drag. I don't need to go see it now. You basically told me about it. Why did you go see it?
She goes the beginning to the end.
Like, you literally told me everything. Like, what the fuck?
Dude,
And then you low key insulted. I'm low key insulted because you're like, oh, now there's a Black cast, so it's more interesting. Or I'm like, why is that? Because they're Black?
Mind you, audience, this is the whole raw chicken white woman.
She went on for way too long. You can tell she's so passionate about Gypsy. Now I'm interested. I'm gonna go look that shit up.
And as I said, that's pretty much how you can encapsulate this date. It was just them going back and forth. Like, Leonard would talk all about something he's interested in, and she would just go, oh yeah, well, here's something I'm interested in, and just go bang bang. So I edited a lot of this down. There was a couple more like lore dumps in there. Leonard gave one. I think I have some of it on our final clip here. Eventually, though, she just straight cuts him off. Like, she can't even take it anymore. I'll play how this date ended.
Wow, what do you do, like, in your free time?
I really enjoy fitness. I'm a spin instructor, so I do a lot of spinning, and I do Pilates a lot. But I also really, really like theater. I see a lot of shows. Like, tomorrow I'm seeing Annie. On Friday I'm seeing Hairspray. So I try to see about a show a week, which is really fun. And I'm in a show right now. I'm also an actress, so I'm rehearsing for that a lot. And yeah, what do you like to do for fun?
Also, I work. I'm an emergency medical service dispatcher.
Wow.
It's a volunteer position. In Queens. I like to give. It's pretty much me giving back to, like, the community at that town I volunteer for. I mostly hang out with my friends online.
Do you play any like online games? What do you mean by hanging with your friends online?
So I have this app. Well, it used to be on the App Store. I don't know what's going on with it now. It's called Live Me. I hang out with friends that some of them are from New York, some of them are from Florida, some of them are from Boston. So I hang out with them like every night, pretty much. So, do you play sports?
I don't play any sports. I don't like any ball games, but I'm like very active in general. Like I do my workouts and I'm very strong and athletic, but when it comes to anything like involving a racket, a paddle, a ball, no, thank you. Do you play any sports?
I watch sports.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to ask. Do you watch sports, not play sports?
Oh, no, I don't watch sports either. That I find that boring. I see lots of theater and I see some movies every now and then, and I like going to concerts. What concerts am I going to? I don't have any. Well, at 4th of July weekend, there's Earth, Wind, and Fire, and that I'm really excited about, even though I saw them twice last year. And so I'm assuming it's going to be the exact same lineup because there's no reason to really change it. So yeah, I'm going to see Earth, Wind, and Fire and maybe Diana Ross too, because they're all performing by my house. And so that's going to be fun. I'm a bit of an oldie.
The only sports I've never been to a concert before a day in my life. I was supposed to go during COVID to see Five Finger Death Punch.
Mm-hmm.
It got canceled.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because of COVID. That was during COVID times. But I do watch sports. I watched the play-by-play with the Knicks and the Yankees.
Oh wow.
And I love the Giants. You know, they're like a losing team, but I still love them.
I love that. Okay. Well, Leonard, it was so nice meeting you.
It was nice meeting you.
Oh, my girl said, yeah, love that. Okay, it was nice to meet you. Dude, because my man Leonard, like, straight up went, you like sports? She was like, nah, I think it's boring. Well, I do. I like the Yankees and the Giants.
And this is what I watch. This is the teams I like.
She was done. She was done after that, bro. She was done.
Oh my gosh. Like while I'm sitting here watching sports, you're going to be like at a Broadway show.
I edited out so much of them just throwing the ball back and forth and the other one being like, well, I don't care about that, but I like this. And then they'll talk for like 5 minutes about it. And then the other one will go, yeah, I don't care about that, but I like this. And I was just cracking up, bro. Like, I had to cut down a bunch of stuff.
So you picture it as them playing like taps or something. I was picturing it more like a boxing match with words, you know? It's like, well, I like this. Wham, wham.
I can see that. Yes, I can see that. I can so
they were
see
just throwing haymakers. They were throwing haymakers and they would shrug them off and be like, all right, I got another one loaded up for you.
She was done. She was done. After the sports thing, she literally said, I think it's boring. And my man was like, well, I like the Yankees and the Giants.
They're losing team. This is what I like to do. I watch the play-by-plays. Yeah. And she's like, oh, okay.
He said, I don't like to play or watch them. He's like, well, I like these teams.
I do. So let's talk. Leonard, what did you think about your date?
I mean, it could have been better. I don't think she is the right person for the date, honestly.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how did it go? 10 being like it went amazing. 1 is like, oh, this is an epic fail. Basically, like, you know,
from Eddie to 10.
I'll give it like
a 6.
Yeah,
I would have judged that at about a 3 or 4.
No, I think it was.
Bro, they did not. They were just killing time, bro. They did not care about each other.
It wasn't terrible. It was not terrible.
After the air fried eggs, she was done, man. She was done early.
There was conversation. There was conversation there. There was both giving good banter. So both of y'all was dragging it. I'm like, okay, like let go, let God. We need to sum this up. But it was good conversation, unlike you know who.
Dude.
But I think it was a 5. It could have went better, but I think it was a 5. It wasn't terrible and it wasn't great. I'm gonna say 5.
I spared you guys.
I'll hit you with a 4. I'll give you a 4, Leonard.
I said a 4 too.
You said 3.
I said 3 or 4. I said 3 or 4.
I'm giving one. You a 5. And from a professional opinion, it's a 5. It's a 5.
Dude. I had to cut down when they were talking about the app. Leonard gave her like dates. He was like, I got on the app in 2019. I went to the shelter.
Oh man, why'd
2000.
you cut that? See, that's the shit that I would be cracking up about right now.
It was too.
About that shit.
It was so much.
But
It was.
okay, so hold on. Did you give her like the reason? Did you just really abbreviate it, or did you actually tell her why the
I
app
didn't give
isn't
her that
on the
much
store
detail.
anymore?
I didn't give. Fuck me, I can't talk. I didn't go into how you say details on like why I went to the shelter because that wasn't none of her business. Like I'm not gonna do that on the first date.
I wish you would have gave her the info of why that app isn't on the store anymore because somebody
that's
killed
what I'm
themselves.
talking about. Like you were just like, oh, like I don't know what's going on with it. I'm like, bro, you definitely know what's going on.
Yeah,
and
you
why
should have
it's not
told her
on
that
the
somebody
store.
killed themselves on the app and that's why it's not on the store anymore.
Yeah,
Not
come
really.
on,
That's why.
Yeah.
way to bury
Well,
the lead, Leonard.
Oh, that's a
like years ago, it fell off the app store from what I heard because a little girl like killed herself hanged herself off her tree.
On
God.
live.
Online.
It was like on a live type
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, it was like live broadcasted.
Oh, that's
So you
unfortunate.
broadcasted the suicide. You should have totally brought that up
That's
during the date.
terrible.
That'd have been epic. You could have
That's
told. You
awful.
should have
See, that would've
totally
bumped
brought
up
the
to a
mood down.
5 for me.
I would have gave it a 6 for that.
No,
because I would have loved to have seen her face, bro. Because she was already like,
yeah, like her
no,
reaction,
no,
like
no.
I want to
That
know
would've
what
just
her verbal
I'm
assault
glad you
would
didn't
have
bring
been
that
after
up. I'm glad you didn't.
I
You
didn't.
already dragged it enough, and this is where it was like from on both ends. Like y'all giving extra information where it's like, okay, cool. I'm not really like caring too much about what you're saying. I'm like, I'm glad you like this, and you give a little context, and you know, if we continue to get to know each other, like I can get more context on what you like. But sum it up, like that's it. 30 seconds to a minute. 30 seconds.
they were dragging it. They were Lord
Like,
dumping.
like in
dude.
2013, I started doing this, and back in March of 2014, I was no. Stop it. Cut it out.
Yep.
I started doing it in 2013, and I've been doing it ever since. All right, cool, great.
Epic. I thought it was so much fun. It was a lot of fun to be there. Do we think what?
Oh, do you think it would have been better if me and Larry would have swapped dates?
Nah,
No,
no,
not at all.
No.
Actually, you know what? She would have definitely dragged more conversation at it. Well, no, actually, it was the same thing. It was giving like your date actually tried to do the same thing, but she wasn't as intense. Like I think she was really on your level, like trying to be
Well, I
on your
meant
level.
for Leonard too. Like maybe the less intensity would have been better for Leonard.
You know,
instead
the
of all
funny
that
thing is
heat.
they were both actors, so you would have dragged out the acting thing again because this one was an actor, so you would have fell back on the acting thing and ran that into the ground again. So it would have ended the same for you.
I know. Listen,
And I think you would have shut down.
listen, there's no hope for me.
It would have.
No, there is, but like her demeanor, like coming straight off the gate, like, oh, so let me ask you these 3 questions. Da, da, da. You would have been like, wait, what? Like, you literally would have shut down immediately. Thank goodness Leonard was able to like, even though you answered the first question wrong, but it's like he was able to pull it together and do what he needed to do. You'd have been like, well, yeah, I don't want you to know that I don't do anything, and I don't really know what to say. And
Damn,
for breakfast, I just have chips and cigarettes. Like I'm confused.
Yeah, she would have said,
cooked me again. Holy shit.
one thing I want you to know about me is I don't do anything. What I don't want you to know is I don't do anything. And what I had for breakfast was nothing because I didn't eat yet. I had a cigarette.
It would have just been sad.
I had a Newport.
I had a cigarette in the morning.
I just had a cigarette, chips and cigarettes.
Oh man, what a show! What a show that was. It was definitely more entertaining than Eddie's. That's more what we were looking for.
Yes, it surely was.
We were looking for some moments. We were looking for some fun moments to play. And
we got him with Leonard.
Leonard, you did great. You did great, Leonard. I wish they would have had more time.
Leonard.
I wish they would have had more time because I know Leonard had some other stuff teed up. I know Leonard wanted to keep the conversation going, but once it got to sports, she was done. She was ready to go.
Yeah,
she was out of here, bro. Any final thoughts about this from anyone?
I think you did a good job. We just got to learn how to sum it up a little better. Conversation skills is good. We just need to, like I said, sum it up certain things and not to drag out too much information. But overall, Date is a 5. I'm gonna give it a 5, and I think you did well.
Did you rate Eddie's, or you gave it a 0?
Uh,
I'm gonna give Eddie's like a 2, 2,
2?
3.
Oh, that's so generous of you.
Very
Yeah,
generous.
very welcome.
That is very generous, actually.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give it a 2 because I think she did all the work. So that's just gonna bump it up to my favorite number 4.
Oh, okay. You're not just gonna give her the 2? Just give her the whole 2. She has nothing to do with it.
Because I can't even give it a 5 because I don't think.
Oh no! Oh no way! No way! No way! No way, bro!
Now you're
No
getting
way!
ridiculous.
No, there were times during Leonard's where I was cracking up. Eddie's.
I don't feel like Eddie's went well. I don't think it went well at all.
No,
I think it was it was just sad. And
Eddie, why don't you give her a lore dump, Eddie? Why don't you give a lore dump? Leonard was out there. He said, "This is what I like."
No,
mind,
that's what I don't like. I don't like the extra
But it would have been something. He gave her literally nothing.
It's
it was too much. Thinking more about. Listen, he's thinking more about it from the content way, you know. Like it would have been funny for the show, at least.
We have to look at it as overall.
But it would have been nice for her to know something about you. She'd learn nothing about you except that you ride a bike once a day or something.
And you clean, and you do cleaning with your family. That's
you don't even do anymore
at this point, Eddie.
Oh, Leonard called you a housewife. Damn.
Yeah, that's me, man.
No, don't you dare call him a housewife, because what does he do?
He cleans.
No, don't you ever insult the housewives.
No, that's right. I'm a house husband. That's right.
He cleans.
Oh,
that's right. House husband.
He does.
Please don't upset me. No, your date is giving 4. And Leonard's date was giving 5. And that's where I stand on it. From my professional opinion, that's where I'm at.
The only time Eddie's showed any signs of life is, I don't know how it came up, but weed came up and Eddie
he
lit
sparked up when it came for weed. He jumped up.
Let me tell you, I like indica and sativa and all this other stuff, and I like the weed shops, and they gotta make it legal again. And then he was like, after that, he was like, I kind of like her. I was like, no, you don't like her. You like weed. And she brought it up.
And you like that she likes weed, or she used to like weed, so we could go do weed together.
Yeah, and then he kind of said like, oh yeah, she likes pot. I'm like, did you even listen to her? She kind of said, I've smoked it a few times. She didn't say, I smoke pot like that. She was like, yeah, I've done it like once or twice or something. And he's like, yeah, I love it. It's the best.
I can influence her to get back on.
He's like, yo, let's go smoke some pot. Let me tell you, I have never.
You are not an active listener, and that's not.
No, hell no, hell no.
There's a lot of people in this world that are not active listeners. There's a difference between just listening and being an active listener, and you don't have good listening or good communication skills, and you're definitely not an active listener. So
sorry, Ma. I didn't mean to disappoint you, Ma.
It's giving. We have a lot of work to do, Eddie. But Leonard, yeah, your communication is there. We just need to sum it up a little better, but
you got to tone it back a little bit.
Yeah, we just got to reel it, just not too much. Don't be on Eddie's vibe, please don't. I beg of you, God.
And Leonard came loaded. Leonard came loaded with questions. He had way more ready in the pocket.
Exactly,
I know that for sure.
It just flowed, and that's why I'm like, it flowed so beautifully. There wasn't really no much.
All right, I wouldn't use the word.
There was a pause where it's just like,
I wouldn't use beautiful.
Okay, you're talking about things that I don't care about, so now I'm just trying to figure out how to bring it back to what I want to talk about. So I think that's where it only was like the pause, but besides that, it just flowed beautifully. Beautifully is a strong word.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're getting now you're dragging it because beautiful is crazy.
Beautiful is a strong word.
There were some highlights. There were some highlights for sure.
Yeah, it flowed ease. It had nice ease.
It was
Eddie's was just sad.
Oof, Titanic level. Titanic.
Yeah, it was giving that.
Titanic proportions. Dude.
Yeah, and it's like, instead of like waiting for the Titanic to sink, I literally would just have jumped.
Oh yeah, right in the cold, right in the ice water. Just
just take me now. Like, I don't care. I don't have time to wait.
No. And
Jesus takes the wheel.
I give that date 2 thumbs down, man. It was not good.
Yours was 2 thumbs down, 2 toes down, like all 10 toes down. It was awful. All of my toes down for you, Eddie. It was all through. Boo.
His date was the Titanic sinking without the band playing. Even worse. The band wasn't even there. There wasn't even any music. I would have just jumped right off.
Come and save me. No, I beg you. No. Let me go.
Let me tell you, I have never been more ashamed in my life and embarrassed. The date was fine. But when he said maybe we can get some weed after this. I was like,
now you know you're retarded.
I couldn't take
it. wasn't just that part. The part where like talk about her acting again.
No, that was fine. Listen, I mean, I'm not saying it was fine.
We could make a play together with Great Expectations. I was like, really?
Oh man!
Of all plays, Great Expectations.
The only one he knows. Why
would you do a play about Great Expectations?
I had some great expectations. They were not met.
What a good segue.
I would have anything would have said Dr. Seuss. Like, come on, green eggs and ham. Like, come on, something more interesting.
Listen,
because this is boring.
I believe in you, Eddie. I believe that was not you. What I will say is, I'm going to go on record and say this right now. He was possessed. Some spirit.
That was not me. I swear.
Eddie can be. First of all, Eddie's very funny. Eddie can talk, and Eddie can be charming at times if he tries. But let me tell you right now, if you ever go on a date with a woman like that puts herself together like that, at least acknowledge it. At least tell her you look nice. Like literally, just use those words. You look nice tonight. That's it. You don't need to go crazy. You know, Leonard would have went like, "Oh yeah, your body's looking wild. Your dress.
Don't do that.
You looking sexy. Like I'm trying to bite that."
Don't
like Leonard would have.
Don't be a dragger.
Crazy word.
Leonard would have went off, right?
You, Leonard.
Oh, you so fine. No, lock it down. Lock it the fuck down.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for participating. Eddie, I believe in you. Trust me, I believed in you before. I believe in you again. We all make mistakes. And Leonard, I knew you would come through.
I believe in you too. Even though I'm going hard on you, I believe in you too.
Leonard, I knew you would do well. I wish that we had some more time and honestly a date that you had a little more, cohesion with, a date that you may have gelled better. We got to find you an anime weeaboo.
Again, it's got to be with Leonard.
We gotta find you. We gotta find you an anime girl, Leonard. That's what we gotta find you.
I'm saying if he's gonna do another date thing, like it can't be me. It's definitely got to be Leonard.
No, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
If anything, it needs to be.
I'm resigning. I take one.
You know what? Spanish, Asian, Japanese.
Yeah, Leonard was not happy that I got him a white girl. Not happy at all.
I wanted to ring.
Leonard might low-key be racist.
She was the only one that signed up.
That's still to be determined, but
When I tell you, the only two women that signed up were white, and the second one that I wanted was even whiter. So you better be grateful because the second one was.
I didn't care. Listen, like I said, I did this for the show, but if we're doing this the next time, yeah, those are my preferences.
Yeah, I know. We got to find you
strong preferences.
Dark-skinned girl that likes anime and NCIS. That's what we got to find you.
Ooh, NCIS.
Leonard loves his NCIS and all the Law and Order,
all the Chicago shows,
Victim Rape Unit, and Fire Patrol, and all this stuff.
Chicago Wild Rescue or something. There's Chicago Amtrak.
Fire, Chicago Med, Chicago PD.
And you know what, Leonard? The next time you go on a date, you'll probably be looking a lot different because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Leonard is going through some kind of glow up right now. Leonard is literally in his cocoon right now.
Metamorphosizing.
That's right. He is in his cocoon. What do they call the thing in the cocoon? What do they call it? The
chrysalis. I don't know.
The chrysalis. He's in the chrysalis right now. First of all, my man got a new eye. Let's show off the eye. Show off the brand new eye.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
You got that's a fake eye, right? You can't see out of that eye?
No, I can't see out of this one.
How does it feel having a brand new blue eye?
It's pretty cool. It hurt at first, but I got used to it.
You're working with it now. It's fine. It's comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful.
It's a lot more comfortable once they got adjusted.
Okay, beautiful. The other thing is Leonard is about to get all his teeth ripped out and get all new teeth. All new teeth in his mouth. It's about to get crazy. About to look like Chip Skylark out here smiling. When are they ripping your
teeth? Me? Oh snap!
When are they ripping
your teeth in me?
When are they ripping the teeth out of your head?
So I go see my consultation. I think I'm saying that word right. July 9th. Yeah.
Okay.
July 9th, and then we'll figure out everything out at that session, and then hopefully before the end of August, I'll have new teeth.
Wow.
Okay.
We cannot wait to see that.
Before the end of the summer, we going with shiny teeth and me.
Cling,
nice
cling, cling, cling. Nice. Going into the fall with some brand new teeth.
And depending on my how much weight I've lost, when I go to see my weight loss surgeon in the 17th of June, if he likes how much weight I've been losing, I won't have to do the surgery. So
how much weight have you lost so far?
I have no idea. That's when
You're not even keeping track?
No, I don't have a scale. I don't have a scale. I don't have a scale. I don't have a scale.
His doctor, he gonna find out.
So you might have to do another weight loss surgery. You're saying though.
Yeah, I might.
If that's the case, how much weight could you lose if you do that?
Do you think you lost any weight, or are you the same?
I've gone from a 5X to almost a 2X in pants.
That's big. That's great.
That's great. A big difference.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's what I'm talking about. So when is this? If you have to do the surgery, when is that?
Probably in the summer or probably in September.
Yeah, bro. October's about to be lit. Trick or treat, bitch. Leonard's about to look like a new
go
man.
Possibly ending the year with new body, new teeth, and everything. Okay, Leonard.
About to get crazy. We'll make you a new date after that.
Ooh.
Bam.
New body, who dis? Which pattern?
That's right.
Yeah, summer 26 gonna be crazy if I get to.
Hey, what's up? Which pattern? What is?
You got to take him to the club, Tony. I saw you at the club yesterday. You got to take Leonard after this.
I got you.
I've never been to a club a day in my life.
Well, you about to go.
Gotta go to the club.
About to go, boy, popping bottles. Well, Leonard, I know that you have to depart because you're watching the Knicks game. We very much appreciate your presence. Do you have any final words before we continue with the 6-hour spectacular?
Knicks in 6, baby.
Let's
enjoy
go.
The show.
Thank
Y'all.
Thank you.
Like, share, comment, and I'll see you when I see you.
That's right. Get your favorite blanket.
Bye, Leonard.
Good job. Later.
So, Tony, before we get out of here, I wanted to run a couple things by you. Let me start with this TikTok. Give me your thoughts on this TikTok and what this woman has to say about her ick.
One of my biggest icks is when a guy talks like a girl. Okay, hear me out. This guy followed me. He's cute. I followed him back. He DMs me and he's like, "Hi, pretty. You're so beautiful." I'm like, "Oh, I love being called pretty. We're already off to a really great start." And then he would be like, "Let's be cute together. Let's fall in love." And every time he would say something, he would put like extra letters on the end of each word. There's nothing more disgusting to me. Like, literally, you're a grown man. Why are you talking like that? And he was like, "I'm thinking about getting a dog when I graduate, and he needs a mom. I need you to be my wifey." Sir, we do not know each other. Also, grow up. Like, you're literally a grown man. Stop texting like that.
Do you agree?
It's giving, it's giving thirsty. It's like, "Oh, I need you to be my wifey." Like, excuse me, sir, you don't know nothing about me. I could literally be a psycho. I could have 23 personalities, and you want me to be your wife? Sure, come put a ring on it, and I'll be your wife.
What do you think about the part where she said he texts like a girl, like adding extra letters and stuff like that?
It's giving feminine, and I was like, I don't know really where. Like, I've never encountered that. So it's giving weird. It's like, why are you doing that? Like, why are you dragging? Like, it's like, yes. Like, if any man wants to text me the yes, like the way how I text yes, with all the extra Y's, A's, and S, I'm gonna like, don't do that. Like, why aren't you doing that? I would be a little concerned. Like, if we're talking, it's like we're on a little high drunk moment and it slips out. Like, cool, whatever. But if that's in your everyday context and it's in your text messages, I'm a little thrown off. I'm like, you're a little extra feminine, which is okay, but teach his own. It's everyone's preference is different. I'll just be a little thrown off. But if everything else is a little masculine, I guess it's fine.
Dang, I'll be adding extra letters to mine. I'm not gonna front. Not at the end or the yas, but I'll be hitting like a damn or something. I'll be hitting the extra letters in the middle. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, sometimes it depends, and that's why it depends on the context. So it's just like you say, damn. It's just like, maybe whatever the situation was that you're saying that, it's just like it needed that, like that extraness.
Right.
But it feels like a yes, and with the exclamation points. No, sweetie, don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't ever text that to my phone too many times.
Justin and I text each other yas like 5 times a day, all the time.
Yeah, no, that's like, I would ask you like, why you do that? Because I don't even do it that many times. I rarely do it. So it's like, if I don't do it, why are you doing it so many times?
There's so many yasses between Justin and I. It's not even funny. But I don't do it with women though. That's crazy. I don't do that.
Yeah,
That's for my man crush. Well, Tony, thank you for coming. We had a wonderful time. We saw some wonderful moments that will live on in Greedy Knows Best history forever. Any final words before you get out of here?
Always a pleasure being here with you guys, and great sex all the time.
We have great sex all the I don't remember that part of the show.
That's just my final words. Why are you trying to take my words from me?
No, I was just wondering when that happened. I was wondering when that happened. I was like, did I black out during the great sex?
I just said always have great sex. That's
well,
just
you
my
did
motto.
say
Great sex is the best.
You did say you were going to grab Roddy's dick during the game show. You did say that. So.
Whoa, that's spicy.
Because he was cheating. He was rubbing his dick. He was cheating.
How's that cheating? How is that cheating?
It's cheating. Like, you can't
Is that the magic lamp? He's getting answers?
Yeah, exactly. And I wasn't rubbing it, so that's why I lost. That. He's a little fucker. He's a fuckface, so fuck him.
You'll hear all about it when we show Pasty's quiz time later on in the show. But now, at this point of the show, we're about to do something gross, or I'm about to do something gross. Now we are finally going to see me eat some animal testicles for the first time, and then we'll be back. Here's what they look like out of the package. These are the lamb nuts, and these are the goat balls. Let's start with a goat testicle. Now, there seems to be some significant shrinkage in the testicles, but hey, it happens, right? It happens. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Let's do it. Not bad. Not bad at all. This tastes very similar to, some of the other organs I've eaten, like the heart and the lung. Here's what the inside looks like. Look at that. Look at that. Up in the balls. Pretty tender. I cooked it to about 175 just to make sure I don't know the temp for balls. Yeah, this is not bad at all. It's a nice little light snack. I prefer other parts of the animal for sure, like the heart. Like, I am a little grossed out while I'm eating this because I'm like, damn, I'm eating a testicle. Like, it is kind of grossing me out in the back of my mind. Like, I am feeling like a little like, ugh. But if I got this and didn't know what this was, if you were like, try this, and I ate it, I'd be like, yeah, this ain't bad. If you fried this, forget about it. Now for the lamb testicle. I wonder if there's going to be any difference between the two. Let's see. Right off the bat, I believe the lamb testicle may be slightly tastier. First bite impression there. There's the inside. Look at that. Yeah, I would say the lamb testicle is slightly tastier than the goat balls. This is nice. It's good balls. Look at all that. Look at all that schmeat up in there. Definitely not the grossest thing in the world. I thought this would be worse. I thought it would be more squishy and gelatinous. It was like that before you cook it, but once you cook it, it gets stiff. Not the exact word I want to use when it comes to balls. It becomes more appealing. Lamb testicle definitely better than the goat testicle. That was 4 years in the making. I've been waiting to eat some animal testicles. Eddie, what'd you think about that, pal?
It looked nasty.
You think so?
And I know you were saying, no, they're good. Like, if I ate them without knowing, yeah, they're good. But I don't even think they definitely don't look appealing. Like, that's something you hand me, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
When you cook them, they don't look bad, though. It just looks like a little potato or something, It doesn't look... When it's not cooked, and what you guys didn't see,
feel like
what you
is
guys,
it like rubbery when you hold it?
No, what you guys, it just feels like slime or something. Like you're holding like slime, Like, what slime feels like. What you guys didn't see was I had to desack them, and I was talking on the phone with Eddie while I was taking the membrane off. They call it the membrane, and when you take the nuts out of the membrane, it's really squishy. And I was like, oh, this is, I don't like that texture. Like I was like, oh, this is gonna be nasty.
About it.
Like this is gonna be nasty. But once you cook it, it turns into what you saw on camera. It was a lot of fun membraning them. I almost cut myself 3 times. But other than that, it was a lot of fun.
We don't need that happening.
Not again.
Not again.
No, I don't want to get my hand cauterized again. That was terrible. But yeah, it felt like a little fun project. And once I demembraned one of them, it was easy. The rest of them, I was just ripping the nuts right out, boop, 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 like a little factory, a little nut factory. Absolutely wonderful.
I mean, the way I pictured you doing it in my head was like you just like make a little slice and then you kind of just pop them out, like pop it inside out.
Pretty much. You got to slice the right area sometimes, depending on how the ball is. But yeah, you pretty much make one incision, slice it, and then that's it. You rip it right out. Comes right out. That's right. So we are doing this show. We are filming this on Sunday, which is not the usual. We usually film the 6-hour spectacular on Saturday, and everybody was in agreement that we were going to do so until Eddie came out of nowhere the week or so before and was like, I can't do it Saturday now, man. I have to go to a pig roast for a guy I don't even know. He doesn't even know the guy. He barely knows this man.
I do know this guy. How
you
dare
don't
you?
even know. You didn't even know it was his birthday, bro. You wouldn't know if your other friend didn't tell you. So please regale us on how this epic pig roast went that needed to happen on the day of the 6-hour spectacular. How did this go?
Oh boy, you're gonna love this. All right, first of all, there was no pig roast on Saturday.
What do you mean there was no pig roast?
They got moved to 2 weekends after this. So 2 weeks from now.
When did it get moved officially?
Like a few days before.
And you didn't tell us?
Well, I figured you already changed the schedule
That's
once.
True. We already told everybody.
No need to cause such a scene and bother everybody.
Because that would have been crazy if I told Leonard. Like,
I knew once they were like, my boy was like, yeah, like we're doing the pig roast in 2 weeks. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna hear it now.
Wow.
But I still had a good time. I still got drunk and came home and threw up all over. And
so you actually went out though. You actually went out.
Yeah.
And you got smashed on what? Mike's Hard.
Mike's Harder. Apparently It's pretty much beer. I can't believe I got smashed off of beer.
How smashed did you get last night?
Smashed enough that I threw up everywhere.
Oh. You were telling me on the phone the other day that you were at the store and you saw a real life Karen in the store. What happened with that?
Okay, so we usually go to Costco's maybe like maybe once a month, right? And we usually get there right before it opens, you know? And I think today they were like, well, we'll open it a little later. So we had to wait maybe like 20 minutes. So we're chilling there. Like we see there's a little line forming. Like this chick's got like, not a cart, but like a dolly. Because it's Costco. So I'm assuming just cases of water and toilet paper, all that shit. Mm-hmm. So she's sitting on her dolly, on her phone, you know, minding her own business. Then this old fucking man walks up with his cart and like goes past her. And, you know, like she didn't even say anything. She doesn't care. She's on her phone. And I swear to God, bro, in his mind, he was like, this bitch is going to say something. So I'm just going to say something first. So he's like, yeah, I'm in front now, you know, yada, yada. And she's like, I didn't say anything. So he starts to walk over to her. And I don't even remember where this guy was, bro. It's some other old fat guy that was in the cut somewhere. He comes running over. He's like, yo, that's my woman. Don't you ever go reaching for her. So it's these two old men. There's one short fat guy and one tall skinny guy that are like both like 70 years old. And the fat guy is the one that's with the lady. And the lady's like, Jim, chill. He's a dickhead. He's not worth it. So then the skinny guy's like, yeah, Jim, you better chill. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, he just called you by your first name. You better fuck him up. You better fuck him up right now because he just called you Jim and you did nothing about it. And then Cheryl, my aunt, starts talking and she's like, who pissed in your cornflakes this morning? I'm like, oh no. Because now I got it. You know, if he comes over to Cheryl, now I got to swing on this old man.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's talking shit. And then Cheryl's like, me and this other lady will kick your fucking ass. I'm like, oh, God.
Your Aunt Cheryl
like,
told him that.
Yeah, no, Cheryl was tripping. Cheryl was bugging. I mean, listen, if he would have came at Cheryl, I would have been peeling Cheryl off of him. Like, he doesn't know.
Oh, no, he don't know. He don't know the legend of Cheryl. He don't know.
And then I guess the way I looked at it, right, was like secure, like this. Their security's got to be right there on the other side of the door. Like, don't open it yet, because if we open it and one of them gets fucked up, we're liable. So let's just wait till it cools off.
Right, de-escalate.
Because as soon as everybody calmed down and went back to their corners, they opened the door. So they were just listening and waiting for it to die down.
So eventually Jim chilled out.
And pretty much like me, Cheryl, the lady, and her mans, we were like, bro, just you could be the first. No one said you couldn't, but now we're telling you, be the first one in the store. We don't even just go. Just go.
Go ahead.
Just go. Like, we didn't have a problem with it before, but now we're telling you to be the first one in the store.
Why did they gotta reach for the lady again? The other guy?
Because he was about, like, I guess he's one of them guys that likes to fucking, you know, he's very he talks with his hands. So he's gonna go put his hand on the shoulder, like, listen, like, well, I don't know what he was gonna do, bro, but
Big Jim didn't like it. Big Jim was not a fan.
Jim was not a fan.
Oh, my man said, yeah, chill out, Jim.
And then I lost it in my head. I was like, oh shit, no, he didn't.
Yeah, that was great, man. That was great. Epic.
And Cheryl gassing it up.
What minute later will fuck you up? I believe it.
Who
Trust
pissed
me.
in your cornflakes? Why are you so
I'm not
fucking
fighting with
angry?
Cheryl.
No one said you couldn't go first.
I'm not fighting
I'm
with
like,
Cheryl.
oh boy, Cheryl.
Cheryl was telling me you didn't do the cat litter today. She texted me.
I did it.
She was like, tell EJ to do the cat litter because she knew I was on the phone with you. She was like, tell him I said do the cat litter. I said, I tried. I'll be telling him every Wednesday. I'll be like, yo, make sure you put the garbage out and all that stuff. All right.
And that's how I know. that guy didn't know what he was getting into, bro. Because if he would approach Cheryl, I wouldn't have had to do anything. Cheryl would have laid him out,
Bing,
bro.
bop, boom, bang, boom. That's it. All right. Now, it's about to get scary. It's about to get dark. It's about to get wicked. Right now, for the next hour, Electra Soul and I are about to do a deep dive into a real-life paranormal event in history. So, once we are done with that, we will be back here with EJ and Roddy for more of the 6-hour spectacular. See you then. Don't get possessed. Before we get into the haunting, let's talk about the Annabelle drama then, because you don't even know. So on the last episode that you were on, we talked about how Annabelle's on tour, right?
Yes, I remember that. And it's only like 5 states or something.
Yeah, she was doing like a 5-state tour. And I think as we were talking about it, she was in New Orleans where all this stuff went down. So Annabelle was there in New Orleans from the 13th to the 14th. Then on the 15th, the Nottoway plantation almost burned down right after she left. This like famous plantation. It's massive. It might be like the biggest one in New Orleans.
That's spooky. Oh, the only thing I heard is that people in New Orleans are pissed. Like, that's what I've heard.
They were pissed that she was there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, honestly, she shouldn't. I'm sorry. I don't think she should be going on a whole tour, but like, I get it. Like, I get the idea of it. I think it's cool, but I think like New Orleans is like a whole different place. I genuinely believe that, for one, because I had a dream about New Orleans and it was very, very vivid. And it was about like how spirits are there, very consistently there. So I feel like putting something like that there, bringing that kind of demonic entity, because it's not just like a regular evil spirit, there's like a demon. I just think it's like almost testing. It's like you're testing stuff, you know, like be careful with that. But I also assume, of course, I mean, knowing that it's the Lorraine's family, it's definitely under good care, I would assume, you know. Like,
I don't know who has it now. It's like some guy. I don't know who. Look at the cat in the background messing with this. I don't know who this dude is. It's definitely not like the guy that owns it. I don't know if they lent it out to the guy or whatever. I don't know too much about the guy that has it. That's actually putting it on tour. But yeah.
It's probably his Ed and Lorraine. Oh, I need to look, but the last time I knew,
I know it's not the son-in-law. He has it, but he's not the one traveling with it.
Okay.
It's some other guy traveling with it that maybe the paranormal like heads would know. I don't know who he is, but they brought it to New Orleans, and now this plantation almost burns down like really, really bad. I don't think it burned all the way down, but it was a significant fire. Then you probably heard about this. The day after that is where the 10 prisoners escaped.
Really? I didn't know they were. I know
New
about
Orleans.
that.
Yep.
Like the biggest thing everyone's talking about.
Yep.
But like that's crazy. That's freaking crazy.
It is. The day after the fire, they escaped. So now everybody's like, oh my God, Annabelle, her energy, all the stuff, she's burning stuff down. And then this one is not as significant, but I thought it was funny. Like a couple days after that, you know, I'm a big wrestling head. So I read that the WWE, after they announced that they're going to do WrestleMania in New Orleans, like literally a month ago, they pulled out at the now they pulled out, and now they're going to go to Vegas again, which they never do that. If they announce WrestleMania somewhere, they do it. They don't usually go, okay, like a month later, okay, we're going to switch it up. They usually like plan things like a year in advance. So it's very strange to see. I know they've changed buildings before. Like we're going to go to a different building in the state, but I can't recall the last time I've seen WrestleMania go, nah, we're going to change the whole state out of nowhere. So I thought that was funny that now New Orleans lost out on WrestleMania next year.
Wait, so it's WrestleMania, not MMA, right?
It's WWE.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know more about MMA. That's why I say, because it's the same thing. They do like a year in advance kind of plot thing or something.
Yeah. Well, technically, they're owned by the same company now. So
yes,
WWE and TKO. So
I want to know the why. I don't know why, but I low-key feel like it had to do with financial reasons.
It was, yeah. Because I think Vegas offered them more money.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like it was divine protection though. Like I feel like they should stay away from New Orleans right now. With that.
For a little while after Annabelle was there, wrestlers are gonna be breaking their necks and shit, jumping over the rope after Annabelle.
We don't need all
we
that.
Don't need that. We don't need that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I thought that was strange though. So yeah, Annabelle is turning up, setting fires, letting prisoners escape. And I think it's so funny that some people on TikTok are like, oh my God, this is what happens. Like, you know, Annabelle is not actually evil. She's like destroying evil right now. And I'm like, okay, maybe because she did like one cool thing, like she burned down a plantation, which obviously is synonymous with human suffering and slavery. Like, okay, like a bad person can do a good thing. Like, you're not going to see me crying over a plantation, but let's not forget why Annabelle is behind glass. Okay, let's not forget why she travels with like the Secret Service.
Yeah, I don't agree with whoever said that.
No, a couple people did. They're like, oh, I think Annabelle's actually a good spirit. It's really a little girl. I'm like, all right, bring her to your crib then. Let us stay at your crib, see what happens.
People just assume things because it's like nice and cute, and I understand that, but like she's definitely demonic as fuck, and blowing down or basically burning down the plantation wasn't for the purpose of that. It was because it was to send a message. It was like a threat. That's how I feel.
It wasn't like the slaves were still there and she set them free. Like, that's like forever ago.
Piece of history or whatever. Like, bro, oh my God, no, it definitely was because of what
they were like, oh, Annabelle's only evil if you're evil.
Now you know you're retarded.
Yeah, okay. You find out. You find out yourself, bro. I ain't finding out. I'll go see her, but you ain't gonna see me talking about, oh, Annabelle, you're so nice. That's how you get fucked up. Let's get to why we're here. Okay. So, I'd like for you to imagine this, okay? Imagine you come home and you walk up to your baby's nursery room, a room you've been in many, many times, a room you know very well because you built it. But this particular day, you walk in and some things are out of place.
Right.
The teddy bears. The teddy bears that were once around the room in the designated areas are now all on the ground, back to back to back, as if they're sitting together in a circle.
Right.
You know damn well you didn't do that, okay? So you're like, what is this? Who knows? So you put all the teddy bears back where they're supposed to be. You make your descent downstairs. And as you reach the bottom of the steps, click, the light in the nursery turns back on by itself. Imagine how creepy that would be.
Extremely.
Well, let me tell you who doesn't have to imagine that. Tony and Deborah Pickman. Because they lived it every day in their home.
I can't believe that.
This is the haunting of the Sallie House.
A stunning paranormal event unfolding in America's heartland. A young family is being plagued by ghostly activity that ranges from the innocuous to the bizarre, and it won't go away.
It's funny how one decision could impact the rest of your life. Little did the Pickman family know that the decision to move into their new home would lead to some of the most harrowing experiences imaginable. What appeared to be just the antics from the spirit of a little girl may have been something far more sinister that would not only torment the family, but change them for good. Yeah. We about to get serious.
Was that you talking?
That was me.
That was badass.
Thank you.
Of course, that's funny.
It's about to get scary. Okay, so Tony and Deborah Pickman moved into their new home on 503 North 2nd Street in Atchison, Kansas on January 1993. And they were expecting their first child together. Now, as Deborah says in her book here, the first 30 days in the home that they were renting were pretty uneventful. Nothing happened until some stuff started to go wacky. The electric and the electronics. So there were nights, night after night, Tony and Deborah would be sitting in the living room watching TV, and all of a sudden, above their heads, the ceiling light would start to dim and then raise back up on its own. Night after night. Inexplicably, they call an electrician. He says, I don't know what to tell you. Ain't nothing wrong with the wiring in here. Okay?
Right.
Some other stuff would happen, like the cook timers in the kitchen would just go off randomly when they weren't supposed to.
Right.
The phone would act up. Deborah would be walking around, getting the baby's nursery together, and every time she would walk into the nursery, though, the call would drop or go dead. But then as soon as she left the nursery, the call would go back on, and everything would be fine. But nothing crazy. Who knows, right? Speaking of the nursery, we'll hear a lot about that later on. But as the Pickmans were getting settled, their dog would stand at the nursery day after day, looking in, aggravated, barking and growling day after day. He did not like the nursery. He wouldn't go in, but he would stand out there barking and growling, right? Eventually, all this stuff would dissipate, and life would pretty much go on as normal, except for maybe some cold spots that they would feel from time to time. They'd feel them on the steps, just weird spots where things would be nice and chilly.
Right.
But things started to ramp up in June when baby Taylor was born, their baby boy. Now, Tony, the father, and his brother George, who lived next door, were working in the nursery doing something, and that's when they hear the baby's toy go off on its own and start to play music.
Right.
Okay. Now, Tony knows exactly where George is and vice versa, and they know that they did not turn on that toy. But who knows? Things are defective, right? Things are faulty. You never know.
Yeah.
But now we get back to the teddy bear incident, and now we're going to dive a little deeper into that.
Right.
So, Tony, Deborah, and Deborah's sister Karen was over for a week because the baby was having a lot of problems sleeping. The baby was waking up like every hour. It was kind of strange. So Karen came over to help pick up some slack for the week. So they all went out to the in-laws' house. They come back home. Tony goes upstairs to put the baby back in the nursery, and he comes downstairs and he's like, what's up with the toys? What's up with the teddy bears all over the floor? And Deborah and Karen are like, what are you talking about, bro? So they go upstairs, and they all see them, as I stated before, all on the ground, back to back to back in a circle.
Right.
They obviously look puzzled and perplexed, but they're like, what the fuck can we do about it? They put the teddy bears back, and they walk downstairs. And that's when, as I said, click, the light upstairs in the nursery turns back on.
Right.
All of the family are downstairs at that point. And they all look at each other like, what? So they go back upstairs. And when they go upstairs, that's when they see one single teddy bear that was definitely put back in its place is now back on the ground in the middle of the room on its back.
Oh my God, it's freaky.
Freaky, right? Imagine that.
Of course.
So now the family's looking at each other like, okay, I know it wasn't you. I know it wasn't you. What the fuck was that?
Mm-hmm.
So now they're spooked out for sure because they know. So they put the teddy bear back. Mm-hmm. They go downstairs and they're like, all right, ain't nobody leaving each other's sight tonight. We're all staying in one spot and we're going to keep an eye on each other. But eventually hours go by and Deborah's like, I got to go to the bathroom. So she goes upstairs, but Tony and Karen wait downstairs for her and kind of look up. So Deborah walks to the bathroom and with a sigh of relief, she sees that the light in the nursery is still off. Thank God.
Mm-hmm.
But upon further inspection, when she peers into the darkness of the room, she sees yet again that single teddy bear laying in the middle of the room.
They are still messing around.
Oh, yeah. Messing around is right. So later on that night, one of the teddy bears that was facing the family would end up being turned around facing the wall when they all know that they didn't do that.
Right.
And then, so now at this point, the family's freaked out. Okay, they saw the teddy bear turn around. So now they're all going to go sleep in the master bedroom together. The baby, Karen, Deborah, Tony, they're all going to sleep in the bedroom together that night. But they get one final scare for the night. When Tony and Deborah are getting ready to go upstairs, that's when they see all of the family pictures that are on the wall have now inexplicably been turned upside down.
Okay, that's not it.
Not it at all. Okay. The next day, they're all like, they feel like, oh, you know what? Maybe we kind of freaked out about nothing. Maybe it wasn't anything crazy. Which is like, okay, it wasn't one incident. It was like 4 or 5.
That's crazy.
So I don't know how y'all could be acting like y'all sobered up now. Like that was, all of that was real, right?
Yeah.
So like, maybe we kind of freaked out a little bit. It wasn't that big of a deal. So they're hanging out and Tony's brother George comes back.
Right.
So he comes back and they're talking about it. Tony and George are doing a little investigating around the house. They're talking about what happened. And all of a sudden, that's when Tony and George see one of the teddy bears turn around on its own and do an about face on its own in front of their eyes this time. They actually see it.
Or like
Now,
you think you're safe, you're not.
What happened?
It was like you think you're safe, you're not.
Exactly. Boom. Right in front of him. So now George sees it and he absolutely freezes. Not just out of fear, he claims, though, but he felt like a cold wave come over his body, like a crazy chill. And at this point, he couldn't even move. He tried to take a step forward and he couldn't move. Eventually, he broke out of this. And Tony and George are like, all right, this is fucked up. We know something's up. So now the house is in an uproar and in an absolute panic. They go and tell Deborah and they're like, we got to get out of here right now, as they should have, right? Finally, you hear it early on in the story. They go, let's get out of here now. All right.
They actually do it.
Finally. So they get out, all this commotion, all this ruckus. They get baby Taylor and they put him in the car. But as they're getting ready to leave, Tony feels this sharp pain on his back. But they don't investigate that. They just get the hell out of there. When they get to the in-laws' house, though, they finally examine it. Deborah lifts up Tony's shirt, and that's when she sees 3 bloody scratch marks on his back.
How it be?
Now,
sometime.
Spoiler alert here, okay? This would not be the last time Tony would be scratched, by far, okay?
I can't. Like, that's insane.
Insane.
Yes.
Deborah ends up making a call to Tony's mom, and Tony's mom happens to know somebody who actually lived in that house before them. So
Yeah.
she talked to the former owner about what was going on, and the former owner spills some details. And she's like, "Yeah, when I lived there, I have a son, I have a daughter, and they would always be like a mess. There'd always be a mess in the house. The toys would be everywhere, and I'd always reprimand my son, and my son would be like, I didn't do that. I did not make that mess. I don't know where that came from. It was not me." And she says that the daughter would always play with an imaginary friend. And you know how we feel about imaginary friends on this show, okay? So the daughter of the former owner would play with an imaginary friend in the closet. And that imaginary friend's name was Sallie. Okay? All right, whatever. Right? She had an imaginary friend. Who cares? Whatever.
Right.
George, Tony's brother, ends up getting in touch with a psychic. I think his boss knows the psychic or something like that. And she kind of just does a basic reading of the situation over the phone. And she says, "Yes, I do see the spirit of a young girl about 5 years old from way back in the day. And, oh yeah, by the way, I'm getting a name, Sallie." And they didn't tell her anything. They didn't tell her any of what the previous homeowner said about this, okay? So this psychic's name was Barbara. She lived in Los Angeles, and she was going to be doing a radio interview in Kansas soon. So she was like, you know what? I'll come through, and I'll do an assessment myself in person. So the day comes, and Deborah is waiting for Barbara, and she decides she's going to go over to the neighbors and talk to them for a little bit. They're chatting it up, and the neighbors happen to drop this, and they go, "Why do you keep leaving the nursery light on at night? Like, why do you do that?" And Deborah's like, "I don't do that." And they're like, "Yeah, you do. We see it on every night, brah." And she's like, well, that's freaky because I don't do that. I don't be doing that, bro. Weird. So Barbara arrives, and she's walking around, feeling it out. There, she's picking up on Sallie. And now is when Barbara comes up with a plan, okay? Now, I can't wait to hear your thoughts on this plan, Electra, okay? So the first thing Barbara tells Deborah to do is to start reprimanding Sallie. They already said, okay, Sallie's here. This is what's here. Sallie's a little girl. She's the spirit in your house. I want you to start reprimanding her for anything she does that's bad, leaving toys out or scratching people, whatever. So Deborah does the whole speech. She reprimands her, "Hey, you can't be doing this. Don't be scratching my husband, blah, blah, blah." Okay, she walks around the house and lays the law down on Sallie. That's not a bad idea. They say you should do stuff like that. Yeah. But then things take an odd turn. And Barbara goes, "You know what you should do? You should start treating Sallie as a part of the family. You should start integrating her into the family with baby Taylor. You should give her a little play area in the baby's nursery with her own toys."
Now you know you're retarded.
What do you think of that?
I get at that.
What do you think of that?
I think that's really weird and super. Why would she suggest that? I'm confused. She just said reprimand her? Just kidding. Don't. I mean, she must have been told something for her to think that was a good idea. I just don't understand what the point is.
Well, I think she told her reprimand her because essentially she's saying treat her like a real child, which I don't agree with at all.
I feel like when you said reprimand at first, I thought you meant telling it to F off, basically.
No, basically tell what you did was wrong, but then also treat it like a child.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Get out, bro. You wildin' now.
I don't agree with that at all. I think that's a very bad idea. And this is a psychic suggesting this?
Psychic Barbara. That's right. That's right.
Really
we'll get into that later on and what Deborah's opinion on all that was in hindsight. But let's continue with the next about 10 months. Over the next 10 months, we would see a lot of paranormal activity in the house. Candles would be found lit on their own. New candles still in the plastic would be found with melted fingerprints on the candle, with the plastic still on. Also, candles would be found melted, but from the bottom, not from the top with the wick. They would just find these candles randomly melted from the bottom of it as if something, was heating it. from the bottom. Very, very strange. Electronics on and off. Appliances on and off. One morning, Tony's, trying to be a good husband. He's up early in the morning. He's vacuuming. He's cleaning. And the vacuum keeps getting turned off every time he turns it on. TV keeps getting turned off. TV static. Radio keeps getting turned off. All freaking morning. And now, Electra, I'm going to have you look at your phone right now and check out these pictures I sent you. Okay, it's actually the first thing I sent you because during this time, Deborah would walk around with a camera and she would have to get these pictures developed. Now, when she would get these pictures developed, she would find some interesting phenomenon on these pictures, these smudges. And why don't you describe what you see here, Electra, with these pictures? I'm going to put it up on the screen so you don't got to flip your phone. You're good.
I got you.
They're like these smudges.
Honestly, like this looks just about how, like, right, considering the fact that there's a spirit haunting them. That's usually how it is when it is, when there are spirits in your house and things like that. You are able to see them too on camera, especially if they let themselves be seen. A lot of spirits don't like to be seen in that way because they want to remain not like a mystery, but almost anonymous to scare you more. But if they feel up to it, they definitely won't be shy like that. I just think that's crazy because, I feel like she wants it to be known for sure. So I think that's very freaky and very accurate to how it usually is too.
How they show up in the pictures like that. This was pretty wild, the pictures. All these, like, how does it happen multiple times? You could say, well, the camera had a smudge on it, but multiple times over months and months? I don't know about that. These pictures were pretty freaky. What else was freaky was toys would be moving on their own. And by toys, we mean Sallie's toys that were designated for her, for this spirit, because Deborah was bugging out and buying Sallie her own toys. And there was one specific incident that was really freaky where Deborah bought Sallie a gift, a doll. But she put it in the baby's nursery, still wrapped up in a box. So the box has like a wrap around it. And Deborah leaves it there for a couple days. She doesn't see anything, nothing. And then all of a sudden, she walks by the nursery, and that doll that she bought Sallie is now inside of the baby's crib. Oh, but that's not it. That's not even the creepiest part. So Deborah's loving it. She's like, oh, great, Sallie got her toy. She loves it. She's not even freaked out at all, right? But Deborah looks over at the box, and the box seems to be untouched. The wrapping paper's still on it, untampered with, bro. Freaky.
Speechless. Like, I can't even believe that.
Oh, yeah. It gets worse. So then Deborah gets another harebrained scheme that she's going to leave paper and crayons in the nursery for Sallie to write on. So Deborah would then write these questions out like, how are you? How old are you? And then, Electra, if you could look at the second picture I sent you, one day Deborah's walking by the nursery, and that's when she sees, finally, after days of waiting, it appears that Sallie wrote on one of the pieces of paper. Deborah wrote the question, how old are you? And if you can look at what Sallie apparently wrote, what does that look like to you?
Underneath it?
Yeah, what does that look like? Around, like on the bottom left.
I was trying to figure it on the bottom left.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like 7. Am I wrong?
Looks like a 7. You can't be wrong. It's up for interpretation, but that looks like a 7, right?
Okay. Yeah, because I thought she was 4. No, that's what they said, or no?
5 or 6 or some shit like that.
Well, 7.
So, but I guess she might be 7.
Yeah.
Creepy.
That
Also,
makes a lot of sense.
They don't have a picture of this one, but they say that they also went by the nursery after, Deborah left a piece of paper out. And on that piece of paper were 2 letters, G, and O. Okay, let me tell you, I would G-O after that.
Right?
I'd be G'ing and fucking Owen after that, dude. So at this point, like 10 months in, Deborah is deep, okay? She loves Sallie. She's talking to Sallie all the time, treating her like a daughter. Anytime they're going to have company over, she's like, oh, Sallie, just so you know, I'm about to have people over. Like, I don't want to scare you, blah, blah, blah. If Sallie does something wrong, like turn something on, turn something off, or do something freaky, she's like, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. Even to the point where Deborah invites Sallie to cuddle in bed with her, bro. Come on. We're getting wild now.
What the fuck?
Out of control. Even to the point to where one day Deborah was in the nursery with her actual child, with Taylor, and she was like, "Oh, Sallie, do me a favor, watch Taylor for me real quick." And then Deborah walks downstairs to go do something, and on the baby monitor, she starts to hear like a static. And to her, that's no big deal. Who cares? That's cute. It was
So
cute.
you're telling me that Sally's a part of the family now? Is that like where we're going with this?
That's where we at right now.
Okay.
She's getting toys and shit, like wildin'.
Yes.
Wildin'. So, as if any of this wasn't a reason to just immediately go, okay? Now we get to October of 1993, 10 months into this ordeal. And we have a very specific freaky incident. And this is when we're going to read our first excerpt from Deborah's book, The Sallie House Haunting. Okay. Electra, please read the excerpt from page 117. This is an incident that happened in October when Tony came up to Deborah, when Deborah was taking a shower, and said that something happened to him. Why don't you tell us what that was?
I got you.
117.
We were lying on the bed talking about things in general. We were soon on the subject of Sallie, and he told me that for about a week he had often felt the sensation someone was gently biting on his toes. Oh my God.
Wow.
I snickered thinking he was making it up, but he was serious, and I listened because it was the first time he had brought Sallie up in conversation and verbally acknowledged her interactions with him. Usually he would only make eye contact and gestures to point out the activity he noticed. He went on to tell me he had felt the biting in bed while watching TV and at the dinner table. He was positive it was Sallie. She had apparently found another way to seek his attention and a reaction, only she wasn't getting it from him directly. A few minutes later, I headed upstairs to take a shower and couldn't help thinking it was an awfully cute way for Sallie to play with him. As I reached the top, I heard Tony loudly yell, "Ow, damn it." I didn't hear anything else, so I entered the room and shut the door. I entered the bathroom and shut the door. Tony must have been listening for the shower to stop because when I came out 20 minutes later, he was standing in the hall with a strange look of mixed surprise, anger, and perplexity. Before I had a chance to ask what the problem was, he unbuttoned his jeans and dropped them to the floor. I started to laugh. He turned slightly sideways, kept his focus on my face for my reaction, and pointed out an area on the outer part of his upper thigh. "She bit me," he said in exasperation. I was still grinning when he glared at me and growled, "It's not funny. Say something to her." Seeing how serious he was, I regained as much composure as I could and asked, "What do you want me to say to her? Bad Sallie, don't bite daddy?" I then took a closer look at his leg. "What did you do to piss her off?" He gave me another dirty look, but said nothing. I expected to find marks created.
What is wrong with her, bro?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to judge, but like I feel like this is a little too comfortable.
Way too there you go. Too comfortable.
Yeah, like a little too much. I could not. I just can't. Like from my own experiences.
Your man just got bit, dude.
She giggles. Like I would have been pissed. I would have been like, "Sallie, you need to go."
Right?
People like the fuck, yeah.
Or we go. Or we go. So up until this point, we're still in October. And up until now, the family has definitely felt the presence of Sallie or whatever this is, which we'll get into later. They've definitely felt it. Felt things, happening to them, cold spots, bites, scratches, seeing things move. But they've never actually seen Sallie with their own eyeballs.
Right.
But all of that would change on Halloween of 1993. 7:15 in the morning, Tony comes home from work and he's going to grab a glass of orange juice. So he grabs his glass of orange juice, he turns around from the fridge, and that's when he sees it. The apparition of a young girl standing in the middle of the kitchen, staring right at him. And he's staring right back in utter shock and disbelief. And he's frozen. He doesn't know what to do. So he stares at her for a second, and then all of a sudden, he drops his OJ on the floor. The glass is everywhere. The juice is everywhere. So he looks down for a split second, looks back up, and the apparition is gone. Happy Halloween. That sounds like a fun Halloween right there.
Oh, so it ended. So she left after that?
Well, she left the room, but let's say that's not the end. She left the room for a second. So then Tony goes upstairs, runs upstairs. Deborah's sleeping. He's like, yo, you're not going to believe what happened. I just saw Sallie. He's in a frenzy. He's in a panic. And the only thing he could do is draw a sketch of what he saw. And that sketch is in your text messages right there.
I saw that. That's what I was going to say. This is like a cool drawing. I didn't know if she drew it herself. That's what I was waiting for.
Oh my God. Imagine Sallie drew that. That would be crazy, bro.
Right? That's what I thought at first. This is actually really cool.
Yeah, Tony could draw.
I saw like...
It's creepy though. When I saw that, it made me I jumped for a second. I was like, oh my God. Imagine seeing that. I guess it's creepy in this context, but it looks creepy to me. Looks creepy. Agree. So obviously, what does Deborah do when he draws this? She puts it up on the fridge. Like, oh, one of the family.
This girl, oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh, that's so funny. I'm sorry.
Another interesting incident happened when Tony's friend or coworker, Ray, came over. They're hanging out in the living room. Ray's laid out on the couch. They were talking about Sallie. And all of a sudden, a vase flies by their head, just whoosh, and shatters in the corner of the room. Okay. Right. After this, a couple days later, Ray comes back to the family and reports something interesting. Let's read another excerpt from the book, page 139. What does Ray say?
I got you. Okay, give me 1 sec. It's opening. All right, let's see. Okay, so it says, several days later, Ray caught up with Tony and asked if he thought our ghost would be able to follow him home. It was a curious question, but we had no answer. Ray then went on to describe several nights of strange activity. One night, an item of clothing moved from one side of Ray's bedroom to the other. The next night, a 24-inch box fan had done the same thing. The strangest thing, however, was what he described as a large, sopping, wet puddle in the middle of his dining room floor. He was unable to find any reason for it. It was not close to an open window. He did not have any indoor animals that might have had an accident in the middle of the night. And there was no visible sign on the ceiling that it had sprung a leak. In fact, it had not rained for almost 2 weeks. That's super weird.
Creepy. Now it's following people home.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's your opinion on it. Yeah, I definitely see it that way too.
That's what it sounds like to me. Ray wasn't having issues before that. I don't think he wasn't reporting anything.
They're giving her too much power. That's the problem.
Deborah.
Yeah, they're giving Sallie the spirit too much power. Like she's obviously into the physical realm now, and she shouldn't be.
That's right. That's right.
Hurts.
After that, things would start to heat up even more, literally. So now we're at the holidays, like 2 months later. Let's start with the Thanksgiving incident. Around Thanksgiving, Karen comes in the room, Deborah's sister from earlier in the story. She comes running in the room with one of the infamous teddy bears in her hand. Why? Because that teddy bear was on fucking fire. Out of nowhere, burst into flames. They put it out. The teddy bear's head and face is all melted and shit. And Deborah's like, oh, Sallie, that's bad. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be lighting stuff on fire in the house, dude. Then we get to Christmas, just like a month later, Christmas Eve or so, and they got the family over. Tony's walking upstairs. He passes this doll that's just laying on the staircase, okay? Yeah. And he passes it, walks upstairs, and he hears a commotion behind him. So when he looks down, that doll is now on fire. Crazy.
She's not listening. Someone needs timeout.
Sallie, yeah, big time timeout. Big time. Oh yeah. So all kind of stuff is hell is breaking loose in this house. Now at this point, the psychic Barbara gets them in touch with this TV show called Sightings. And the Sightings crew would make about 4 different trips to this house over the next couple of months, and they would actually air their experience on TV. They did a couple episodes, and if you want to watch the full thing, you can go on YouTube, just look up Sightings, the Sallie House, or Sightings Heartland Ghost. But I want to highlight 2 specific things from this show and what happened on the show. Number 1 are all the scratches that would appear on Tony's body during the filming of this show. Check that out.
I could feel it.
How did that happen?
You don't know.
Sally?
Walk in there. Walk in there. Oh, well, now that's very interesting.
Would it be okay if I sit down first?
Why don't you sit down? I can tell that you're losing your breath right now.
Sally, what did I tell you?
Sally, we see you. We know you're here.
Whoever or whatever was responsible for these painful scratches struck repeatedly throughout the day. At one point, new welts began to form. Then, I was shocked to see mysterious welts forming on his forehead. These scratches had appeared just moments before.
Oh, my God, look. Look. Oh, look, they're forming. It's forming right there.
She tends to do this to me because I upset her sometimes. And she wants to be noticed, I think, today.
MC.
Ooh.
I heard that electrical shock.
Yes, let me just, right here, right in my hand. Yes, let me just, right here.
No, was she trying to say mom or something?
MC was one of the former owner's initials, actually.
Oh,
Glad you
MC.
brought that up.
Oh, okay.
MC was when they did some research, which we'll get into the research later on in the story here. But
Right.
yeah, the one of the former owners or former tenants was named MC. That was their initials there. What do you think of that footage, pal?
I'm sorry, I'm a little irritated because I feel like I like the way that they're talking about her is like blowing my mind because they're like, oh yeah, Sally, she just gets mad and this is what she does. Or like I guess Deborah was the one speaking when she was like, oh, Sally, don't do that. Like whatever, she's very unserious. I just feel like I don't approve. Like I think it's crazy. I think that obviously the scratches were bigger than I thought. They were like lines down.
Big time.
Hurtful. Like she definitely is not a good spirit and they're totally feeding her like as though she is meant to be there and she's not. It's kind of honestly the energy that this gives me with her is like a parasite who needs a host and needs to like latch onto something to live. That's kind of what I feel is like she's overstaying her visit like beyond.
Good observation. Good observation. So
Thanks.
Another aspect of this was the psychic Peter James. Sightings brought their own psychic to the house. And Peter James honestly looks mad fly. He got a cool mustache, which you'll see. He looks really cool. I kind of like the guy. But he goes to the house and he's like, all right, I'm picking up. They don't tell him anything, apparently. They don't tell him anything about what's going on. They just drop him on the location. And they're like, what do you see? Soon as he walks up, he says he sees the spirit of a little girl in the window. And he says that he sees Sally, that he got the name and she's like a 5-year-old girl. He also says that he picks up on 2 other spirits that are in the home. And as I said, we'll get into what we think Sally is in just a moment. We're winding down here. This is towards the end of the story. So we've talked a lot about Deborah and what she felt about this and what she was thinking and what she was doing. But what a lot of people didn't know at the time, especially Deborah, was the real toll that this was taking on Tony, besides just the scratches, which would be enough. That would be enough right there with the scratches. But a lot more was going on. So first of all, Tony was not able to sleep. He wasn't getting any sleep. He was sleep deprived because all these different things were happening to him, like entities were showing themselves to him. Some of them in his dreams. He would see this entity that was like this woman who was decayed and decrepit with worms coming out. He would also see this spirit that was half man, half animal. We've heard that one in one of the previous hauntings before. That happens a lot. You get the half man, half animal thing.
Yeah.
But these, I believe he said, were in his dreams. But one entity for sure, along with the spirit of Sally or the appearance of Sally, came to him in real life, in reality. One night, he claims that he was sleeping, he wakes up, and he sees these dust particles start to form at the end of the bed. They're just dust particles, though, nothing crazy. But they start to come together, and they form the apparition of an old woman in a black dress. And he claims that this woman started inching closer and closer to the bed. And as she inches closer to the side of the bed, all hell breaks loose in the room. The drawers and the dresser start coming out, in and out. The drawer goes up and down. The dresser goes up and down, clanging and banging all over the place. And the spirit would reach her hand out and say, I'm gonna. At this point, Tony says he gets up, he runs to the door, but he can't open the door. Eventually, he goes back to the bed. Deborah comes in, and she said, I didn't hear anything. She doesn't know why he's freaking out. She just sees him in distress, but she doesn't know why he's freaking out. And Tony says that he would see these spirits multiple times, and he would hear voices when he would lay in bed. So he wasn't getting any sleep. But things would get worse. Over time, Tony started to feel very, very negative. And I'm going to play a clip from the Supernatural Realm radio show of Tony discussing how he felt at this time.
I quit thinking about leaving the house. It was almost like I was there and it was becoming part of me. There was just a lot of emotion oppressed. I was starting to have a lot of thoughts about hurting Deb, and I couldn't get those thoughts out of whenever I was in the house. It's so hard to explain. You just weren't yourself. All I could think were bad things. And harmful things, and it got to the point where I really...
He had planned my murder, basically.
Yeah. Wow. And I would try to tell her, and at the same time it's presenting itself to me, it's got her thinking a whole different thing, and she's thinking everything's all...
hunky-dory,
yeah.
and we're dealing with a little girl, and...
Honestly, I'd want to kill her, too, if she was letting me get scratched up and bit like that, right? For real.
I just feel like that's insane. I know that they're telling the truth, especially. I mean, I feel it I know that this is a real thing because, I mean, I've seen things like that happen in the sense that they want things that aren't of them. Like that's happened to me before as well when I was like a kid. But yeah, honestly, that seems about right there. Well, I'm sorry. Were you done with the audio?
Yeah, I was done with it.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like it sounds about right. Like, I don't think they're crazy for that. Like what he said, like, oh, I was planning her murder, basically, because he genuinely was influenced by a bad spirit. Like, that wasn't it wasn't what he was actually wanting. You know what I'm saying?
Right. The spirit starts to infect you, basically.
It actually does. Like, I know that from experience.
Right. So it's getting attention from Deborah as the spirit of a little girl, and it's getting what it wants that way. But I guess, from the perspective of Deborah later on, she's like, and Tony, like, he wasn't giving the spirit attention. He didn't like all this stuff. So what is the spirit going to do? It's going to lash out in any way it can. It's going to get attention in any way it can. That's the assessment of them. So at this point, we're like 22 months in, almost 2 years into this haunting, and the rage in Tony continues to grow. He is just angry all the time, hostile, argumentative, and one day he claims he's sitting on the couch just stewing, basically planning Deborah's murder one day. So he gets up and he decides he's going to go get a bowl of cereal, as one does when they're in a murderous rage. Hopefully it was Fruity Pebbles. That's my favorite. That's what I would eat before I killed somebody. So he goes to the kitchen and he claims, now they have, as I said, they have a dog and they have like 2 cats. Okay. Mm-hmm. So he claims that he sees a cat drinking out of the milk bowl, but it's not his cat. He doesn't know what cat it is. He thinks it's like one from outside, like a stray cat. So he looks at this cat and he gets the murderous rage starts boiling up inside of him.
You.
So he grabs a knife and stabs the shit out of the cat and murders it. Okay? Murders the cat in the kitchen and leaves it on the counter as a trophy for Deborah to come home like, yeah, you're next. You're next, bro.
So upset. Damn.
Eventually he comes to his senses, disposes of the cat, and none is the wiser at this point, okay? Another interesting aspect to this is, or an anecdote, I should say, is one day towards the end of their experience, Tony and Deborah are in the living room. Tony's sleeping on the couch. All of a sudden, he pops up like the Undertaker in the middle of a match and says, "He's mine." That is very telling. What does that sound like to you, Electra?
Sounds like what spirits do when they're not supposed to be there. They start latching on to somebody and they do become very possessive if they're bad. Like that. Right. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like possessiveness.
Was possessive.
Well, they were definitely possessing him. That's why he was
Right.
doing all the crazy things
Right.
and things that way. And also the
Almost 2
scratches
years.
were a huge telltale sign of that.
Right, right. And that was only at the beginning. That was just the beginning.
Yeah.
Scratches, the bites. So, as I said, almost 2 years into this experience, and there's just no sign of them leaving for whatever reason after all this stuff. Until
Right.
one day, Tony's walking out of the room upstairs, and he feels a massive force push him into the railing at the top of the steps. Two of the pillars fly off, the wooden pillars fly out and break, and he almost falls over the rail and dies, basically. And he's
Okay.
like in shock because he's like, how did that, what is that? How did that happen? I almost died just now, almost broke my neck. So he
Yeah.
runs downstairs and he tells Deborah this. And for whatever reason, the gears start turning in Deborah's head and
Finally.
things start to click. Yeah, she starts to think about everything that's happened over the last year or so, the scratches, the bites, the fires, of this. They even brought in a shaman to cleanse the house. That didn't work because my man Tony almost died. Okay.
Yeah.
So she starts to click everything to piece everything together, and that's when they finally say it's time for us to go.
Wow.
So in 2 weeks after that, thank God they were renting, because most of the time you hear that people own the house, sadly,
Yeah.
right? This is the first time I remember them renting it.
Right.
They were like, usually it's like, oh, we put all our money together, we can't just leave. Well, it's
We
like,
can't leave.
yeah, like, well, how about you just
literally.
rent? How about that? That's why I don't want to buy a house. I'd rather just rent shit for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? You can just leave when you want. So 2 weeks later, they look for a place, and on October 31st, 1994, they move out into a new home 9 blocks away. Finally,
Yes.
they leave.
Okay, 9 blocks away, not 9 houses.
9 blocks away, yeah.
Oh,
So,
okay.
this story does not have the fairy tale ending as you would hope, actually.
Okay.
Let's hear from the Pickmans themselves, again from the Supernatural Realm radio show, what life was like after they left the Sallie house.
When you left the house, did you feel sometimes maybe that it might have followed you or attached itself to you in any way?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I think for probably a few months, it was, for me, it was a big relief. It felt like a weight had been lifted.
Very quiet.
And then it just hit us like boom. I felt that same cold that I'd felt go through me over there. So I pulled her into the kitchen there and told her, I said, man, I've got that same cold just shooting through me. And she lifted my shirt, and sure enough, here's these scratches. And so.
Does it still happen now?
We do have things happen now.
Not quite as harmful and not quite as often.
It's hard to believe, but I still have something that wants to draw me back into that house. I still have a really strong pull to go back in. I really have to fight that because I've made that mistake before back in 2007. I went back in investigating and literally was so lucky to escape with my life. And so
I watched him when we were in the room in 2007. It was the last investigation that we did there, and for good reason. I watched him be picked up off the floor and just slammed into a wall that was 4 feet behind him. Probably 6 or 8 years ago, I can't remember. Woke up in the middle of winter barefoot, standing in front of the house.
It was 3 a.m, and I walked 9 blocks because, believe it or not, we only live about 9 blocks away. I walked all 9 blocks barefoot in the snow, and I woke up 3 a.m, standing in the front yard, just staring at the house.
So, looks like the spirit attached itself like it did to Ray, and it never truly ended. Never truly ended.
It was definitely going to do that because after all the attachment they gave her, it honestly makes a lot of sense. That's usually how it is, unless it's like they have to be stronger than her, like really a lot stronger than her. They have to be willing to put their foot down and not let her back in. You know what I'm saying? If they were adamant about it, she would actually stay away because she would have no other choice.
Right. Maybe it wouldn't have followed them if they didn't put so much energy into it in the first place, or they as in Deborah, which she regrets now. She said it in the book and in interviews that now she knows that wasn't the right call, that wasn't the right move. And honestly, at that time, I don't know how much info there was about demons and demonology at that point. Like, she dead ass thought it was the spirit of a little girl. Deborah said that she was a big fan of the paranormal, so I could see why, in hindsight, she would do that. Like, to us, it's like, wow. I mean, I don't think I would ever do that. Let me be real. I don't think in any time period, my temperament, I would ever like really, want to be close with a ghost. That wouldn't happen with me.
Yeah,
but that's what she said. It was, it was a different time, I guess. There wasn't as much info out there, and she regrets it now. She said that was the wrong call to make. Now, an interesting thing was after they left, there was another tenant that moved in, and she ended up getting kicked out because the owner of the house came and she was trashing the place. The new tenant was trashing the place, and he kicked her out, evicted her, and he's cleaning up the house. And when he goes down into the basement, he sees a pentagram that this woman drew on the basement floor with some other weird writings. Okay.
She probably was influenced.
Oh yeah. Or maybe she went there knowing what was going on, and she was like one of them weird chicks. She wanted to do some rituals or something like that. I don't know. Who knows?
It could be. Yeah, you're right.
A lot of people go to the Sallie House now. You can watch many people investigate it on YouTube. Many investigators go and they get all kind of evidence and they get all kind of footage. That, though, is the end of Tony and Deborah's story. Now, what is Sallie, or who is Sallie? Is Sallie real? Well, they answer that in the book, or they try to answer that in the book. So back when the teddy bear thing went down, early on, like the first couple of months, 6 months, Deborah ended up doing some investigating on the town that they lived in Atchison, Kansas. And they found a bunch of Sallies that lived there over the years, but she claims that she never actually saw or found a little girl named Sallie that even lived in that house. But in her book, on page 224, which is another excerpt that you're going to read for us, Electra, she claims that the sightings crew contacted her and gave her some other information.
Okay, let's hear it. So it says, more recently, however, there was additional confusion when I was contacted via email by a researcher from the Sightings show. She reported that although she didn't have the records available, she did remember the following. I found an entry in one of the logs in 1905 of a Sallie, she was 5 or 6, that died along with her mother in an accident. I believe they were riding in something that tipped over. It did not say if they died in your home, but the accident was in an area just behind your home on a road that is still dirt. At that time, I was also able to confirm the grave located that Peter James took us to, even though it was illegible. I was able to confirm that it was a child's grave. She was named Sallie and she was 5.
Wow. So there seems like there was a Sallie, but not in the home.
You want to know what it could be, honestly, with that? I think like one of my predictions is that like there's a Sallie and all that. But because they were so open to letting her in, it's very possible that other bad spirits were like open wide going into the house as well, because that's usually how it is. Unless the spirit is there to protect them, which it doesn't seem like she was there to protect them. Like she was just there to be a part of something. And other spirits probably came in and clinged onto her husband, the family, hurting them, things like that. But I do feel like with Sallie, like that's, I don't know, it feels like something was bigger than her. It felt like there was like a bigger energy that was also messing with them a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like with the family, I mean. I don't feel like she was alone in this. I don't feel like it was honestly like total. I don't know. For some reason, I keep seeing that she was out of control in a sense. I guess she felt like she, as a little girl, maybe she didn't feel powerful enough to be over to override the other bad spirits that were coming in. But it feels like their house was like an open house. It was like a portal, basically.
I mean, you could be right, because I never thought of that, because the Barbara the psychic said that Sallie was there. She felt the presence of Sallie. Peter James walked in and said he found the presence of Sallie, and apparently he went to a grave where there was a real Sallie. So that I just thought that it was basically a demon that took on the name, but you could be right. There could be a real Sallie spirit in there, but then something else that's more powerful, like a demon, acts out as if it is Sallie or whatever.
Yeah, I believe that, because I do also see that Sallie is real. I feel like she's underdeveloped though, because I see envious, like the word envious. Obviously she felt a type of way. She was seemed like she was possessive in a sense or something. But it feels like partially demonic, but not on her behalf. I don't know. It feels like, you know, it's also possible within the spiritual realm for a good spirit to be possessed by a negative spirit too. Like that's also a thing that can happen to good spirits too. But that's only if they're, you know, if they don't believe in their strength, because even as a spirit, you have the responsibility of being strong. Like you're still who you are, you know? So it's not the same as like the egotistical stuff where you know, you get hungry and all this other shit. But in the spiritual realm, it's like things are more personal because everything is just head on. It's just like you have to deal with things at hand. So it's very possible that she didn't feel she wasn't strong enough to deal with a lot of the shit that was happening around her, is kind of what I feel. I feel like she wasn't as much there as they think. And it is possible what you said that some demonic thing took over in a sense and made it seem like they were her. But I do feel like she was real and she was actually kind of okay, is what I feel. I feel like she was just like a normal person, like a normal spirit.
Yeah, I mean, they said they found a bunch of different Sallies and all this stuff, so that is very possible. You mean I got to worry about getting possessed even as a spirit? I can get possessed from a spirit as a spirit?
Yeah, right.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, you can. I mean, you shouldn't be afraid, but like, yeah, it is possible.
Damn,
it
just don't end. Just don't end.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God.
It can't be like that, but not with your intention. It won't be.
Damn. Well, this was maybe the funnest haunting I've not investigated, but researched thus far. I had a lot of fun reading the book. I stayed up late at night a lot of nights reading it, freaked out, listening to the interviews. What did you think about this story?
Honestly, I was going to say you put me onto some history because this is very cool. I mean, 1993 as well. Can't believe it's like been over 30 years now, but it's definitely really cool. And I really enjoyed hearing about it. I love like those 90s videos as well, like hearing them talk, because I feel like every decade there's a different like dialect in people's voices. I just think that's cool. But like everything else, I think it's interesting. I do think a lot of naivety played a huge role as to why it persisted that long, shouldn't have gone on that long. They should have definitely saw a huge issue the second someone got hurt physically, like it was over. I mean, even the second that something bad happened, like catching on fire, that's over. It's done, you know? So I think a lot of lessons were learned. I think it's a very cool story, and I love that it's real. Like, I love that. I mean, of course it's real. Things like this happen often, but I think it's really cool, though, honestly.
Yeah, some of them are bullshit. Some of them are exaggerated for sure. Like some of them may be real but exaggerated. I think this one was a hundo. I think this one was 100% true.
Unexpectedly very real for them. You know?
I'm sure people are going to say, well, he probably cut himself or they did some kind of special effects on camera. I don't think so. I think that all was legit.
Shit like that, it irritates me. Unless it's like it actually appears super sketch, then okay. But I mean, in the video, you literally see it form. They're like, oh my God, it's forming. Whoa. Like you see it. They're recording it. It's right there for you. So, right. And it's also 1993/4. I mean, how crazy do you think the effects were really?
Exactly. I think it was legit. I think it was legit. Probably the most legit that I've seen thus far. Like where I don't really question much of it. Like some of them I'm like, well, I don't know about that. Like I think all the other stuff happened, but that sounds like you dragged that. This one sounds pretty realistic to me.
Yes, I agree.
Like they didn't get too out of control. So I don't know if they ever made like a real movie about this. They probably have like a couple B movies, but I don't think this has ever got its just due on Hollywood that I know. Somebody maybe put me on. I don't know if there's a movie, but like I said, the last one that we did is now going to be The Conjuring 5. So that's going to be fun. So we'll see that. There you go. Anything you want to say before we end this segment here?
Nothing. I would just want to say I love y'all very much. Thank y'all for tuning in. May God bless y'all always. And if y'all want to find me, Electra Soul 444. God bless.
Yeah, we are back, baby. And we are back with Roddy. Wow.
Yeah.
Let's just knock this out right now. There's been a lot of talk of romance and dates on this episode. Roddy, did you go on the first date since your divorce?
Felt like the first date ever. I've never been much for dates anyway. But
okay, you and EJ got something in common.
Yeah, it's like, dating's just. But at this point, it's like you kind of have to. You know what I mean?
Right. Please enlighten us. The floor is yours. How did you meet this woman? How did this go? Was she better than your first wife already? I'm sure she was. What happened?
She's a cousin of a friend of mine, and we just
Oh.
and we got to know each other just online. She was already married though before. She's recently divorced too, but she started following me from the old podcast from Out There Ed, and she would always comment on my stuff. So I always felt that vibe. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And so then when I found out she was divorced, that was when my mom was in the hospital. So I started talking to her. That was the thing. I made a lot of connections while my mom was in the hospital. 'Cause I didn't have shit to do. I was just in the hospital all the time. So I sat there, texted a lot of women. And so then last Sunday, she had posted that she was out drinking on Saturday. She posted a bottle of Fireball, and I just replied. I was like, man, that's just disgusting. And we started talking about alcohol, and she's like, do you like tequila? And I was like, yeah, tequila's all right. She's like, we need to go have some tequila one of these days. And I was like, let's go tomorrow. Fucking bet. And so Monday we went out, we had dinner, we had some drinks, we went to a bar. And then on the way, right before we went home, I was like, so do I get a good night kiss on the first date? And she said, if you want it. And I kissed her, and I kissed her again, and then we started making out. Then we got into her car. She has that big old SUV. We got in the car. Her back seats were already folded down, so we just got back there, got it done.
Whoa.
And now I can say first date, which is something I wasn't able to say before.
You can say that you did what on the first date?
I eat pussy on the first date.
Wow. Now, hold on. I could see smashing on the first date, but to eat pussy on the first date, that seems special. That seems like a special person. What was it about her that you were like, I'm about to eat you out first date?
Smelled good, tasted good. Because, I always had that trick back in the day, too, was you'd start you don't want to just dive down there.
No.
What's down there. But you kind of make your way, you start kissing down, start sucking on some titties, start kissing down under your belly.
Taking notes, Eddie? Taking notes?
You take
I'm not a good listener, remember?
and there's been a few women throughout my life where I get there and you take that whiff and it's like, never mind. And so then you retreat before you're there. That way it's not obvious. That way you're not just jumping out of it.
Right.
If you can smell it from like a foot away, imagine what it's like down there,
Hit you with the ring or with that. Remember when the thing comes out of the smell line in SpongeBob and it goes up their nose? The stink lines. That's what it's called.
Is the clothespin a move? Do you is there any
oh come on,
good way to pull out a clothespin and just put it on your nose?
Because at that point you're eating rotten pussy. At that point, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that? So how
put that on?
How did it go? It went well. She enjoyed it. Did she come on your face?
I enjoyed it. So,
wow.
Good time.
But no penetration.
Oh yeah, there was.
Okay. I thought you stopped there.
I think this is an abuse of your power. This is you can't be doing this to your fans, Roddy. How could you?
Why?
He's abusing his power. No. She loves him.
If anyone can take advantage of me, she's older than me by 6 years or something.
Oh, look at that.
How could she? You're just a baby boy.
He wooed her from the show, man. She likes his voice. She likes him. This is
I know, I'm messing with him.
So is this going to be somebody you're going to continuously see, or is this just something regular? Just whatever?
I think we'll see each other again, but it's not like we're not together or anything.
Nothing serious.
Yeah, I don't think she's looking for anything too serious right now either. Like I said, I've been separated for over 2 years. She's only been separated for a few months. So
2 years already?
Yeah, it's been over 2 years.
I feel like we just did that show.
Yeah, it was a while back.
Wow. So you haven't been on a date in 2 years since your divorce?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a dry spell there, those 2 years. The first year was rough. Second year wasn't too bad. I was fine.
Well, you ended it well. I would say.
Actually, once we were there, for a half second, I thought about it, and I thought about not going through with it just because it's content for my show about how we talk about how I'm in a dry spell.
Oh, so, you're going to keep it going?
Oh, I almost
that would have been...
you know what, whatever.
That'd have been sick. At least you could have just done it and lied about it.
We've done a handful of shows where we talk about that. We can move on from it now.
Yeah, that's just... Now you're just hurting yourself. That's self-harm at this point. That's not good. That's not
the show, man. The shows are top priority.
That's right. That's true. But you got to do it for the plot. But you got to do it for the plot. So I guess that's your plot is the dry spell. You're like, I'm not gonna do it for the plot. My plot is abstaining from vagina. Oh my God! Well, congratulations. That's wonderful. That's beautiful.
I'm glad that your first date went better than mine.
I'm glad somebody was successful here.
That's true.
Somebody here.
It would have helped because I did have that in my mind because I had already watched that footage.
Oh.
And so when I showed up.
Oh, yeah. Whenever you saw that footage, just don't do that.
You're like, this is what not to do. This is what not to do.
Exactly. So I'm like, I know exactly what not to do. So I just, if I catch myself doing anything remotely like that, think it over again.
Wait, so you mean to tell me you didn't do the old, so how was the weather getting here 20 minutes in trick? That gets him every time.
I believe it was 6 minutes into that video.
Yeah, if only it was 20 minutes in.
Because he told me it was bad, and I was watching it, and I'm thinking, it's not that. This isn't that bad. But then the weather thing, and I'm like, oh, well.
It's bad. It's bad. It's worse than you could have even imagined.
Oh, my God, man. Well, you know what? I'm sad to say that I did not break my spell of ghosting women. I said I said it on Christmas that I wanted to be a good boy this year and I didn't want to ghost anybody, and I was very disrespectful not too long ago before I went to Myrtle Beach, and there was actually like a woman in the neighborhood that I really like. I didn't like, I thought she was cute, whatever. So I would see this chick around the neighborhood and I got her number and then I talked to her for like a day and then I was like, whatever. I just stopped texting her back. It's so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful. I can't believe it. I gotta chill.
How many texts did you leave on red?
2?
Well, that's not terrible.
Not much.
You got a hint fast. It's not like.
But it was like, oh, we were gonna hang out, and then I just pulled out. It's so disrespectful. I gotta chill.
How far was like the time between these two? Was this one day, and then there was the second text was the next day? Like how long was it before you
texted for a couple days, and then once I went to Myrtle Beach, I just forgot about it.
I think he means like her last 2 texts. Were they like one after the other?
Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember that. I don't remember. I think it was like a day. I think it was like a day apart. Like he texted me the next day.
She gave you a day. She gave you a day's grace.
It's disgusting.
And you just dropped the ball.
It's disgusting. I promised that I would stop, and here we go. Yeah. This is the last one, though.
A day is a good grace period, because you don't know what people are
and it's always funny because I saw her around so many times. I'm like, damn, like I want to get this chick's number, like blah, blah, blah. Like every time I saw, I was like, damn, I got to get her number. And then the last time I saw, it was like, we exchanged numbers, and I'm like, all right, bet, here we go. And then for some reason, I was just like, whatever.
I've been there.
That's the kind of guy you are, bro. You just all about the hunt. And then once it's over, you're like, I'm not interested in talking no more. You didn't want to get laid, bro. You're just like, yeah, like I got your number, like the fun's over.
That's it. It's just like a trophy, right?
I got the digits. That's all I wanted.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I was like, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes the rush of the chase, the hunt, is actually a lot more.
As Kevin Nash calls it, it's catch and release. Yeah. Catch and release, but. I'm going to try to chill out on that. That's not right. Roddy, you are Mexican, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're full Mexican?
Yeah.
Wow, that's very interesting. Did you see in Mexico that, it was everywhere, that influencer, 20-year-old influencer got shot at her hair salon on live?
Oh, yeah, I saw the video on...
Oh, God.
I saw the video on Reddit.
It was insane. It was so sad, dude. On live, I don't know if you guys saw it, but her name was Valeria Marquez, right? Am I saying that right, Roddy? Do you remember her name?
Yeah, and I'd never heard of her until she got shot. But I guess she was getting involved with some drug dealers, some cartel people, and that's why she got.
Oh, is that what it was?
Got off, yeah.
They were saying that allegedly her friend set her up. It looked like the friend set her up because apparently her friend basically told her, "We need you to stay at the salon so we can give you a gift," and the gift was like 5 bullets.
Couple of gunshots, hell yeah.
And it was on live. Like, there's no blood, which was interesting. There's no blood. The blood might have, like, it probably pours out after because it was very quick. You just see her, and then you just see her, like, literally just eat the bullets. Like, you see her get shot in the chest. She grabs the chest, and then her head goes back because she gets shot in the head. It's very sad. It's very, very sad.
If you pay close attention to, like, her table that's in front of her, there is some blood splatter.
Oh, my man did the forensic files on this shit.
My man said enhance.
My man did you did the Bigfoot footage. You went all in
muted her live right at that moment for somebody walked in. My friend, a friend of mine posted a thing about her and like this other guy that got killed for something similar a long time ago. this influencer named they used to call
Oh,
him
you talking about the chubby guy that got killed? He was like talking shit about the cartel. Yeah.
exactly. And so the meme is like, oh, he looked for it, but for her, you guys are asking for justice. And so I reply to that with your same argument, like with that chick that cleans the cemeteries.
Yeah.
I was like, well, he's not as hot as her. Like, fuck, of course he deserved it.
Yeah, we need justice for Valeria, who's hot. Yeah, of course. And also, I mean, she wasn't outwardly disrespecting the cartel. This guy would say insane stuff on YouTube.
Are we sure? Are we sure it's not a Hello Kitty head situation? Are we sure she didn't borrow money?
I mean, she had like 1 million followers. I don't think she was, and a salon. I don't think she was hurting for money.
Yeah.
You know, I don't listen. Any attractive woman with 1 million followers, I doubt she's struggling for bread. Well, I doubt she's gonna go to the cartel for money. You know what I mean? Like, she probably got a couple sugar daddies lined up. But it's very
own way to,
It's very sad that apparently her friend set her up, because it was a little evident, because the friend should have died, right? If she didn't set her up, the friend would have got killed.
Yep.
This is not in America, you know, all kind of wacky shit happens. But I feel like in Mexico, bro, if the cartel's gonna go in a room, everybody's dead.
Yep.
You know what I mean? If the cartel's walking in a room for one, all of them are dying. That's how you can correct me if I'm wrong though, Roddy.
No, I think that's right. Yeah.
So it was insane, man. What else was insane is, I don't know if you guys saw this article about this French chef, right? So this French chef, he owns this restaurant. I would imagine he had some money, but I guess not, because he says he was in the throes of addiction, weed and alcohol. He goes and breaks into this old dude's house with his girlfriend, right? So the chef and his girlfriend break into this old dude's house. They gag him in the back room. When they come back, the guy's dead. I guess they gagged him a little too hard. I never heard of that, but they must have shut his fucking oxygen off, you know, the pathways, and my man was dead, right? So they decide, what are we going to do? We're going to do what we know best. We're going to cook this guy. So they chopped him up, chopped his head off, chopped his feet, burned it. They made a stew out of him. I thought it was going to end with them selling it, but they did not. They didn't sell it. The dumb thing they did, though, was they took his van and they had his body parts in it, and they were driving around in it. So apparently, when the missing person report went out, they were looking for his van. They found the van with them in it and evidence of his death. It's like, how dumb can you be? You got away with all the other things, like the hardest part, right? You cooked his body, you did all this stuff, and now you're going to drive around in his van? Come on, bro.
Now you know you're retarded.
Like, torch it. Torch them or sell it. Well, I guess I don't know if you want to sell it, because
they were too high. Listen, he got high, he got his fix, and then he got zoned out.
I mean, do you torch the van or do you sell it? Because if you sell it, it's still out there and the police can find it and do forensics, right? So you gotta blow it.
I think what you do is you do not get in the van, because then they'll find your hairs and all that shit. I think you just avoid the vehicle.
You know what, Eddie? Smartest thing you ever said. You should have been like that on your date. You should have been this sharp on your date. You don't even get in the van. That is very true. I didn't even think about that. See, I'm dumb. I would have got caught. You don't even just don't even look at the van. That's very true. They would have probably got away with it. They cooked the guy. You know what I mean? There was only 3 people.
How'd they get there? I mean, if they walked there, then walk your ass home.
Yeah, it was.
Wait, that's it too. When they cooked them, they ate them, or who ate them?
I think I don't know what they did with it. They didn't specify that they ate it. I think it was like the Hello Kitty girl situation where they cooked her, but I don't think anybody actually ingested it. I think they just cooked it to, kill whatever, to kill the body parts.
The point of cooking something if you're not going to eat it.
That's right. Roddy would have ate it, right? If you're gonna go all the way.
Did they put?
It wasn't like the woman. It wasn't like the woman that killed that guy and like cooked him up and fed some to his. He got fed to his dog, and she set up the plate for his family to come home and eat dinner, but it was really him. Like none of that happened.
Catherine McKnight. No, they didn't do that. Apparently, they didn't do that.
Like that Jeffrey Dahmer when he took that freaking sandwich to his neighbor.
I don't remember hearing that. I don't.
God!
It was on the show, so it's supposedly true. His neighbor kept complaining about him, so he like went over with a peace offering, and it was a sandwich made out of people.
Oh,
yeah, it was always like the smell. Like they were always complaining that his apartment smelled funny, and
all the time
they were like, "Damn, Jeffrey, what you cooking over there?"
people.
And he was like, I'm a butcher. I'm really good at cutting meat, which wasn't a lie.
Wow.
He just didn't say what kind of meat.
I don't know much about Jeffrey Dahmer. I don't really go into the serial killers like that. I like the incidents, like one-off incidents, but I don't know much about killers. I know about like people who have been killed or like people. The only ones I know about are the Barbie and Ken killers. They were fucking freaks. They were wicked, bro. We might talk about them another time because that one's a whole rabbit hole you can go down. They were animals.
That's not like my forte either, but I did watch that show when it was on. I was like, oh, this looks good.
Yeah, they say to be very wary of people who fall asleep to true crime. They say that they're like, odd people. And I can imagine that. Like I can't listen to that stuff constantly. It's too much. Like the one about the toy box killer where he would get the victims and then they would wake up, he'd play them a tape and then he'd like stick stuff in their vaginas. Like I can't listen to that stuff all fucking day. It's crazy.
You know about the Iceman? He's pretty cool.
I like the Iceman. Oh, I don't like the Iceman, but it's interesting. Yes, I do know about the Iceman. Yeah. The wickedest story.
What was it? Chloroform. He put some crazy shit in a spray bottle, and he just that was it. That was all you. That's all you. That was the
Iceman
rap
was
for
wild.
you.
I like his interview, and I sent you another killer interview, Eddie, that I have to watch. I didn't watch it yet. Did you watch that one?
No, I haven't.
There's some.
I don't think so.
It's some like I like to watch their interviews though and see what they talk about because the wickedest story the Iceman told was when I guess the guy was like praying and stuff, his victim, and he was like, Iceman don't believe in God. So the Iceman was like, all right, like, I'm going to give you 30 minutes to pray to God. If he don't save you, I'm going to fucking kill you. And obviously when he came back, he killed the guy. I don't know. That's just so wicked. I don't know. Maybe the guy was a piece of shit. Maybe the guy was a piece of shit. Wasn't Iceman killing people like in the crime world?
Yeah, it was like a mafia hitman type of guy.
So maybe
they were like telling him like who to kill, and he'd go to like the restaurant where they were eating at, and he'd walk past them, hit him with the spray bottle.
So maybe the guy was a piece of shit anyway. So who cares? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Roddy, I have a very interesting question for you because I got to know what you think about this. The other day, my grandma passed away, right? And my niece asked my mom something to the effect of like she was really sad about it. She was like, "Are you gonna die?" And my mom was like, "Yeah, eventually." And I was like, "Why would you say that? Like today? Like my niece is like 5. Like, can't you just spare her for the day of heartache? Like I would have said, no, we're not gonna die. You good? Because she's gonna find out in like a year or so when she watches a movie that people, she's gonna eventually come to terms with death. Eventually, like, do we need to let her know today that we're all gonna die? So where do you fall on this, Roddy? Do you expose your kids to death early? Like, how does this work for you? Because your mom passed away. So what if your daughter came to you and said, "Wait, are you gonna die?" What would you have said?
I would have said yes. I might die tonight.
Oh my.
You know what, Roddy? I respect it because I don't lie to your kids, man. Be honest. Ain't nobody live forever.
What if how old is your niece?
She's like 5.
Oh, see, that's a ripe old age, So if I can,
that's young, man. It's too young to be hearing about death, man.
The one that told her that.
She's been talking for at least 2 to 3 years, man.
She don't even know that people die though.
And your mom was the one that told her that.
Yeah, because she was like, "Well, are you gonna die?" My mom was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "What?"
So, Mom, what if your mom was like, "Oh no, baby, I ain't gonna die"? And what if she did die that night, like a bus or something?
Yeah, that's even worse.
Liar.
I'd rather my mom be a liar, honestly, because I would lie. I'm like, nah, we ain't dying, bro. We living forever up in here. Don't worry about it, girl. Go to bed. Because
can't do that.
She's going to find out eventually that we're all going to do. I cannot tell you how early, bro. I have been thinking about death for as long as I can remember. Like, from the time I was a little baby, I've been thinking about, oh my God, like, I can't believe like I'm gonna die. I can't believe my mom's gonna die. Like, it's always haunted me since I was a little kid. Like, I would randomly come out of my room hysterically crying, like, I can't believe we're all gonna die. This is terrible. Like, I'm telling you, it was. I guess I'm just biased because it just haunted me forever as a little kid. So I'm like, I don't want to put my niece through that or
as soon as my children were born.
Go ahead, Roddy.
The first thing I told them when they were out the womb, I was holding them and I whispered in their ear, "We're all gonna die. This is the beginning of the end." You gotta start them.
We're all gonna die. You say like on her. What birthday did they become conscious? Like 2? Like when they're able to remember stuff.
I guess it depends. Probably
Like
maybe.
it's probably like 2 or 3, right? Is that when you whisper in the ear like after they blow out the candles?
No, I did that as soon as they came out, man.
Oh my god. What are you gonna say, Eddie?
I was gonna say I think I have a whole opposite perspective from you because my dad died the year before I was born. So like when I was old enough to be like, oh, where's my dad? And they're like, oh, he's dead. I'm like, oh, like I kind of understood. I'm like, all right. So when you die, like there is no coming back. Like it's fine. It happens.
You knew right out the gate.
Yeah, like when they told me, I was like, all right. So people die and it happens, and
the way it goes.
What are you gonna do? No need to be depressed. I wasn't having any mental breakdowns like you, like, oh my God, I'm gonna die.
That was all the time. Like I was just like, damn, I can't believe we're gonna die. This is terrible. Like walking around. Yeah, I don't know. So I guess I'm biased then. I get, forget it. I guess, yeah, tell your kids everybody's gonna die. Just let them know.
Let them know.
Wow. Now, this may be a disrespectful question, but was your mom on Weight Watchers, Roddy? I'm not saying she was fat. I'm just saying because my mom was on Weight Watchers and they're in the news. Was she on Weight Watchers ever?
Oh no, she never did that. She was definitely of that era.
Yeah.
But she did a lot, like back when that started, there was the aerobics and stuff. She used to do aerobics at home and stuff.
Yeah.
I think I told you before, like that's the only Michael
Tybo tape
was Beat It because she a tape where she repeated Beat It on it. She recorded off the radio over and over and over. That was her workout tape.
Right.
She never did the Weight Watchers, but she did like aerobics and shit,
I love Tybo. I used to do Tybo all the time. The other thing I did other than thinking about death was I worked out at that time. I guess because I was like trying to survive. I was trying to stay healthy. And, increase my longevity. So I was doing Tybo like at 4 years old. Like me and Billy Blanks. Bang,
my man's watching Billy Blank.
Boom, 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 boom. I used to love Tybo, bro. It was awesome.
We did that shit in junior high in gym class. Fucking
boom. All right, here we go. It's on YouTube for free now. I'm about to bust out some Tybo after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to love Tybo. But yeah, your mom was of that era. And my mom wasn't even big. Like my mom wasn't even fat. This is also like, the era where skinny was the thing. Where it was like
really
skinny, heroin chic and stuff. And then eventually that changed.
Was in.
Yeah, but eventually that changed. But my mom, I remember getting dragged to a Weight Watchers meeting one time, like really young, and they'd all hang out, and then they'd all get on the scale one by one. I lost 1 pound. Yay! Oh my God, it was so fun. Everybody was like, "Oh, good job, Cindy. Yes, queen." But yeah, apparently Weight Watchers is going bankrupt, which I can totally imagine. It's kind of, I guess, basically the models they have the point system, and it's like a group therapy session. But other than that, it's like, how are they making money? They make money on memberships, right? But there's so many other ways people are losing weight, i.e. Ozempic and other GLP-1s.
I'm trying to get on that man.
Well, I wouldn't do that if I were you because it just story after story of people literally losing their vision. I guess you'd be one of us if that's what you want to do.
I'm close to being one of you guys anyway.
Being blind?
It's just not that great, guys.
Do you like?
Do you have diabetes?
Right,
Why are you losing your vision?
You like to drink though, right?
Yeah, you can't drink with the Ozempic.
Well, one of my aunt's friends is on it, and she's been telling us that she gets really sick when she tries to drink, and she was the kind of a lady that was like my aunt, where she could drink all day and be fine. So now she's sick, and the only new thing is the Ozempic. I mean,
there's a lot of stuff coming out.
Maybe that's not for you then, because I know you like your spirits.
I was at like 180. I'm like at 206 right now, just from the past few months of just pretty much eating fast food all like every day while my mom was in the hospital and stuff. I just got really big, and so I weigh 206 right now. So I'm thinking if Ozempic does that, maybe I'll just start puking after every meal.
Oh yeah, just do it the old-fashioned way. Yeah, just do the old bulimia. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the old trick. I don't disagree with that. But the big O. Every time you turn around, people are going blind. Something. Yeah, that's the new one. Is people are going blind. And now the other one I saw, Sharon Osbourne came out and she looks really skinny. She looks really sick.
She's always skinny. Like she's always been a skinny lady.
Nah, sometimes she was like not too skinny. There's been times where she had some weight on her, like in the early 2000s and stuff. But yeah, sometimes she's fluctuated. But now look up a picture of her now. Look up a picture of now, dude. She looks like Gandhi now. She basically said, and I love Sharon Osbourne. But yeah, she basically said that after she went on Ozempic, she can't even gain weight even if she tried now. because she's probably trying to gain weight because she's so.
Is she off of it and eating, or is she still taking it and trying to gain weight?
I don't know. I don't remember that exact aspect. That's a good question. But she basically said that she can't gain weight anymore, and it just seems like more and more health issues are coming up with people taking the Big O and other medicines like it. But I say that to say that because Weight Watchers is going bankrupt, now they're integrating Ozempic and other medicines like it into their program. Because they claim that when people go on those medicines, they end up regaining the weight back. So now Weight Watchers, to save the business, is going to be facilitators to weight loss drugs. So it's going to be easier, like a pipeline to get in these things. And then they'll basically be there as a cushion for you to help you keep the weight off. I think it's a good strategy. Listen, you got to keep the business alive. You know what I mean? You got to do what you got to do. But now all the meetings are basically going to be like, oh, hey, Cindy, you lost 20 pounds. Yeah, and also, like, I can't see out of my left eye, and, like, my gallbladder just fell out of my ass this morning, and they're like, yay. Okay, what about you, Brenda? Well, I lost 10 pounds, and I can't hear anymore, and you have to sign language to me now. Like, the meetings are just going to be their issues now. Like, all the issues they're having on the Big O. You know, it's going to be terrible. But you got to do what you got to do.
Is losing weight the old-fashioned way really that hard? Like, do people really would you rather deal with all these side effects instead of just jogging?
Well, there are side effects to bulimia, but they come way down the line. I feel like those don't hit right away. Eventually, your teeth are gonna get fucked up because you're throwing up all the time. You know, you're hitting the acid on the teeth. I think eventually you lose your hair, shit like that. Like the skinnier you get, you know, you really get banged up. It's one of my favorite rabbit holes to go down, eating disorders. Like I love Of Herbs and Altars. She's like my favorite YouTube channel. She talks about all the time she had struggles with bulimia and eating disorders and drug addiction. I love it, dude, because I've had my own eating issues. Like I've had at least 2 different freaking eating disorders at this point. So I love it. I fall right down that rabbit hole easily. So let's see if Weight Watchers can stay afloat with this new tactic. And I wonder how long are people going to keep doing this? Because this is one thing you people need to really grasp, okay? The same method we use when it comes to like new electronics, like you don't get the first iteration of a new system because it's just going to be bugs, is the same way with these drugs. When there's a new fad with a drug, wait 5 years to see what happens to your neighbor. When her fucking head falls off, then you're like, you know what? I think I'm glad I didn't take that. I think I'm glad I didn't do that. But no, everybody runs to do it. And, you know, it's like, oh, it's totally safe. Same thing with the vaping now. Everybody's like, oh, well, I mean, it's just water and vapor. Like, how could it be bad? Now you see that 19-year-old cheerleader got fucking popcorn lung, like she's working in a factory in 1920. Now she got all these health issues. Now you see it with the vape. So this is what happens, bro. You got to let stuff run its course and watch thy neighbor get fucked up before you indulge. You know what I mean?
Get Ozempic 2, Roddy. If there's Ozempic 2, get that.
Get the Ozempic V2.
Oh, wait. I remember when like electronic cigarettes and stuff first started coming out, and everybody would, at like where I worked, would be like, "You're still smoking?" Like, I'm quitting smoking. I'm doing this. And that was my thing. I was like, how do you know that's safer than regular cigarettes? And they'd be like, well, it is because it's not the smoke. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't know what the hell else is in it. And I was right.
It just drops, bro.
I still do the plant-based alternatives. I still do the cigarettes.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it.
Cigarettes just look cooler anyway. Like, who cares if the smell is obnoxious? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, they look cooler, they taste better.
Yeah, we did a whole episode.
They give you that buzz you need in the morning, man.
All right. We did a whole episode on it on the show. Whole episode promoting cigarettes.
Without me, you bastard.
Well, you don't leave the house, so you know what are you gonna do?
Apparently, I can't smoke on the show anymore.
We can't smoke on the show anymore because YouTube will not pay us when eventually we start making money. So they'll flag us and everything.
You can't smoke on YouTube?
I mean, you can, but
it's not like I'm telling people to go smoke. I'm not co-signing. It's a dumb thing to do.
You can, but you're not going to make any money. They're gonna cut your CPM down or just not pay you at all. I guess it's against TOS. So there was some YouTuber that was saying that he was making a shitload of money, and then all of a sudden he started smoking on his channel. Boom, they wiped him. They basically demonetized.
We can't swear on your show within the first 15 minutes either?
Definitely not the first 15. I don't know. The 6-hour special, you might be able to do it at 4:59. I don't know.
Say pussy and cunt and stuff.
Where are we at? Am I safe yet or no?
Oh yeah, I think we're well. I think we're well in. We're in deep waters right now. We're in. Deep
I think that's the
territory.
rule for cursing. You can't curse in the first 15 minutes.
Nah, yeah, we usually don't curse
Because they're not gonna watch a 20. Like they're not gonna watch like a 2-hour video. You know, they're only
I
gonna
don't
scan
think it's the first
half
15
hour.
minutes. I think it's the first 30 seconds. I don't know. I don't know for sure though, but it's super lame.
I've heard 15 minutes. I don't respect
Oh,
that.
really? 15 minutes? Jesus.
I heard that on another show, on a local show here, but I'm not sure. I don't know how.
Oh my God! You can't do anything. You can't do anything. It's ridiculous.
What about like the N word? Like how Pastor bleeped out Dre saying the N word?
That was whack.
No. Well, first of all, if anybody can say it, Dre should be allowed to say it.
I'm saying, does that count when it's Dre saying it? Because I can see if it would count if any of us said it.
Well, since it was over the phone, YouTube can't tell who it is, so it could have been a white guy. You saying Dre has the guy?
I'm not allowed to say it. I've already been debriefed on what
You're saying Dre has the voice of a
say.
black. You could tell. I mean, you pretty much could tell the race of somebody over the phone, right? I mean, this has been a thing, right? Like how many times have you been confused over the phone? You pretty much peg who you got on the phone.
I don't know if I'd peg them, but yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. You let them peg you though.
No, I don't know. That's why I watched I wasn't too interested in the killing aspect of that TV show you're talking about right now, the Dahmer.
Yeah.
I heard there's a bunch of gay stuff in it, so that's why.
So you watched that. You watched it for the gay stuff.
That's what caught your eye.
That's what he was aiming for. We need more gay stuff.
Did that catch your eye before or after your date?
Before. This is a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Thank God. She fixed you.
She added on to the appeals.
That's right. We got a big controversy in the wrestling world, the professional wrestling world. As I stated on the show about 2 shows ago, a great performer, Sabu, has passed away. And only about 6 weeks before his death, he had his final match at GCW against Joey Janela. So everything was, fine. He passed away. It's very sad. People were sending their condolences, and they put up the GoFundMe for his funeral. And then all of a sudden, this interview drops with Joey Janela. And I'm not going to read all this stuff, but I don't have it verbatim. But basically, he goes on this interview and says, before Sabu got to the arena, we didn't know if he was going to be able to wrestle. He was fucked up. We got the word from his team that Sabu was really banged up. He couldn't walk and his feet were bleeding. So Joey was basically like, damn, I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to have to we have a substitute ready in case this happened, and we're going to call the guy. Then he says basically, no, Sabu's going to be here. And they gave him this drug called Kratom, which is a legal drug. Kratom, which is a legal substance that you can get at like smoke shops and stuff. So Joey basically says Sabu gets on the Kratom. He comes, does the show. The rest is history. He gets it done, and then he eventually dies. So people hear this, and they start bugging out. They're like, oh, that's messed up. They forced drugs on Sabu to get him to do his last match. This is disgusting. I'm not going to support GCW anymore. Brett's a dick. Joey Janela's a dick. And I'm sitting there like, are you people fucking serious? Tell me you don't know anything about wrestling or entertainment at all. Like, this is totally obvious now. Okay, because number one, let's get this straight right now. Sabu has liberally taken many substances over the years and admitted it, okay? Number two is Sabu is an old school performer, an old school wrestler. Almost nothing is going to stop one of those guys from doing an important match, let alone their last match, let alone arguably the most important match, okay? So couple those two things together. Why the fuck would you think somebody would have to force Sabu to do that match? What on earth would possess you to think that somebody could even do that, okay? Sabu is on all accounts from what I've heard, not the kind of guy you can push around, okay? It's like, I don't think this is like a Stan Lee situation where they were dragging him out. I am almost 99% sure that they were like, hey, Sabu, you can't move right now, but if you take this, there's a possibility you can, and you can wrestle. And you don't think Sabu said, yeah, I'm fucking doing that? Bro, are you new to the entertainment world? Do you know how many of you
have been them? Like he might have, like they might have been like, "Hey, we got your replacement." He's like, "No, give me the stuff. I'm going out there."
Do you know how many celebrities and entertainers have taken drugs to perform? I mean, if we were to read the list off, we'd do another 6-hour spectacular at this point. Like, I mean, I'm sorry to break it to all these people who are probably new to this, but that's how entertainment and sports fucking work. Okay, like I've experienced that on a minor level. Since I was a kid, it's been pretty much beaten into me, like not from my parents, but from other people that I admire. You go out there and you do what you got to do unless you're dead. You know what I mean? Like I've pretty much lived by that motto my whole life. Like if I got to go do something, I'm going to go fucking do it unless something is real. And my mom is like that too. Like, I guess I just get it from her because there's so many stories of her. I remember she really fucked herself up one day, like in the morning, like 6 a.m. She took a nasty spill, like her fucking knee was all ripped up, and she ended up going all the way to Manhattan to this meeting. And when she showed up, everybody was like, what? Like, she showed up all bloody and stuff, and they're like, why are you here? She's like, well, I got a meeting. And like, yeah, that's how some people are. And that's how people are in entertainment and sports, bro. You do what you got to do. You get the job done. That's the culture. And if that is foreign to you, then I don't know. I guess you're probably living a better life than all of us that live by that and like torture ourselves. But there is almost no way I can imagine that company drugged Sabu. That's what they were trying to get at, that they forced him and they drugged him. Bro, get the hell out of here. Absolutely not. I would not believe that. I can almost guarantee he took it willingly. It's also a legal substance. And yes, sorry to break it to you, but a lot of your favorite entertainers and sports performers take drugs to perform better in tough situations and even when they feel fine. So welcome to the world. Welcome to reality. Go cry about it. The fuck out of here, bro. And now they're releasing a documentary about his last match. Because in the trailer, in the beginning, he basically says, I don't really like how the last couple matches I had panned out and how they worked. I gotta do this, basically. So now they look even stupider. Because in the freaking trailer, he's basically saying, I don't care what I gotta do. I'm making this match happen. I'm not embarrassing myself. This is the mind of a performer. This is the mind of an entertainer. Normal people will not understand this. And I'm not saying to disparage you, but that's how it works, dude. People in the entertainment world and the sports world do whatever they got to do to make sure that the next game, to make sure that the next performance happens. And I've talked about this on the show many times. Something weird happens when you do that. Something very strange comes over you when you feel like shit and you feel like you can't even do anything. Something strange happens when that light turns on, or when you take that step on stage, or when you start to move towards that goal, whatever it is. Literally, I'm telling you, dude, it's happened to me many times, whether it's wrestling, on the show, whatever it's got to do. It just goes away. It literally, magically, whatever's ailing you fucking disappears. And all you got to do is make it there. It's literally like the day is what you have to make it through until that moment. You know what I mean? Like, it's all hell until you step on the ring, step on the stage, step on the court, step on the mat, and it goes away. And then when it's over, you feel like shit again. But something magical takes over. And you just won't experience it unless you're that kind of person, you know? So I thought it was bullshit. I thought it was really lame that they're trying to say that this dude got fucking drugged like he's like a animal at the circus. I'm sure it's happened, but I can guarantee you it didn't happen to Sabu.
Hell
ridiculous.
Yeah. I love your passionate rant.
It's ridiculous, bro. People are such pussies.
It's true. That's everything you said is true.
Like, tell me you haven't played a sport or performed ever without telling me. Like, really, bro. Really.
Yeah, I've had that happen. And then as soon as you get off stage, you feel like dying again.
Yeah.
But
yeah, exactly. Like, come on, bro. Grow up.
Yeah, like, how are they going to make him do anything? Like, my man's feet are already bleeding before he even gets there. Like, How are they gonna make him go do anything? You know, like he has to want to do it.
Listen, I'm sure. I'm not saying it hasn't happened to performers. I'm sure it happens a lot to child performers, like Judy,
God, yeah.
like Judy Garland. They were drugging her up, but I'm not counting that because she's a child. She has no willpower. Well, she has willpower, but she doesn't have any really autonomy in the situation. I'm talking about grown adult performers that are making their own decisions. It happens all the time. They want to be there, and they'll do anything they can to be there. Eddie, there was some drama in the VTube community. Can you please expound on that?
Yeah. So it involves indie VTubers, which means they're just like independent. They're not a part of a company. And it involves probably like a few of the biggest ones. They get Man Bread, Man Subs, and all that shit. So apparently, two of them, I guess they're both co-owners of this company. And the bitch Cinder, the one that it's all about, she's like, hey man, and she's talking to her artist, by the way. She's like, hey man, I see that so-and-so is hitting you up for work, and I don't really like the way she's moving right now, even though we're friends. Like that's my bitch, that's my homie, like
That's our
my ride or
partner.
die.
That's our business partner.
But I don't like the way you know she be moving right now. So if she hits you up for work, you hit me up, and I'll give you work instead.
Oh, she'll pay her not to
like
work.
gas, and so her and her boyfriend / manager gaslighting this artist, like so and so is not a good person, so and so this and that. So I guess after like a year or two, the artist is like, all right, like enough is enough. I don't remember how long it was, but I'm assuming it's at least a year. And the artist is like, all right, bro, enough's enough, bro. Like you've been yapping about these people. Like I gotta let them know what you've been saying.
Oh.
So I haven't seen anything else about her. Like I think she's gone. Because she was doing like heinous shit to her friends. Like there was like people that had like events set up that like she would be a part of, and she's like, nah, like I'm not gonna go, even though I said I'd be there. Like concert type shit, you know, like.
Well, there was a whole. I mean, you're missing the fact that there was like a massive doc leak about her, where multiple people came out and they were just dropping all these documents about how much of a shitty person she was, allegedly, right? Like once one person said something, this Google doc.
Yeah. Well,
dropped.
that's what like once the artist dropped what she knew about all these different people, then all those people started adding to it. Like, oh well, that's why, you know, like she started acting funny around this time, and oh well, you know, other people be like, well, this other thing happened with. So it just seems like she's all like, listen, I respect that you're about your money, but that's like if I fucked you over on the show, like that's crazy to me. Like, why would I do that?
And then now she basically threw her boyfriend under the bus, right? And she was like, "Oh, he's the one that was doing all that."
Yeah. And then so all these Google Docs come out from all the people that were like, you know, talked about. And I guess she reads them and she's like, all right, I'm gonna make an apology. I'm gonna address everybody in their own little section. It's gonna be good. Boy, that was the worst apology I've ever seen.
She dropped like a biblical portion
every time. Like all the apologies ended up the same way. It might start off different, but it always ended up. It was my boyfriend / manager. I don't know what he does. He's more money oriented than me. These were his decisions.
And these were massive like docs she would drop. She would drop essays, like books, novels of apologies. And every time she would drop one, people would just totally dismantle her.
Sometimes people got an essay, other people got like a sentence, which
well,
is
I'm
crazy.
saying in general, the whole thing was an essay. And then she would kind of give everybody a portion of the essay. Right.
But it always ended up the same way. Like there was never like it's my fault and it's my bad and I'm sorry. It's always my boyfriend.
So basically, she got exposed for being a bad friend.
And then she had the nerve to be like, "Don't worry, I broke up with him." I'm like, "You might as well stick with him now. Like your career's dead. Like nobody's gonna fuck with you. Like you might as well stick with your boyfriend at this point."
So she got exposed for being a bad friend, bad business partner to multiple people, and now is her career ruined?
Oh yeah, she was getting. First of all, she was. That artist is losing clients because she was, I guess, you know, when you're working with the biggest indie creator in that field and they tell you don't work with people, I guess you'll do it, right? Because they're paying you good.
They're paying you to get to shelve yourself, basically.
I That's nuts.
It's crazy. So now she's done, pretty much, right? She has to get a whole new...
I haven't seen any new stuff about her. So I mean, listen, the thing about VTube is you could just start off a whole new thing somewhere else.
You just got to change your voice because people know your voice. You got to get like a voice changer or something like that. I mean, as long as
like how crazy would that be? Like if you and Mo or whoever, you and Justin are like co-creators of the show, and then Justin's like, yo, like I'm gonna do my own thing and don't go on Gritty show because he's whatever, and it's all lies pretty much.
Why do you think Justin's
that's fucked up, bro?
Why do you think Justin's not here anymore? Screwed him over. He left the show. No, imagine.
Oh shit, that's you.
He's starting his own program now. Simi knows best. He's gonna totally kill us.
That's why. Shit. That's why he told me not to talk to him anymore.
Yeah, he told you not to do my show. Well, thanks for coming on, man. Wow.
I'm jumping ship if that's true.
Thanks for coming on. Are you going to go to his show, you piece of shit? Wow.
I'm going to Justin's show.
Everybody's going to... That's why Mo hasn't been on either. Mo and him are working. They're in cahoots together.
Oh, shit.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Go show his dick elsewhere.
Yeah. He'll get Justin demonetized.
Mo gets around all right.
Not me. All right. Now, it is time for Pasty's Quiz Time. This, to me, has to be the best one we've ever produced, but I will let you be the judge. Roddy and Tony, head-to-head on the quiz show, and when we come back, Roddy and I will... Actually, when we come back, we're going to do the insane internet history. Welcome back to America's hottest game show, Pasty's Quiz Time! Introducing your host for the evening. Some people call him Richard, some people call him Dick, but you could just call him Pasty. Wow. And our first contestant, it is her first time on the game show. She is the queen of the filthiness. She is none other than Tony. And her opponent, also his first time on the game show. He is the host of Roddy Radio. He is none other than Roddy. All right, let's go. But before we get started, I gotta warn you, Tony. Statistically, you are set to bomb this. Okay, it is not looking good for you statistically because before you, there were two other albino women who came on this show and got absolutely massacred, okay? So it's going to go two ways. Either you're going to make your albino sisters proud or you are going to fall with them down in the loser's bracket, okay? How do you feel you're going to fare?
I'm going to make them proud.
Let's go, girl.
To make them proud.
Let's go. Because I'm with y'all. I'm at the loser table with you guys, so.
I don't sit at the loser's table. No, not me. I'm in the winner's circle, okay? I'm a winner. Winner.
Statistically, you about to, okay? So hopefully you can fly above the statistics. Roddy, I know that you've been dying to come on this show. How do you feel right now? How do you feel your chances are?
See, yeah, that's the thing. I listen to this show every time you guys do it, and every time I'm like, I knew that, and you're dumbass for not knowing it. But once you're in the hot seat, I feel like now I'm like, I don't know, I'm gonna be a dumbass, and I don't know, like what are our bodies mostly made out of? Dust, you know?
Oh, that was bad. That was the worst. That was the worst ever bomb on Passy's Quiz Time.
Yeah, and she's not a dumbass. She's one of the smartest people on the show. I would be willing to say.
Not that day, bro. That was wicked. That was bad. All right. Well, Tony, just so you know, I got my money on you. I'm rooting for you. Hopefully, you're not going to be sitting at the table with us. Pasty, let's get rolling. Describe the rules for the game before we start.
Okay. I'm going to describe the rules for the first round, and then we'll describe the rules for the second round when the second round starts.
Sounds beautiful.
So for the first round, I'm going to ask each contestant 4 questions. 4 questions. Back and forth. And it'll be your question only to answer. If you answer it outright, after I read the question, you'll get 200 points if you get it correct. If you're not sure about the answer, you can ask for multiple choice. If you get the multiple choice correct, you get 100 points. And if you get it wrong, you get 0 points. Now, there's something new in Pasty's quiz time, and they're called fast track questions. If you get a fast track question and you get the question correct, either outright or multiple choice, you can opt to answer 3 more questions. But if you get any of those 3 questions wrong, you lose all. You don't get any points for that question.
And these are random, right? These are random fast track.
These are all random.
You don't
There's
even
more
know if it's going to come
questions
up.
than there are opportunities to ask. So we could possibly see no fast track questions.
We wouldn't want that now. We want to see at least one. Let's see.
Are they dirty questions this time because of the panelists, or is it just the same old?
Yeah,
No,
like come
I thought
on.
I'd go and maybe throw in a few, but no, I kept it clean.
Come on, we got to clean it up. Come on, this is a family show here. It's a game show.
No, we like the dirty stuff.
It's a game show, for
like
God's
dirty
sakes.
things. Like we filthy over here, so you know.
For Tony and me, we need questions about like pussies and buttholes and stuff.
Yeah, we
You
know
know
we know
what?
all the answers to that.
Valentine's Day we'll do a special. Valentine's Day we'll do a special version.
Yes,
That'll be
that's coming
quiz
soon.
This one is for the old people in the daytime. We can't be getting crazy here.
Oh, this is daytime TV.
This is
That's
daytime
right.
TV.
Daytime
Come on,
TV.
come on.
All right, so we gotta say like vaginas, and people gotta be.
You gotta say genitalia. This comes on after General Hospital. Come on.
They say vaginas in General Hospital.
We gotta say genitalia on this show.
Okay, sorry.
Keep it clean. Who's calling me? Leave me alone. All right, let's go. Let's do this.
Okay, Tony, pick a number 1 or 2.
1.
Okay, so Roddy is going first. The number I wrote down was 2.
Okay.
Save the best for last.
Fair enough.
Question number 1. What is the process of adding yeast to dough to create carbon dioxide bubbles?
Yeah. Let's go with that multiple choice.
This is a stiff
Fermentation, marination, or emulsification?
Oh, fermentation.
All right, that is correct.
Bang!
100 points.
Look at that. I wouldn't have got that. That was a stiff
I failed already.
That was a stiff one. Aren't you glad you picked number 1? You're glad you picked number 1 now. Now, see, now you're the next one.
All right, Tony. Which famous historical document begins with the words, "We hold these truths to be self-evident"?
I need that multiple choice, please.
The U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, or the Magna Carta?
Oh, Tony, come on.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, no.
Which famous historical document begins with the words, "We hold these truths to be self-evident"?
And repeat the choices one more time.
The U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, or the Magna Carta?
What do we got? What do we got?
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go with. Can you repeat the choices one more time? I'm sorry.
Lord.
The U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, or the Magna Carta?
I'm gonna go with B, the Declaration of Independence.
That is correct.
Boom! There we go.
100 to 100.
Okay. Jesus.
Here we go. Look at that.
Our U.S. history teacher would be so disappointed in me if I got that
know.
wrong.
Come on.
All right, Roddy. Who famously crossed the Alps with elephants on the way to war with the Romans?
Famously.
Not famous enough, I guess, for you.
That's enough. Let's go with that multiple choice.
Ain't nobody getting them 200 points.
Attila the Hun, Hannibal, or Spartacus?
I think
Is it Attila the Hun?
That is incorrect.
It's Hannibal, right?
Hannibal.
Yeah,
I was about to say it was that. Yeah.
Yeah, we knew. Tony knew.
I was gonna guess with that one.
Hannibal was eating people and shit, wasn't he?
That's Hannibal Lecter.
That Hannibal, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Tony. Which country drinks the most coffee per capita? Finland, France, or the United States?
Ooh, this is a repeat question too. And wait. You gave her the multiple choice without asking though.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna need it. It's
Ooh,
okay. Thank you.
Throw it out.
I think I got 200 points, right? 'Cause
Throw it out.
you just do this
Throw it
handing
out
to me.
because this is a repeat, and you gave her the multiple choice. Give her a new one. Rip it up.
No.
Rip it up.
No, I'll take it. No.
Give her a new one because this is a previous question.
I want that
This
one.
is a previous question, and you gave her the
doesn't
multiple
matter.
choice
Did you do
already.
this question before?
We did it, and
No, I
you gave
never
her
heard
the
it.
and you
I
gave her the
never
multiple
heard it.
choice already. You gave her the multiple choice already.
All right.
I never heard the question.
All right,
though.
wait. So you have to take the 100 points, so you can't get 200 for it.
I don't care. I'm gonna need the multiple choice regardless.
Okay. All right. That's true. You didn't hear. Okay, bring it on.
Exactly. You see, whose show was this?
Bring it
Take
on.
charge.
Bring it on.
So the multiple choices were the United States, France
or
Finland.
Finland. Yeah.
I'm gonna say the United States.
That is incorrect.
It's France, right?
Should have let me throw it out.
Finland.
Oh, really?
It's Finland. Yep.
I would have never guessed Finland. That was a tricky one. I was literally like, it got to be the United States. But
Yeah, I bet it's because they have short days in the winter, like when I used to live in Tacoma. That's why people drink so much coffee in the Northwest.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Did you know this one, Roddy? Did you know that?
I didn't know it was Finland, but it makes sense.
I wouldn't have guessed either.
Our winters are the sun comes up like at 9 in the morning and goes down like at 5 in the afternoon.
Oh, see.
Yeah,
if it wasn't the United States, I was literally going with France. I was literally like, it can't be Finland. Like, Finland.
Oh, so you were like wrong. You should take points away from her.
Oh.
No.
Keep that same energy.
We're all
Keep
good.
that same energy.
Down. It's breaking
Keep
down.
that same energy.
Break.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, Roddy.
Mm-hmm.
Which area in the world has the highest life expectancy?
Which area?
Oh.
Yes.
I think.
I mean, area like continent or what?
Yeah. Be specific.
For that multiple choice, sir.
Like not a country.
It's very ambiguous.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Because I could
Sounds
say
like you need that multiple choice, so hurry up and ask for it.
no. I'm not asking for it because I don't know what he means. Does he mean continent? Does he mean quadrant? Does
Yeah.
he
You
mean?
hear the
We need
multiple
to-
choice, you'll know.
Let me think. Let's say like I'm trying to think of an example that's not here in the questions.
Give me the example that's the answer.
That's why I said,
Say like in the United Kingdom, it would be Wales.
oh,
So a country?
no, like,
Yeah, Wales isn't a country. It used to be a country.
That's
but
why I failed.
oh, I thought you were talking about the animal. Okay.
Oh Lord, this is.
This is not my
My
question.
man said the animal. Oh Lord.
This is not
Glad
this
you
is
didn't
not
get
my
this
question,
one.
so.
This is embarrassing.
I don't even remember the question anymore. What was it? The highest life expectancy?
I think I know what
Yes.
it is right off the bat.
If you name the country that it's located, I'll give it to you.
Well, I guess Tony was right. I need that multiple choice.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Sicily, Hong Kong, or Okinawa?
Well, probably Sicily.
That is incorrect.
Can I steal it?
No, you're gonna have a high life
Hong Kong.
expectancy.
I knew it. I freaking knew it. Come on,
thought-
really?
They're getting H bombed and atom bombed and shit, and that's
How you didn't know that one?
I thought it was
Hong
gonna
Kong
be.
wasn't nuked.
not yet.
I thought it was gonna be the Mediterranean. I would have had. I got it wrong.
I would have got that. I would have definitely. I wish that was my question.
I would have
though.
said Mediterranean on that one.
No, I would have said Hong Kong for sure.
You did. I would have Hong Kong. I wouldn't have guessed that. I wouldn't have guessed
Yes,
that.
that would have been my
wouldn't have
guess.
guessed that.
That would have been my guess.
I would have guessed
All right.
Okinawa because they have like
that
long life
Okinawa,
expectancies too.
Nope, I was not thinking that. It would have been my second guess. If it wasn't Hong Kong, it would have been that, but definitely not Sicily. No.
Wow.
I, like ever since we were arguing about the other thing, I was guessing somewhere in Europe. I'm like, it's got to be something in Europe. So
That's what I thought. All right.
Oh, are we losing points? Or?
All right, Tony. Score is 100 to 100. Which is the only continent with land in all 4 hemispheres?
Oh, finally we specify. Continent this time.
Which continent has...
Yeah, there's only 7 continents, so...
I don't remember what they are, but okay. Which continent has what?
Has land in all 4 hemispheres.
I need that multiple choice, please.
Ooh, I think I know these.
Easy. I could have gotten 200 on this.
I think I know
God damn
this
it.
one.
Is Africa, Australia, or South America?
Africa, Australia, or South... What?
South America.
Shit.
Let's go.
I'm going to say... I got to go with the motherland, Africa.
That is correct.
There we go. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Come on.
You
What
get
the motherland do for me?
a question just because that's her motherland, Pastor? Kind of racist.
It sounds like you a hater.
Racial bias. Racial bias.
Motherland came through for
Now you
her.
got to give
It
Roddy
sure
a
did.
Mexican question. You got to give Roddy a Mexican question now.
Yeah.
South American question.
There is one Mexican question in here.
All right.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, you have a fast track question.
Oh, meow. Let's see. Fast
The
and
cool
Furious.
Okay. What is acrophobia a fear of?
Oh, come on.
Heard that.
Acrophobia?
Yes.
Fuck, a fear of acronyms.
Is that your
his
final?
answer.
Is that
Take
your
that as
final
an answer.
answer?
That's his answer.
That is ridiculous.
That's not your answer, is it?
That's ridiculous.
No, I forgot how these fast track questions worked.
First you got to answer it. Number one.
You have to answer it. Then you have an opportunity to answer 3 more.
Oh.
So there's no multiple choice?
If you want to. If you want
Oh,
multiple
okay.
choice. Yeah.
Acrophobia.
Acrophobia.
Isn't it? I don't want to say.
Yeah, because you're cheating. Quiet.
Let's see.
Well, I had a guess, but then everybody made fun of me, so now I got to think something else.
We didn't make fun of you. That could be your answer.
I didn't make fun of you. I just want to know if you're being serious.
Well, I'm not, if people have to ask if you're being serious on a game show, then you're like, no.
No. I'm not
It's
doing
just
it
how
at
you
all.
said it. It sounded funny. So it's just like, okay, that might be your answer. You never know. That could be right. Go with it.
Oh, okay.
Go with your gut.
I got it wrong. I got it wrong. That is not what I thought it was.
Gritty this whole time thought you said arachnophobia.
Yeah, no, dead ass. I thought it was the spiders.
I immediately knew that's what he thought. 'Cause he's like, this is easy.
Yeah, I would have got this.
It's easy.
All right, yeah, this is
Acrophobia.
not easy. This is not easy.
The fear of this. Gotta like think of Latin
You're
roots.
gonna have to take the multiple choice on this one.
You can't because it's a fast.
You can.
Oh, yeah,
you said you can. You said you can.
Oh, see, I didn't understand this.
Yeah, you can
give me multiple
You thought
choice then.
you thought we're going so fast you can't stop for a multiple choice? You
No.
can stop.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, all the fast track questions you can take multiple choice.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
So the choices are spiders, heights, or airplanes.
Heights.
That is correct.
Yeah. I felt dumb when I looked that up. I was like, oh, okay, heights.
I immediately knew what you were thinking.
So do you
What
want
a
to answer
moron.
another question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's press it.
If you get it wrong, you lose.
At all.
Time
You
to
get
hit the
0 for this
nitrous.
round.
Let's hit
But
the
then we're-
nitrous, baby.
Okay.
So
What software company is headquartered in Redmond, Washington?
Oh.
let's do the multiple choice on that too.
Microsoft, ServiceNow, or Smartsheet?
Smartsheet. The hell is that?
You never heard of that?
Who the hell is Smartsheet?
Let's just go with Microsoft. Let's try that.
That is correct.
Woo! So now where's his
See, I
points
would have got
at?
that 200 off rip. I would have got that.
So where's his points at now? from this one question? How many points did he gain from this one question?
So he's accumulated 200 on this question right now, which has given him 300 points.
So does he have to do the
Tony
third
is
one?
at 200.
Tony's at 200. So does he have to do the third question, or can he skip it?
He can stop whenever he wants.
Oh,
I'll stop
okay.
right now. I'll stop while I'm ahead.
Quit while you're ahead.
All right.
All right. So
All right.
say the score again. Repeat the score.
So the score right now is 300 to 200.
Roddy has 300.
All right, and this is the final question in the first round.
Oh, wow. This is getting tough. Tony, you got to get on the fast track. Tony, better get on the fast track.
You got a fast track question.
Whoa! Let's go.
All right, Tony. Which day of the week does the Jewish Sabbath begin?
Oh, God.
Oh, come on.
You give her all the easy ones.
The Jewish Sabbath, right?
Panics.
Yes.
He gives her the easy ones. She panics, though. Is it easy?
No, because like I think I know it, but I'm not 100%.
You know this one. You know this one. You know it. Come on. You know this. Everybody knows this. I say that and then I'm going to get it wrong. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure I know this.
I don't know. Okay, wait.
1 in 7
Get that multiple choice. I'm sorry. I have to. I can't.
Oh, wait, but you know the taste of the week, though.
Give her 7
Yeah,
choices.
but I'm not too sure. Like I'm almost positive, but it's like I'm not too sure.
Give her
Okay.
7 choices.
Give her 7 options.
Choices are Thursday, Friday, or Saturday.
Come on. Come on.
Shut up.
Which day of the week does the
can't be
Jewish
serious.
Sabbath begin?
You don't know any Jewish people? Come on.
No, I don't know any Jewish people.
That's anti-Semitic.
The
You
Jewish
gotta beat that
Sabbath.
out.
Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I'm gonna go with.
Don't. I feel like you're gonna get it
I'm gonna
wrong.
go with.
I feel like you're gonna get this so wrong.
I am. I know I am. I'm scared to
Do
say
you,
this
okay, wait.
answer.
Do you know what the Sabbath is? Do you know what they do? Like, really think about it. Do you know what they do? Like, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm kind of helping you out by saying this. Do you know what they do?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what
You
they
can
do. I'm not
rule out.
Jewish.
Let me tell you. You can rule out one of these answers by really thinking about what they do.
I don't know what they do.
Oh,
I'm not Jewish.
My lord.
I don't know. I'm gonna go with.
We on the
When
slope.
did I go with C? I'm gonna go with Saturday. I don't know.
That is incorrect.
I know. It's Thursday, right?
No, it's Friday.
Friday.
Starts sundown on Friday.
That's what I was saying, because they're supposed to like not use technology. They can't like do anything fun. They got to play like board games and shit, so it can't be Thursday. Like their whole life stops.
But a good majority of these states start on a Thursday. Like their holidays be started on Thursdays.
Oh, now you know about Jewish stuff now. After the
Yeah, 'cause I
questions.
work in the school, so that's why I'm like. But I'm just like, I don't know. I know I was gonna get that wrong. I overthought that. I overthought it.
Off the fast track.
Yeah.
All right. So the score after round 1 is Roddy 300 and Tony 200.
Wow. Tough game.
So on the second round, I'm going to ask 8 questions, and you have to buzz in to answer. So I'm going to give you about 7 seconds to think about what your buzzer sound is going to be. And all right, Tony, that's Tony's buzzer sound.
Beautiful.
Do it one more time. Do it again.
Wait, I don't think we can hear it.
She's not doing it.
Wait, do the sound again? Oh, we can't hear it when you do it now. We heard it that one time.
Why can't you hear it?
We heard it the first time. Do it again. Oh, it's like you gotta. It's like I guess it has too high pitch, so the mic cuts it out.
Oh my god.
The
Okay, so I'm
You have
thinking
to
of a different
rework your
noise.
buzzer
Yeah,
sound.
work it a little bit.
I don't know now.
Maybe do it in a lower register.
Lower. There you go.
All right.
There you go. That's
heard that.
perfect.
No, I
Perfect.
don't like that. No,
Perfect.
I don't like
That's
that.
perfect.
No, I don't want that.
Do you know yours, Roddy?
Fuckface.
Okay.
All right.
No, that's not gonna be
Wow,
mine.
come
Mine's
on.
gonna be. Mine's gonna be pussy.
Oh my lord, they're gonna anything they could do, anything they could do to muddy the show.
Both of you.
I'm gonna hear from the sponsors tomorrow. This is bullshit. Come on.
All right. And now, if we get a fast track question during this round, or if somebody gets a question wrong, the other person has the opportunity to answer.
Right.
Do we get multiple choice in this round as well?
Yes. No? Same thing. Same scoring. 200 if you answer outright, 100 with multiple choice. And say Roddy starts a fast track question, gets 2 correct, and gets the third one wrong, then Tony, you could pick up the rest of the fast track if you wanted it.
Wait, so they get multiple choice on this one, so they could just technically just steal the answer, not steal the answer, but they could just steal the slot from the person, like steal the time and then ask for multiple choice? Like they could just jump ahead of the person and just get multiple.
That's the risk of playing Pasty's.
So like basically you're just going to read the question and it's just like to any of us and we can just jump in to see who wants to take it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Even if you don't know the answer, I guess. That's interesting.
Yeah, because you can then ask for the multiple choice.
Okay. I thought you had to know that. Okay.
All right.
Got it.
Let's go. Let's do it. Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Question number 1. What art form is described as decorative handwriting or handwritten lettering?
Pussy.
It was it was Roddy.
You guys are gonna sound like you got Tourette's. Pussy.
I
Fuck
really
face.
felt like I had to. I was like,
Pussy.
The answer is calligraphy.
That is correct.
Did he said fuckface first? Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
You might want to go in your lower register because that it didn't come through, but I saw your mouth move.
Yeah,
Roddy.
I definitely didn't hear him at all.
Yeah, I heard the.
Oh, okay. You gotta go fuck. You gotta go fuck face. You gotta do like that.
All right.
Question
that's
number 2.
Points.
Question number 2.
All right. How many dots appear on a pair of dice?
Ooh, what a sick question. Damn. Like all the dots, right?
Like all together?
Collectively. Oh, man.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
I mean,
oh, you saying, oh, shit. You saying pussy liberally.
Pussy. Is it 22?
That is incorrect.
Now it's on Roddy.
Let's go with that multiple choice.
Oh.
So that's 38, 42, or 44.
Oh, shit, it's a pair. I'm dumb.
No, is it a pair on one die?
I heard one on a pair.
A pair of dice.
Oh, it's on a pair.
Oh, I really think
I thought it was on one too. I thought it was on one too though.
What was
that's what I thought too. That's what I could have
Did you say pair? I don't know. I didn't hear pair, but you could have said it. I don't know. I'm not gonna say you didn't. I thought you said a die.
I don't think it was correct for one die, was it?
That's what I thought it was one.
I thought it was one die.
Well, he did say.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
It's gonna be die gate. It's gonna be dice gate now. People get this controversial question. What did you say 2 dice or what?
I read the question, so I'm assuming I said pair.
Oh.
Okay, so he has to go. So go.
Honestly, even if he didn't say pair, the fact that he said dice is plural. So.
Oh.
I didn't hear. No, I didn't hear.
I thought he said die, but
he didn't.
That's what I heard too.
He didn't say die. He said dice.
Whatever. Answer your question.
What's your answer?
He said 2 dice is what he said.
Answer the question.
What was the multiple choice again? The choices?
Bro.
38, 42, or 44.
44.
That's incorrect.
Can I steal?
No, the
question's a wash. What is it, 48?
Really? You said I could steal though. You said if he answers the multiple, I could steal it.
You're already wrong though. You're already wrong.
I didn't ask for multiple choice.
He was already stealing it from you.
Yeah.
But I didn't answer multiple choice though.
This isn't hot potato. What's the answer? 48?
42.
Oh, 42.
42.
Okay.
42 is the right answer?
Yes.
Yes.
No, that makes sense because if we would have used the Pythagorean theorem.
There he go.
Really smart.
There he go.
All right.
Smart
Question
guy.
number 3 out of 8. What company was initially known as Blue Ribbon Sports?
Oh wow. See, I'm surprised nobody's just jumping in to get the multiple choice.
Fuck face.
Ribbon Sports.
Oh,
All right.
there
Go
goes
ahead,
Roddy.
You want multiple choice?
Yeah, let's do multiple choice on that.
Nike, Adidas, or Reebok?
Blue Ribbon.
Blue ribbon.
The hell?
Let's do Reebok.
That is incorrect. It was Nike.
Can I steal it?
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
She didn't hear it? Oh, yeah, steal it. Go ahead.
Is it Adidas?
Oh, my God. He even said the end.
What did she say?
He said Adidas.
No, that's incorrect.
That's fucking hilarious.
You didn't hear it? He literally said the answer. He just said it.
I didn't even hear
He was
it.
like, nope, it is Nike. And then you're like, can I steal it? And I could tell you didn't even hear it. So I was like, yeah, go ahead. You didn't even hear it.
I did not hear him.
That doesn't make sense.
Damn.
I shouldn't count.
The score is presently Roddy 500 and Tony 200.
Oh, man.
How did he get 500? Oh, wait, no, never mind.
He's winning.
Never
But
mind.
don't worry, Tony. At the end, the final portion of the game show, I mean, that's where you could really just scoop in and win at the last second. Don't worry.
Yeah, this is like Mario.
The last round that's the round where you could just win, pretty much. So
We
don't
shall
worry.
see.
Don't worry. Get your marker ready.
All right, so this is question number 4. What is the largest Spanish-speaking city in the world?
Fuck face.
All right, Roddy.
Come on,
Mexico City.
That is correct.
There you go. Come on, Rod. You should have been got that.
There's the Mexican
She's
question.
flipping me out. Those are really nice nails too, Tony. That's kind of sexy, quite honestly.
Ah, thanks.
Wow, he's buttering you up.
Kind of hot.
I hate it here.
Oh,
right, so
man. The albinos
Roddy
are not
700
doing
to Tony
well.
200.
What is it with female albinos on this show? We got to do like an all albino cat, and all of them are gonna lose. It's just a straight zero.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
That'd be awesome.
Don't do that.
All female albino cast. We're gonna have
He count. He's Mexican. That's like a racial question.
This is a fast
You got the
question.
Africa one though, so it's even.
Yeah. Is this next one an albino question?
No, this is a fast track question. What phone company produced the 3310?
What the hell is that?
What?
Tony, just say pussy and ask for multiple choice
Pussy.
already. There you go.
Just say
Gee, why is nobody
Okay,
using this
all right,
tactic?
Tony.
Like, just say the freaking thing and then get multiple choice.
I be
You
forgetting,
need
bro,
it. You
'cause
need
he
it.
got
You
me
need
stressed.
it. You
These
need to
questions
claw
is
back.
stressful.
You need to claw back, Tony. Just say pussy every time now. Let's go.
At this point, okay. Which phone company made the 3310? That's the question.
Yes.
I need multiple choice, please.
Okay. Motorola, Nokia, or LG?
Motorola, Nokia, or which one?
LG.
Let's go, Tony. You got this. You got
I'm gonna
this.
say Motorola.
That is incorrect.
Oh fuck!
You got to start using your woman's intuition. I thought you guys had that. Where is it?
Why would I know that?
Where is it going?
Roddy, do you want to take a stab at it?
Sure. Let's say Nokia.
That is correct.
Oh.
My eyes are getting stuck to the back of my brain. I hate it here. I hate it here.
Damn.
Like, this is ridiculous.
Hey, it's Pasty's quiz time. It happened to me. Listen, this exact thing happened to me. I bombed, so
I don't like your
I
questions.
know what it feels like.
That African one was easy too because Africa's like
Yeah,
huge and
it's
right in the middle of
everywhere.
the.
All right.
Obviously,
Everywhere.
you know.
What question are we on? What
That
question are
die-
we
if
on
I,
now?
If I would have heard the die question correctly, I would have got that.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be Diegate now. Everybody's gonna be. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
because I'm like, I heard
controversial.
Die. Like, I didn't hear dice. I didn't hear
Controversial
that.
question.
There's always an issue on Pasty's quiz time. No matter how hard we try to prevent them, there's always an issue.
What question are we on now?
We are on question number 6.
And Roddy has
800 and Tony has 200.
Okay, let's see. Question number 6. This is 2 last questions, Tony. Just Hail Mary, pussy, pussy. Let's go.
In which country do you find Mount Kilimanjaro?
Pussy.
Yes, Tony.
Can I have multiple choice, please?
There you go. There you go. Work it.
Tanzania, Malawi, or Kenya?
Mount Kilimanjaro, right?
I don't know this one.
Tanzania, where? Maui or where else?
Kenya.
Kenya, fuck.
That's a good one. I don't know this one at all. I have no concept of
I'm
where
gonna say
that is.
Kenya.
That is incorrect.
All right, Roddy?
All right. What were the other two?
Tanzania or Malawi?
Tanzania.
That is correct.
Really? Oh, I can't. I can't go there. They kill albinos there, so I can't go there. So I wouldn't know.
We'll do Pasty's. We'll do the Pasty's Quiz Time Albino edition. There, we'll warm them up to you guys. We'll do a game show.
All right. There's 900 to 200.
Don't worry, Tony. Round 3, you could steal it. But the next question, just say pussy. Just say it as soon as he says it. As soon as he says the question, just say it. Say it now.
No.
Well, I'm not going to use that question.
Wow.
No, threw it out.
No, use the question.
That'd have been Tony's question.
It was a quantum physics question. He doesn't want to use it.
Oh, hell no.
I'll use that other one. Okay, we'll try it.
All right.
All right. So this is question number 7. What is a word, phrase, number, or other sequence of characters that reads the same backward as forward?
Oh. Roddy said fuckface.
Yes.
It's a palindrome.
That is correct.
Oh, I thought it was an anagram. What is that? What's an anagram?
What's the answer?
Palindrome.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know. That's why we lose. That's why we be losing. We don't know what that is.
Yeah, what the hell?
That's
No.
why we lost.
He's cheating. He's using like some type of device to cheat. Raise his hands.
His brain?
Like, no,
He's
I don't
using-
know.
My hands are where they usually are, you know?
In his pants.
Well, get them off your dick. Your dick got too much brain power. I don't like it. I don't like it.
He's
The
using
tip
both
of your
heads.
dick is too. I need to come over there and rub your dick because
Oh.
you got some brain power over there.
Oh, y'all need to get a room. Y'all need to get a room. Save it for
He
after
said
the
this
show.
big fancy word. I'm like,
Passage
what you
quiz
say?
time is just degenerated. And
I like a man that say big words like that. I'm like, ooh, what he say?
Yeah, I said anagram. I don't know what it means, but I said it.
I know like 5 more of those, Tony, if you want to hear them.
Oh, see, you talking to my pussy like we like big words.
It's gonna be the first time the Pasty's Quiz Time contestants hook up. It's gonna be great. It's gonna turn into a love show. Aren't you gonna be proud, Pastor,
That's
when that happens?
better than some other dating encounter.
Oh yeah. Better than the dating show that we put on earlier.
See, when we come back for another round of your show, I'm gonna be more smarter. Cause I'm gonna know some things.
So this is the last
All right,
question. This is the last question.
last question of round number 2.
Give him a bonus after this. Give him a bonus.
Okay. All right.
Do two more. And Tony,
Two
just say
more?
pussy. Just say pussy. Yeah, do this one and give him a bonus.
Okay.
Tony, just say it because, you you gotta claw your way back.
Listen,
You got
I'm
it.
trying.
All right. What's the next question?
Okay. What is the world's largest retailer?
Oh. Retail? Like retail store?
pussy.
Yeah, you should have.
Yes.
You should have been said it.
Can I have multiple choice, please? Because that's like a very vague question. Like,
I thought that was her answer. It was like pussy sells the most.
I mean, that should really be the answer because
Runs the world. Runs the world.
All right.
Yeah,
The
that's the biggest
multiple
retailer.
choice is Target, Alibaba, or Walmart.
Oh wow, this is stiff.
Target, Alibaba, or what?
Oh man.
Walmart.
Oh wow.
Come on,
Alibaba.
bro.
Alibaba's a big one too. That might be a sleeper. I don't know.
Target, Alibaba, Walmart. I'm gonna freaking say because Target and Walmart are kind of like right there, but Alibaba is like everybody be getting their shit from them because you know the Chinese people be getting their shit from them. So I'm gonna go with that one. I'm gonna go with Alibaba, honestly.
That is incorrect.
Walmart, I bet you.
Walmart.
Oh shit.
That is correct.
Yeah, I figured it was Walmart. Figured it was Walmart.
Never even
Why
heard.
would Walmart and Target be like?
But I think Walmart's bigger than Target though.
Walmart's
Not,
everywhere.
well,
I think it's
but
definitely
Target's
bigger than-
everywhere. Like,
Not everywhere.
and it's like they're
It's
trying
not
to
in.
like they have like the super Walmart and then they have like the super Target.
And they have Sam's Club.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But you can't buy certain things at Sam's Club that you can buy in Target and Walmart.
Well, no, he's saying that Walmart owns Sam's Club.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
been.
shit, I
They've been.
I didn't know that.
All right. Well, you got
All
one
right,
more
well, here's
question. One more question.
Here's
to
the
redeem
extra
yourself.
question.
Let's see. You got this.
What is the most common surname in the United States?
Most common last name?
Yes.
All right. So, Tony, just say pussy. And then get the multiple choice. Okay, he's gonna. Okay.
Frog face.
Uh-oh.
Yes, Roddy.
Smith.
That is correct.
Wow! Right off the top of the dome, bro, and he got the 200 in your face. Damn.
Can I quit now?
Wow.
I
No,
lost.
don't quit now because round three.
I think we should give Tony the points for that dice question.
You wanted to
I
give an
really
extra
shouldn't get
point?
that question. Like, it's not fair. I literally heard, like, me and Thomas heard that question incorrectly. If I would have heard dice, I would have gotten it.
I heard it incorrect.
All right. I'm game if your game.
Let's give Tony.
Ready?
What is that? 100 points? We're gonna give her or 200?
No, we'll give her 200.
200
and take-
points.
I
Wow.
knew it off rip.
200 points.
All right.
He's
So
still winning.
200 for Tony. We'll take away 200 from
Thank you. Hey, Ronnie, so
Roddy.
sweet. Thank you.
So the score is 1,100 to 400.
Wow.
That still sounds awful.
Major deficit. But explain round three and how Tony could possibly win. Can she win at this point?
So I want each of you to take your writing instrument and your piece of paper and to bet how many points that you want to bet. Of your
You write it on the paper?
Yeah.
Write it on the paper.
So out of your
Okay.
400, how many do you want? So can Tony possibly win this round and win the game?
Well, it really depends on how Roddy bets.
Okay, well explain that to the audience and Tony, how Tony could win this.
If say Tony bet her whole 400 and got the question correct, and Roddy bet enough to go under 800 and got the question wrong, that Tony would win.
And how much would Roddy have to bet?
Roddy would have to bet
for him to lose this one question. And Roddy, my question to you: will you be a gentleman and bet the
400 points?
Will you bet 400 points, Roddy? And make
I had
this
already written how much I wrote down. I was going to bet, and it's not 400.
Oh,
I did the math in my head.
Oh,
Less than
not going to give Tony a shot. Damn, Tony, I'm warming up the seat. I'm warming up the seat at the
I
losers
was counting on my
table.
fingers. I'm like, I'll do 300.
Tony, the
Okay,
food's
and
good at
if
the
you
losers
don't know
table.
the question, just put something down. There's no multiple choice.
Okay.
Oh, we just have to write the answer down.
Write the answer.
Damn.
And so I pick something that is right under our noses every day.
Our nipples?
Wait, so we're
Wait, this is
getting
the question?
Yeah, we have to buzz in on this also or not?
No, just write the answer down and tell me when you're done.
You flip.
So what was the question?
We didn't get it yet.
I'm going to give it to you right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's gonna give it
All
to
right.
you.
Printed on U.S. paper money is the phrase, "This note is legal tender for all what? Public and private."
Ooh, I don't remember this.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Printed on U.S. paper money, every bill, every denomination of bill, is the phrase, "This note is legal tender for all something
blank,
public and private."
And you got to get the blank. You got to write down what the blank is. All blank, public and private. I don't remember this at all. Do you know this, Ronnie? Do you know this?
I don't, but I'm gonna guess. I have a good educated guess. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Can I hear the question one more time?
Printed on all paper money. This note is legal tender for all blank, public and private.
Let's see. Not that it matters, because Roddy's going to win anyway, but we'll see.
Okay. So, Tony, how much did you bet?
200.
Okay. And what was your answer?
Individual.
That is incorrect.
Pretty good answer, I would say. Pretty smart.
Good guess. And
Pretty good
Roddy,
guess.
how much did you bet?
300.
300. Wow. We got a little artwork that Tony would really like.
Little artwork. And his answer was trade. And that is also incorrect.
Wow. It is incorrect, but is Roddy the winner?
Roddy is the winner with not 800 points.
Wow. Roddy, you were dying to be on the show, and you prevailed. Do you have a speech for everyone?
I just want the world to know that I love albino women.
That's right. We do.
It's the lyrics for me.
Especially ones with sexy nails and red hair, red tips on their hair.
There we go. Beautiful speech. Tony, how does it feel to be at the loser table with me and Stephanie and Vanessa?
I'm at my own table.
Oh, that's rude as hell. You know what? You know what? Fine. I bet. That ain't right. That ain't
I feel
right.
good. It's okay because Rodney's a cheater, so it's okay.
Oh, and she called you Rodney, too. She didn't even say your name, bro. She
Right.
butchered your name, dude. Rodney. We're going to start calling
Rodney,
you
that's what I said.
Do you want to know the answer to the question?
Sure.
It was debts.
Oh, I would have never got that. I would have said
That's D-E-B-T-S?
I gotta go look at it. I gotta go look at the
Oh, I
bill.
never would have got that.
Yeah, I thought it was citizens or something.
Yeah, like individuals or like
Citizens.
people, participants, whatever.
It was between trade or commerce, and both of them were wrong. So
I thought it was they thems. I thought they updated it this year. Legal tender for
I
they
gotta go look
them.
at my money now.
Well, there you go. To me, this has been the most entertaining. Well, I don't know. Stephanie's was really bad. That was, I mean, I don't know which one is more entertaining, but this one is definitely up there as one of the most entertaining. And just so everybody knows, I'm so glad that I fired Mo and EJ the night before we were actually going to do this. They were scheduled, but then Roddy said he wanted to do it, and then Tony said she wanted to do it. And I was like, that sounds like a lot better game. So I fired Mo and EJ right on the spot, and here we go. We have a much better cast, and I would say I made the right choice. Did I not? Yeah. Mo would have been here high eating fucking fries like last time. So there you go. Come back next time for Pasty's quiz time.
I'll be back. I'm determined to come back.
We are back with the winner of Pasty's quiz time. Do you think that was the best one we've ever done?
I think it was. I think we brought a little sexiness to it.
Yeah. Did Tony come and grab your crotch?
She's almost here. She'll be here in a bit, so we need.
So we need to speed this up. Okay. All right. Well, you'll have some time because now we're gonna go into a segment that I've been looking forward to very much. A segment with my buddy Mikey D, where him and I are going to do a deep dive into some insane internet history, some wild things that have happened over the years on the internet, and some things that happened off the internet, but because of it. So we will be back here in an hour after that to close the show. Yeah, we are here with our boy Mikey D, and we are going to be your tour guides through some of the strange and deranged corners of the internet. Now, Mikey, as we kick these things off here, please enlighten me on when you started to actually browse the internet.
I was born in a one computer family, and the computer was we had dial-up internet, and it was the computer was in the foyer, it was in as you came into the apartment. It was not in anybody's room, so if you were on it, pretty much anybody could see what you were doing because our house was that small. So I grew up with the internet as it was still a novelty, kind of fucking cable TV or HBO or having a video game console was. It was way before it was in everybody's pocket all the time. So I started browsing by myself when I was 8 or 9. That would have been 2003, 2004.
Beautiful. My point here is that at that time, the internet wasn't really consolidated, if you know what I mean. At that point, you and I and everybody else, we were literally browsing the web. There was all these different websites and all these different corners of the internet that you can go to. Please tell us what 4chan was like at this time.
4chan. Okay, so to start at the beginning, 4chan was not where that forum culture on the internet started. You would think that because of how it's viewed today, 4chan was the Rosetta Stone of crazy fucking random internet posting. But 4chan was actually, it became the consolidation, like you were saying. It kind of took off while those big sites were starting to really be on the come up. Before 4chan actually created 4chan was Something Awful. Something Awful was a forum. I can't remember exactly when it started. Might have been turn of the millennium. But part of the reason why 4chan exists is because Something Awful used to make fun of furries and anime fans. And one teenager got so annoyed that anime fans were being ostracized, one teenager that went by the handle Moot, that he left Something Awful and made 4chan. And then 4chan became this big giant meme database, image board, because it encouraged you to post images with your post that you would publish. So that's where all of the reshared images and edits and everything happened. But that's 4chan at the time was a bunch of lost ass teenagers and young adults parodying each other. It's you know how TikToks now, one person will make a joke or a sound and then a million people remix it and just tell the same joke, but it's them telling it. 4chan was kind of the beginning of that, where it's somebody posts an image and everyone laughs, and then somebody else wants to be the guy that people are laughing with, so he takes that image, makes a very minor edit, and now it's his meme.
Right. So before we get into 4chan, actually, you were on Something Awful before that?
Yeah, so
what was that like?
Something Awful, here is where I get to give you a little surprise.
Oh, we got a surprise.
Something Awful is kind of it's like Dinosaur Bones of internet history, where people don't realize how influential and impactful Something Awful was on the rest of the internet and forming its culture at the time. But it's right under our feet the whole time. So I understand you enjoy a good creepypasta, a good horror story.
Absolutely.
Can you go ahead and check your Discord DMs for me? I'm sending you an image. That's a post on the Something Awful
This is
forums.
the original Slender Man?
From Something Awful, posted in 2006.
Ooh, the origins of Slender Man. I remember this picture. It was around back then.
Before it got to anywhere else, before it got to 4chan or Tumblr or anywhere else, this was a thread on Something Awful that was create paranormal looking images and let's try and spook each other.
Oh wow, and
So,
that's a good one, and that's a good one. 'Cause
Something
look where it
Awful
went.
made Slenderman. Something Awful made 4chan inadvertently. That like forum culture. This is the thing that a lot of people forget. The internet used to be a thing that nerds would do. It used to be like Dungeons and Dragons or like video games or whatever, comic books, where like it was this niche interest that you had. It wasn't a thing where everybody was on it all the time, and it wasn't like a space for the average person.
Right.
It was a space for people specifically interested in something.
Right. It was sometimes even a joke, like, "Oh, get off the internet," or blah blah blah. It wasn't looked at like it wasn't like commodified. Everybody was there. Your mom was on the internet. No.
Yeah, part of the reason why Something Awful was made to begin with is because at the time, like, 90s into early 2000s, the internet was being looked at as like, oh, it's the next big thing. It's like the brave new world. And the creator of Something Awful, who is admittedly a very shitty person, but he was like, the internet's a place where dumb nerds go to talk about dumb nerd shit. Like this was the beginning of like cynicism on the internet, where it was like, no, this isn't like a cool new, like, it's not gonna fucking connect the world. It's just where dumb people are gonna go to yell at each other.
That sounds fun. And I mean, it still is to this day. It's just they yell at each other on apps now, Facebook and all that stuff. But before, people were really on these apps. Like you said, you had all these different websites, and 4chan was at the forefront of these. What was the culture of 4chan like at this time? Early on, I mean.
It was, like I said, it was a bunch of lost ass teenagers. So you had a ton of people who, like, the problem looking back on 4chan with, like, a lot of people get rose-colored glasses and say, like, oh, it was all jokes. It's just like, it probably wasn't all jokes. We were probably just too young to tell. But, like, it was all, like, super edgy, transgressive humor of, like, everything's on the table, fucking slurs, sexism, racism, etc. Like, it was just the most vile shit. It was supposed to start as, this is a place where, like, anime fans go to discuss anime and shit. But then naturally it splintered off into, like, you have a board for random shit. You have a board for fucking ponies, furries, quarantines came later. Like, you had boards for video games. That was the beauty of forums, is that, like, it wasn't just one feed of, like, at all the bullshit at once. It was like, I want to talk about this, so I'm going to go to the board for that.
Right. Well, let's start getting into some specific topics here. Since you mentioned furries, please walk us through the great furry purge of 4chan.
Okay, so furries have had an interesting history on the internet because furries existed before the internet. Like, furries have been around for decades. It's just what we think of now as, like, people that go to fursuits or fursuit conventions in their fursuits. Like, that in particular didn't really exist, but people who like drawing furries or enjoy furry art or whatever, they've existed for fucking 100 years. So, like, the internet will do this thing where sometimes an entire community of people will discover that something exists and they're all surprised at once. And this is what happened both on Something Awful and 4chan with furries, where furries would start showing up because they're nerds, and they would show up in nerd space like online forums, and then people who never knew, like, fucking lonely introverted suburban teenagers who 4chan is their entire social experience, they'd never know that a furry exists, what a furry is. So they saw this art pop up by these users that are like, yeah, I get down with this shit. And they're like, what is this garbage, this heresy?
What
this
exactly
fucking...
would these drawings be?
Oh, it could be anything from just like, here's my fursona, to hardcore ass furry porn.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the prevailing slogan became yiff in hell for fag, because yiffing was a term amongst furries to talk about like furry sex or like furry porn.
They would yiff each other. They would
we're yiffing, we're fucking,
Oh,
right?
Lord.
So terminology in 4chan was basically just put any group of people or like concept that you don't like, attach the word fag at the end of it. That's that group of people now. So furries became fur fags. So
pretty creative.
Yeah, so furry art would get posted, then everyone would show up to flame and fucking like, report that one user with yiff in hell fur fag, and then they would get deleted or whatever. Like the Jennies would come. But like that's the thing is that like by they don't realize, because they themselves didn't know the history at the time, that if you spurn somebody, if you like ostracize someone, if you make them an outcast, all they're going to do is like form a community of like-minded people rather than just go away and never say anything again. This is the thing that made 4chan. Like Something Awful ostracized anime fans. They made 4chan.
Right.
As a result, 4chan ostracized furries. Furries didn't go anywhere. They fought 4chan to the point where like there had to be subboards for furries. Like that became the answer, was to just quarantine them off into like fucking keep all your degenerate shit here. It was the same thing that happened with the bronies when that exploded.
On 4chan?
Yeah,
They basically gave them their own section?
Yeah, so it when the brony shit exploded, because that was both furries who naturally would have already been into something like that.
Yeah.
Plus all the people getting into it who were not furries otherwise.
That's what I was going to ask. Like the Venn diagram of furries and bronies the middle has to be very big.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that like there were people that weren't furries that are bronies, right? So like now you have an even bigger group of people posting these fucking pony memes in every single thread.
Oh my God.
And people that don't want to see it. So this is one of the times where 4chan DDoSed itself. It's just like, I'm taking all of us out. We're not, until y'all learn to behave, this entire board will explode.
So explain what that means. That's essentially like a suicide bombing they did for themselves?
Yeah, so DDoSing is basically just crashing the website. It doesn't like delete it from the internet or anything crazy. It just loads it with so much traffic that it either loads impossibly slowly or it doesn't load at all.
And 4chan did it to
go on
himself
for like a couple hours or a day or whatever.
Okay. And they did it to themselves because of the brony and the furry migration.
Yeah, they were so tired of seeing the shit posted in every single book. To elaborate, 4chan is separated into boards. So there's like /B for random, /A for anime, /V for video games. They had to make /MLP for My Little Pony.
Oh my God.
It was so prevalent that they had to be like, it was like Arkham City. Like they just had to cordon off this one section to keep them in there.
Is that what the result of the DDoS was? They're like, all right, we'll relent a little bit. We'll give you your own section.
Yeah, it was just like furry shit.
Okay. Now, websites have gone to war, which I didn't know about till you really told me about. What was the 4chan and Tumblr war all about?
That was like...
Before we say that, Tumblr is like a kind of like a girly website, isn't it? Like it's just where you put it's more like pictures and blogs.
It's not necessarily a girly website, but it is definitely a softer, more creative space. The thing with Tumblr, it used to be like the third of the big three, in my opinion. It used to be Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr. After MySpace died, it was Facebook, Tumblr, and Twitter.
Okay.
And Tumblr was in third, but it was comfortable third place. Tumblr... when you make an account on Tumblr, it asks you what kind of creative you are. Are you an artist? Are you a writer? Are you a photographer? The like suggestion is you have to be some kind of creative to like post on a blog on this website. But yes, it is a blogging site. So the thing with Tumblr is like every major website kind of develops a personality. You know what I mean? Where like Facebook is all like boomers reposting AI shit now, and like as Tumblr's personality was the more like creative weirdo space. It was like for sharing your art or your cringy fanfic or a cool picture you took or something. Like, you didn't really go to Tumblr to bullshit about your day. You went to Tumblr to like share
creative
the art
work
that you were working on.
Right.
So naturally, this crowd might have been a little more sensitive than they realized.
Well, they're artists, of course. A little delicate.
Just like 4chan before them, there were plenty of impressionable teenagers. So Tumblr sometimes would find out about things, much like 4chan found out about furries, and instead of reacting with like, we want to harass that to death, they reacted with more like, this is vile and immoral and we have to like police it. Basically, it was kind of like, we're going to scold you into being a more moral person. So this is like, this could be anything from a fetish that they didn't like and thought was gross to like drawing characters certain ways. Like there was this infamous incident on Tumblr with a artist that drew a Steven Universe character that was in the show big-bodied and overweight, and the artist drew them really slim. And it was
fat
fat
phobia,
shaming this and fat phobia that, and it was that artist got harassed into a suicide attempt, like that kind of thing.
No way, bro.
Yeah, so it was just nonstop scolding of what they felt like. It was more puritanical than like, we're being chaotic and bullying you.
Tumblr was going to war with themselves at this point, though, because this is artists that are posting on their own website.
So then Tumblr found out about 4chan.
Oh, shit.
And naturally, this being like the hive of scum and villainy that 4chan is, this was like the most offensive thing possible to Tumblr. This was like reprehensible. How could this exist? So some people believe that this was actually a false flag operation by 4chan. Some people believe that Channers created Tumblr accounts to kind of like whip up the frenzy on this. And it's possible because they would do shit like that. But either way, what ended up happening was a couple of Tumblr users were like, we have had enough. These people should not feel safe saying things like this. We're going to go to 4chan and we're going to give them a stern talking to. We're going to go into their threads and we are going to give them what for. We are going to wag our fingers and scold them. And then they went, and 4chan saw them, and it was like the eye of Sauron in Lord of the Rings. Like, it looks at you and suddenly you feel the burning of the sun in your soul, because then it was, all right, Channers are going to make Tumblrs and they're going to reblog every single one of your posts with child porn attached, or like they're going to fucking comment on everything multiple times and drown out your voice with their own posts. Or they're going to like
on Tumblr. They went
on Tumblr. Yeah, that was the thing. Is like the attack, quote unquote, of Tumblrs going to 4chan was just like leaving a bunch of long worded comments and a couple threads.
Like, you guys are disgusting. You guys are bad people for what you post and what you do. And then 4chan said, "Fuck you. We're gonna leave here. We're gonna go to your spot and tear it up.
We're gonna come to your house, shit on your carpet, microwave your dog." Like, the response from 4chan was always disproportionate. Like, it was always like, all right, you threw a stone into our backyard, so we're going to bomb your house.
Yeah, now
because like that's the kind of shit they do for entertainment.
Oh my God. And that must have turned these people's world upside down, because they were already annoyed at the kind of depraved images or blogs, quote unquote depraved, the things that they didn't really like, that they found to be edgy. And now the level has been turned up 1,000.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is that like, I'm not going to say that Tumblr doesn't get raunchy. Tumblr gets raunchy, but The thing with Tumblr is that it's much more like a modern website in that you curate your feed. So if you don't want to see something, you cannot see it.
Right. Right.
And you eventually make your own kind of little like safe space bubble of things you want to see and things you don't want to see.
Yes.
4chan, you could be scrolling through a regular thread, whoop, child porn.
Oh my God, bro.
So like there's no safe insulation in 4chan. It's just all in front of you.
So 4chan turned Tumblr upside down at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a lot of deleted blogs, a lot of like blocking, a lot of fucking
a lot of deleted blogs, as in like, let's say I'm a Tumblr user, I posted a blog, I was now attacked with whatever method they chose, so I just delete my blog. Oh wow.
Just hope they don't find your next one.
Now what year was this
That was like, I feel like that was like 2010.
Okay, good.
No, it might have been 2012.
Okay,
it was around there.
So 4chan goes over there. How long do they tear it up for? Is there a peace treaty? What happens?
Oh, they just did it for a couple days till they got bored and then they moved on.
They moved on. Okay, so there was no resolution.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was the quickest, like, this is hardly a war. This was hardly a battle. This was just like the quickest fucking...
It was an attack.
Like, yeah, America versus Grenada type shit where it was just like, let's just turn this into our afternoon. Fuck it.
Was there an image of the Tumblr CEO like in his chair, and then his second in command is, "Sir, there's been an attack," like the George Bush meme when he's at the when he's reading to the kids during 9/11. Is it like that?
The Doge memes have hit the second server.
Has there been a really like comprehensive story about this? Have anybody put out like the actual story of this, or are you the first one like kind of covering it?
No, I'm sure you could find coverage of it, because that's like, when I say it was probably a false flag operation, there are probably people that have dug up conclusive proof that like, these were blogs made far too recently for them to be Tumblrs. They have to be channers trying to incite the incident. I'm sure people have found that proof and documented it. If you looked hard enough, you could probably find a video or an article going more into it. But like, it was not a major internet event. You would expect it to be like this big thing everyone was talking about. It lasted like a day.
And how did Tumblr find out about 4chan? Just from people posting on Tumblr about it?
Yeah.
And they just said, we're going to go over there.
Screenshots of like, look what these animals are doing, etc.
And they said, we're going to go over there and tell you something about yourself.
Yeah, we're going to scold you.
Oh my God. So it was just 3 days of hell or a couple days of hell and torment. And then the 4chaners went away.
Well, because on Tumblr, the worst thing that you could have done is have people scold you, like make call out posts and make many angry words at you.
So to them, that was like the big thing to do. To them, that was like dropping a nuke. They were like,
but on
go
4chan, you would post anything, and even if it was something that somebody liked, you would get called a faggot and told to kill yourself. Right. So like, that's just where channers live. Like that's... Being on 4chan is not this fun hangout spot. It's nonstop misery. But like, that's the thing, is like a stupid, lonely teenager, you think that like by enduring that misery and then inflicting that misery on others, you think it makes you like cool and tough. It doesn't. It just makes you sad and alone. But like, that's where they live.
Right. They're in their own echo chamber of like hatred, and also their passions at the same time. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, you know that saying about like boiling frogs slowly and they won't even get out of the pot. Like 4chan is just a constant boil. Like it is a deep fryer, and all the frogs have learned to swim. Like they're just hanging out in there.
That is so hilarious. I find this war to be incredibly entertaining. Has there been other wars that you can discuss that you know of?
I mean, there were like, we're gonna. The thing is that like, a war is a big organized like battle between websites or like communities. 4chan could never get organized long enough to do something that like grandiose, because it would break down, people would start arguing, and then they would go back to infighting. But like, there was shit like Club Penguin or Habbo Hotel, like places where like people would go to legitimately hang out in chat rooms like around like 08 to like 12. There was like, what Club Penguin is, right? With the avatars and shit.
It's kind of like, yeah, you have avatars, you just kind of chat with each other. With your
Yeah, it's
avatar?
chat rooms, but you have avatars.
Right,
So
right,
like
right.
Club Penguin and Habbo Hotel were both things that 4chan quote unquote rated, where they found out about them and they found out that people were, in their view, being stupid and cringe by making avatars and hanging out and chatting with each other. So there was the pools closed incident that became a big meme. I can get into that because that's, I guess, kind of like a war, even though there was no fighting back. Where Habbo Hotel, you would create your little pixel avatar and you would go into a chat room, and it would be like you were hanging out in a real room in a hotel. You know, whether there was like a pool or it was the bar, the diner, and people in Habbo Hotel liked to collect in the pool room a lot. So 4chan got the idea, what if we fucked with the pool so people couldn't use it? Because this is already dumb. You can't actually swim in the pool. You're not actually swimming. You're just in a fucking chat room. Like, stop being cringe. So everybody made the same avatar. It was a black guy in a suit with a big afro. And part of the reason that the afro was chosen was because it blocked the most screen space out of all the hairstyles.
Oh, okay.
And everybody stood in the pool. Like, crowds of people stood in the pool. So the pool was just a big rectangle of afros. And when anybody who was legitimately trying to use the chat room was like, hey, what are you guys doing? The saying would be, pools closed due to AIDS.
Oh my god, dude. How long did this last?
This was like weeks.
Weeks of the pool closed.
Yeah, well, because then people pick it up and they start running with it, right? And then it stops being about Habbo Hotel. Then people start calling real public pools and going, hey, I cut my leg in the pool and I have AIDS. So anybody swimming in that pool, like, you got to close that pool. And they really got real pools closed. And there's like recordings of the dudes being like, yeah, you have to put a sign up saying pools closed due to AIDS. And people are like, we can't just close the pools. Like, no, you have to say pools closed due to AIDS.
And they would do it?
And they would do it.
Wow. Please tell me there's images of this. I got to look this up.
I'm sure if you search pools closed due to AIDS, there's plenty of fucking images and shit.
People would really put it in their public pools. That's hilarious, dude.
There's that. There's the Battletoads shit. Like, most of them were just dumb pranks, but plenty of them went a little too far.
It can be funny, but it could also be very disturbing when, like, things online like memes then get transferred over into real life, and we're gonna discuss that in a minute when I talk about this topic right here. So, Michael, have you ever heard of mydeathspace.com?
My Death Space. It's not ringing a bell.
Not ringing a bell. Well, let me tell you about it. So, mydeathspace.com was a website that was invented in 2005 by Michael Patterson. Now, originally, it was just a community on LiveJournal. I've never heard of LiveJournal, but it was apparently a website.
It was a blogging site.
Yeah.
It was kind of like pre-Tumblr.
Exactly, message boards and stuff like that. So basically, this dude, Michael Patterson, started to chronicle deaths. He heard of this death of these, I think, 2 teenage girls or something like that, and he just became fascinated with it and started to just basically do an obituary, essentially, a virtual obituary of people. LiveJournal was not happy about that, so they just kept getting, banned, or they were threatening to get banned, and they were getting censored. So Michael was like, forget this, I'm going to start my own website. So then in December of 2005, he started mydeathspace.com, which is essentially what I was telling you before. It's basically chronicling people's deaths all over the place. And it would just be like, a little obituary. It would be how they died. If there's an article about it, they would post it along with their picture and a link to their active MySpace. Some interesting things about this website is it had a premium version, where if you signed up for the premium version for however much it was at the time, you would then get early access 24 hours in advance to any obituaries that were posted. They also had merchandise at the time, like little merchandise drops that they would do, like wristbands and shirts and stuff like that. And there was even a forum, obviously, on the website, and it mostly consisted of women, okay? And they were called the Death Hags, and they would go on there and discuss the deaths. Now, obviously, this was a controversial website. Number one, because of the nature and the content of it. People did not like this. You know, people's families found out that their loved ones were on it. They were not happy about it. But also because of just some of the behavior on the forums, you know, people saying rude, disgusting comments like that, disrespectful stuff that even the founder was not a fan of. So he was threatening to, like, you know, dox people and shut people down about this. So he wasn't really keen on this disrespectful behavior that was going on his own website. So that was another controversial aspect of it, along with just the fact that people think, you know, it's exploitative and stuff like that.
It is, yeah. He was selling merch.
Right. So there was two other incidents here that were very controversial. And now we're going to circle back to what I was saying before of, you know, memes and stuff getting transferred over into real life. And this isn't really a meme, but actually it was a meme, which is disgusting. So this 13-year-old kid, Mitchell Henderson, ended up committing suicide. And his school or whatever put up this online, this website, wherever where you can go, and basically people could talk about him and people could say whatever they want, and they just honor this kid on this website. Well, after a couple of days or weeks, My Death Space ended up posting it on their website.
Oh, good.
And after that, a lot of people from My Death Space went over to Mitchell's website where they were honoring him, and they were just doing a bunch of disrespectful stuff. They were taking his picture and turning it into different races and doing all kind of weird shit with his picture. They were cracking up a bunch of inside jokes. They were joking about his suicide, saying that he killed himself over an iPod, and eventually it went over into real life. People were calling people and acting like Mitchell, and even somebody went to Mitchell's grave and put an iPod on it, you know, basically saying LOL, he died over an iPod, which was not true. This was heinous. This was terrible. And then they had another controversy with this girl, Christine Hutchinson. Now, Christine Hutchinson was accused of putting her baby in a freezer. Okay, that's not good at all. But what happened here was they reported this death. They reported this murder, essentially, but they accidentally put the wrong Christine Hutchinson's picture on it. It was actually the picture of a high school girl in Philadelphia, which now opened up this Christine to just utter harassment. You know, she was afraid to leave her house, all that kind of stuff. So this was a pretty controversial website, but it did not last long. It went till about 2013 is when he basically shut down the site as they knew it, and it just became a forum. It's online till this day. You can still go there. I went there today, and it seemed like the last post that was on there was from 2024. But there is a little history on My Death Space that I never heard of this. This is something
and they're just posting obituaries now?
Well, yeah, they posted one of a woman who was murdered by her husband or her boyfriend, but it was about 2 years ago now, so they haven't posted since then. It's basically a forum. There's also a Reddit thread about it or a subreddit about it, but they haven't posted for like a year on there. So My Death Space is pretty much dead, no pun intended. But I just found that to be an interesting piece of history that I never knew about till just a matter of months ago. So there you go. A little bit of grim history. That's something I definitely would have went on as a kid. I definitely would have checked that out.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
But that was the thing about, like, that's what I mean, how the internet wasn't just all things to all people at all times. It used to be for, like, if you were interested in this thing, that was the community you hung out with. But as a result, the internet was basically like, it had this really bad habit of running with intrusive thoughts. Like, even now, I'll see something or think about something or whatever, and I will feel the gentle call of the void in the back of my mind of like, a terribly fucked up joke or thing to say or whatever. And then because I'm a well-adjusted adult, my conscience kicks in and I go, oh, that's gross. I shouldn't say that or do that or whatever. But if you post something on the internet and then the rest of the board laughs at it, now you're running with that intrusive thought. So that's how an iPod ends up on a grave, is
Right.
like, oh, he died over an iPod, which is misinformation that somebody else posted that I believe now. Well,
Right.
I think it would be funny if I put an iPod on his grave. Yo, that would be so funny if you do it post pics or it didn't happen, etc.
Terrible. When you were talking about running with intrusive thoughts and posting about it, I never really got into that too much, but the only time I could think about that I do that once a year is during a hurricane chat. Everybody knows.
Yeah, I know you love your
chat,
hurricane chat.
And a lot of things are said in hurricane chat that would not be said offline. But you know what? It's a safe space. It's a safe space for everybody to say what they want. This year was a lot of fun. A lot of Hurricane Diddy, baby oil surge, a lot of fun stuff. So, Michael, please enlighten us on what the juice is.
Oh, the juice is my favorite.
Let's go.
So, the juice. All right. So this is going back to something awful. This is the annals of history. And you could probably find some of these posts today. I think you have to pay for like archival access, but you might be able to go back and find it. So something awful, as we've discussed multiple times now, separated into different boards for different subjects. So like, for instance, their general discussion board was general bullshit. Their random whatever board was fuck you and die. And it followed that like naming convention all the way down. So they had a board and it's closed now because of course it is. But at the time, this is the kind of shit that was allowed to exist. They had a board for people who used drugs recreationally called the Crackhead Clubhouse. The Crackhead Clubhouse was not like, oh, you can use Benadryl to fall asleep. No. This was like, how do I bake steroids in my bathroom type shit. So one day, this post goes up on the Crackhead Clubhouse asking about a particular kind of drug. This guy posts and he's like, hey, this dude on eBay sold me these blotters for super cheap. Like I bought a shit ton of them. Does anybody know what this stuff is? Because the labels are in Russian. It's from Russia. It was like a Russian lab drug. It actually turned out to be something called phenazepam, which you can Google if you want to pull it up and read about it while we're talking. But it's basically, it's a lab version of a benzo. But it's something that it comes in a blotter. So you would have to put it on a tab or like onto something and then absorb it into your body that way. So they were like little juice bottles. This dude posts about it. He was like, I just bought a shit ton. I don't really know what it does. I'm going to take some and find out what happens. So he takes a little bit of it and he posts a couple hours later and he's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really feel any, like, it's kind of like, it's made me a little drowsy, but there's no high here. I don't know what this is. Anybody know what this is? I mean, if anybody wants it, I can send you some. Just let me know. So a day or two goes by and then the guy posts again and he's like, so it kicked in and I don't remember what happened. I feel like I was totally unconscious, but I look at like my bank account or whatever and I've spent money. Like there's evidence of me having eaten or whatever, but all that time is lost. It's gone. And I don't remember any high. I don't remember anything. I'm just in a terrible crash now. Like I can barely get out of bed. So you would think this is the kind of drug where people are like, well, that sounds shitty. I don't want to deal with that. But naturally, there were a bunch of people that showed up to the thread like, yeah, I'll take some. I'll try it. So this guy starts taking the spare, and because they weren't sure what it was called, they just called it the juice. So this guy starts taking his juice and he sends it to other people for like, discounted rates or whatever. He's kind of reselling it, kind of being a drug dealer. He sends it out to a couple posters and they post about their experiences. And it always goes the same way, which is I took some of it and I waited and it did nothing. So I took a little more and then I woke up and I have missed 3 shifts at work and like 8 calls from my girlfriend and so on. And then like people almost take this as like a dare, like to one up it, to be like, oh, I'm going to take some juice and then go to work and see what happens. And then it's just like, yeah, I woke up and my car is totaled. Somehow I'm fine, but it kicked in while I was on the road. But the best part about this is like, nobody ever reports having a high from it. No one is ever like, oh man, I laid down in bed and I felt great. Like, it's always just like, I don't remember what happened and I feel like shit now.
I blacked out.
Yeah. So, but the problem is it left them blacked out, but not so much that they weren't totally unconscious. So they're operating in this like constant state of stupor that they're in for hours. So people would try to post after the juice kicked in to document it, and it would be total fucking gobbledygook garbage in the post, like complete undecipherable letters. So it started this slogan on the site of like, if somebody posted some incoherent bullshit, they would say the juice is loose because like this guy must be on the juice. He can't even fucking type properly. But like it only ever escalated rather than de-escalating. Like it got to the point where people were just like, yeah, my wife is taking the kids and I'm fired from my job because I have a week in my life that I cannot account for.
Oh my God. Like people would just take higher and higher doses essentially?
Yeah. They would take higher doses or take a dose and then try to do something typical, like go about their day instead of clearing their day for it. Or they would crossfade it with other shit, or they, like just inadvisable courses of action. And like the original poster, after selling some of this stuff and like ordering more himself, one day he just stops posting. And it's pretty clear why. Like if you've been following the line of escalation to this story, you can imagine why he stopped posting. He fucking died. Like,
oh my God. Now he's on my death space. Jeez.
Yeah, now he ended up on my death space because of the juice.
God.
But like the juice fascinates me because it's like this microcosm of like what the internet was at one time, or at least like forum culture, where it was like, oh, that sounds like an awful idea. Let me try it.
Let's try that. Yeah. Let me one up this guy. I want to black
like,
out for 3 days.
You have more harmless examples like the cinnamon challenge, where everyone sees the cinnamon challenge, knows what it'll do to them, does it anyway. Right. But like we're talking about ordering Russian lab drugs from a stranger on the internet, not knowing what they do and taking them anyway.
Let me tell you this right now. I know people that do that still to this day. I had no idea that was a thing until I met certain people and they were like, yeah, I do that. I'm like, do you even know what that is? Like, yeah, I kind of know. I'm like, what?
I'm going to find out.
Yeah, I'll find out soon. I'll let you know. I'll get back to you. And then they hit me with an incoherent text, as you say. That stuff scares me. That spooks me. Like, and I want to beat the shit out of everybody I know that does that. I hate that so much. It freaks me out because I'm like, I don't want you to die or do something insane. You know what I mean? I didn't know that was still a thing, but apparently it is. People buying drugs from labs and this and that. It's terrible. I hate it.
To a degree, I could understand chasing a feeling of like, I physically cannot feel this good unless I do this illicit substance. But if you do the illicit substance and there's no high to speak of,
oh, that's just...
Why are you continuing to do the substance?
Now you know you're retarded.
Well, you know why? Because they want to report back. It's just at that point, it's like for the game. At that point, it's for the plot. At that point,
yeah, it's like somebody has to conquer the juice. Somebody's got to figure the juice out. Surely there's something good to be gleaned here.
Well, maybe not even that. It's just maybe they want their own story. They want their own experience. They want to be involved in the challenge, I guess.
oh, this guy totaled his car. I got to wrap my motorcycle around the tree.
Yeah, I got to get divorced. I got to get my kids
Yeah.
taken away. Speaking of challenges, when was this challenge actually? Let me see, because this is my favorite challenge of all time online, and one of my favorite pieces of internet history actually. And this is from pretty recent memory actually. Let me see. When was this? Yes, okay. 2021 is when we got the gem that was the Devious Licks challenge and trend on TikTok, which was basically usually high school kids that would post videos with like this ratchet trap bass boosted music of them either destroying things in their school or stealing things in their school. And it would be like you say, it would be like a one-up game. It would be like, okay, well, a lot of kids would steal the soap dispensers in their school. But then you'd have people stealing cars off of doors. Or one of my favorites is when the kid, he rolled out into the lunchroom on the floor waxer. You know, the one that you drive on, like a Zamboni?
The Zamboni, yeah.
He drives out into the middle of the lunchroom with it on. Another great example is, this is all documented too. I will put them on the screen as I'm talking about them. But another great one was right in the middle of the class. The kid snatched his teacher's wig right off her head and ran away. Another devious lick. Another favorite that I'll put on the screen is the kid was walking down the hallway and he jumped up to then steal the exit sign and rip the ceiling down in the middle of the hallway.
That one I think I've seen.
It's incredible. Incredible. They're taking toilets literally out of the ground and either just stealing them or placing them in the middle of the bathroom. Another great one is the kid walking away with the water fountain that he just ripped out of the wall. Absolutely insane. So much fun. Let's watch this.
A dangerous TikTok trend has made its way to Alabama schools, and it's causing significant damage. It's called the Devious Lick Challenge. That's where people are encouraged to steal or damage items and then show it off at schools. This has resulted in ravaged bathrooms and stolen supplies. Down in Baldwin County, one high school student is facing criminal charges after they were caught stealing a fire extinguisher. The school's principal is taking a stern approach to this challenge, saying these antics are pushing teachers to their breaking point.
Some of our teachers just feel so, dead or deflated because of the lack of trust right now.
And that same scene is playing out in North Alabama schools. Both Madison City and Muscle Shoals school districts issued warnings to parents after fire alarms were ripped off of walls and paper towel dispensers were stolen. Now, as of this midday, no districts in our area have reported significant damage from this trend. TikTok has taken some action on its part. It's removed all of the videos with the hashtags related to this trend.
As I was doing research on this trend, that newscaster is completely correct. When I went on TikTok and just searched up devious licks, nothing came up except a gay ass warning that was like, oh, like, here's how to tell if a trend. Not even. It was like, here's how to tell if a trend is dangerous or something like that. Something so stupid that I was like, how freaking lame, dude. So tell me about DashCon and what the whole
DashCon, like I said, Tumblr was a bit more of a sensitive space. And like they get a reputation for like being fucking like a little baby limp wristed. Like that's not really what Tumblr is. It's just the loudest on the website were those people. So eventually a post started circulating that was like, I wish all of us Tumblrers could have our own convention. I wish we could just all get together, hang out in real life, and like talk about our interests and shit. And this post started to really gain traction. And it was like, yeah, actually, like Tumblr should have a convention. Totally, yeah. And like there were other websites that have done meetups, like there was, for instance, Something Awful had. It's taken a different meaning now, but people that used Something Awful used to be called goons.
Oh yeah, way different now. Way different now.
Not gooners, but goons. So there used to be goon cons where like
now it sounds hilarious.
Yeah, now it's hilarious. Yeah. But like, that wasn't a convention. It was just a couple goons from Something Awful meeting up and hanging out and going to a bar or whatever. You know, like they would call that a con. But the way that Tumblr did it years later, they were like, no, we want like we want the convention center experience. So they started a fundraising campaign. They started like, let's really get behind this. Let's take the initiative. Let's do it. And they raised a not insignificant amount of money. I think it was a couple tens of thousands of dollars. They rented the venue, they got the space, and they started selling tickets. And there were actually a good deal of tickets sold. Like, people did show up for this thing. Unfortunately, what they showed up to was an unmitigated disaster. The venue was not paid in full by the time the convention took place. So the venue showed up to the first night of the con and was like, listen, if we don't get the money for this weekend, we're locking the doors. Like, you guys are done. So there is a pretty infamous video going around of at one of the panels, there was one of the organizers of the event literally going around with like a hat and like jingling the hat at people to like get money from people to fucking pay the venue so that the convention could continue.
Wait, so they raised tens of thousands, but they didn't have enough money to pay the venue still?
Well, conventions are expensive.
Yeah.
And the problem is, when you have people who are used to just running blogs on social media, they have no idea what event organizing is actually like. So it's not just paying, you know, the cost of the venue, it's paying the people to work the venue, it's paying security, it's paying for like the fucking air conditioning sometimes. So there was, you know, nothing that you would expect of a normal convention today. Like, there was no on-site medical help, which thankfully was not that much of an issue. There was really nothing to do. Like, there were no exhibitors or anything. It was just kind of like panels and shit. But there's that picture of that ball pit sitting in the middle of the convention floor, right? There's this picture. Have you seen this?
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen the picture.
Yeah, it's just the most sad, empty, like warehouse size room with a little tiny ball pit in the middle. So that was supposed to be an entire room ball pit, right? And it was supposed to be like, haha, like people will get to come and jump in the ball pit and it'll be funny. They got like a tiny toddler birthday party ball pit and like filled it with a couple of plastic balls. And like, there are just photos of people sitting in it and like looking kind of sad and dejected.
Oh my God.
There are people saying that somebody pissed in it at one point.
Not surprised.
Yeah, like just shit that, and there's stuff that's unsubstantiated too. Like, there naturally, once this became a meme, the typical cycle of misinformation started of like they ran away with the money, or there were panels there that were 18 plus and they were letting kids in. That shit's unsubstantiated. Like, that more than likely is just people trying to throw dirt in the wound after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
It realistically was just young people that had no idea what they were getting into, that didn't know how to run an event, were trying to run an event on hopes and dreams and a couple $1,000s. And like, you know, people found these people after the fact and harassed them off of Tumblr, certainly. But like, it was this flash in the pan moment of like, let's really try and make something happen as the internet. Let's get legitimate. Let's really put on an event. And it predictably crumbled like a house of cards, like from second one.
That usually ends in trouble. Did they ever do a DashCon too, or was that it?
They did not, no. There was, the thing is that like people that went there didn't have an altogether terrible time. It was kind of like there was solidarity in the fact that it was a disaster. So people were still hanging out and commiserating and like having fun.
Yeah,
but it wasn't because they were at the convention. It was because they were fucking like just hanging out and were in the community.
But if Tumblr has such a vast variety of interests, how do you do a con after that? I could see if it's like a furry con or an anime con, but how do you do one on Tumblr when there's all those different interests?
Well, there is still stuff that is
like a theme?
prevailingly popular.
Okay.
Like oh wow, actually, believe it or not, DashCon 2, July 5th.
Was happening or it happened?
Happening, it looks like.
What? As I asked the question, July, where is it? Where's it going to be?
Let's see.
Whoa, we got to send a reporter.
North York. So it looks like Europe. Oh, no,
okay.
Canada.
Well,
Ontario.
All right. Can't send a reporter, I don't think.
Yeah, can't send a report of that.
I don't think we have a connect, but that's great. I wonder how that's going to go. Maybe the ball pit will be a little bigger.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes this summer. Look forward to it, DashCon 2.
It may. Have you ever seen when that porn star jumped in the foam pit a couple years ago at one of those conventions? I forgot which one it was.
TwitchCon, she broke her ass, yeah.
She broke her fucking tailbone because it was too shallow. And they just let her jump in, and she just totally wrecked her tailbone. That was terrible.
And it was like cement at the bottom.
Yeah, it was just like, it was too shallow. It was just all cement, as you said, or whatever, just straight floor, and it was bad. She was like in a wheelchair for a while. That was terrible. She could have died.
There was. It wasn't a inherently bad idea for a convention, because while Tumblr was a bunch of different niches and interests, it still had stuff that was prevailingly popular. Like Shanners were into politics or video games or whatever, but like it started as a board to discuss anime. So anime memes were still the most popular on the site. By comparison, Tumblr is all more artsy or creative folk, but there was a crazy fascination with three things. There was the TV show Supernatural,
Not surprised.
Doctor Who, and Sherlock, specifically the BBC series with Benedict Cumberbatch in it.
Oh, so a lot of TV shows like CW shit and all that.
Right. Yeah, they went nuts for that. So there was plenty of like panels for shit like that, because it was just like everybody loves that shit. That's like, that could be its own website, the Super Hulock fandom, they called it.
Right.
But like there was also, musicians that came to fame on Tumblr that were there to perform until they weren't paid, and then they didn't perform, and then they left.
Oh, damn. Yeah, you gotta love a good convention fiasco story. We got TanaCon back in like 2015. Remember when Tana Mongo, the YouTuber, tried to throw a convention, but like most of the people couldn't even get in, so all these girls were just outside passing out, getting sunburned, stuff like that. This is not a convention, but you had the Willy Wonka incident not too long ago, about last year.
It's the unknown.
Exactly. You got the Willy where they come in and there's like basically nothing. They're just like there's like two inflatable things and actors running around. It was terrible. And one of them actually just happened now. I don't have the full details on it, but there was like a TikTok kind of book convention where authors would go, and they would go and have a table and sell their own books, and there was supposed to be wine and snacks and all this stuff. And basically from what I saw thus far, I haven't looked too into it, it just looked like they were like in an empty gym and there was no people there. Like, I guess they didn't promote it well enough, because enough vendors came, but it didn't look like enough patrons came. So there was like nobody there to actually buy the books. People were showing off the wine like in these little tiny cups. It looked like a total disaster, and it's very sad for the people that go, but it's honestly just like such a gem whenever I get to see that. I love a good con fiasco. It's always so much fun.
It's great watching a train wreck from the outside instead of being on the train. Yeah.
Yes, I wish we can go to DashCon. If it was in the States, we might have been able to pull it off, but I don't know. We got to see who on the GKB crew has a passport. Maybe we can make it happen. Maybe we could do it.
Honestly, I sincerely doubt that DashCon 2 is going to be as much of a train wreck, because they've lived and learned and figured it out.
When was the first one?
DashCon 1 was 2015.
Okay. Oh, so around TanaCon, I guess. Wow, 2 debacles. Interesting.
Michael, I feel like it was when I was in college, 2014 maybe.
Michael, do you believe in the incel to femboy / trans pipeline. Is that true?
It's a loaded question.
Well, for those that don't know what that is, there's a lot of incels online. There's a huge community of incels, mostly like in these forums. So there's this theory out there that these incels are now turning into femboys and trans because they go through this, if you can't have a girlfriend, become the girlfriend. So then they're just like, and then there's these people in these chat rooms inciting incels to take like estrogen and become femboys and become trans. Do you believe this is actually happening?
I believe that is one of the potential endings for being an incel, sure. But that's not a pipeline, I don't think. I think what that is let's say somebody is like a miserable incel and then they decide that they want to become a woman and then they transition and they're a trans woman and they're much happier with themselves. They're instead trying to like share that gender euphoria that they're now experiencing with other people. But like, that's not going to fix it for everybody because not everybody is a trans woman.
Right.
Like, it worked for that person because that person found out that they were trans. But like, for people that are not trans or are comfortable in their gender, taking estrogen is not going to help you. It's not going to make you less of an incel.
Because you actually don't want to be a woman.
Yeah, if you aren't comfortable bottoming, getting fucked by a man is not going to make you happier. In fact, it will make you pretty unhappy.
Not going to help. Michael, enlighten us on another piece of internet history. What is the Black New World Order?
So, the Black New World Order, I think, started as a subgenre of slash fiction, which is just, like very pulpy, smutty, like whether it's fucking gore or porn or like just kind of like typically raunchy reading. It started as this subgenre of fiction that was like the fantasy of like getting your pristine white women blacked and enjoying the submission of that. So then that sprung out into a fetish of its own where the idealization in the fetish, the goal of the fetish is to, as anybody that is not black, you must submit yourself to the black race because you are inferior, and the best thing that you can do is take yourself out of the gene pool. So white men become white women such that you may submit to your black kings. White women submit to your black men that you may become useful in their breeding.
So they believe that white guys should become women and then get fucked?
Yes.
Do people really believe, like, do people really go with this?
It's a fetish, so I don't know the degree to which people believe it.
Now,
but
is this more of a fetish where black guys are saying that they want white guys to turn into women, or where white guys wanted to turn into women for black men?
I'm sure it's a little bit of both.
Oh my God.
I'm sure there's a Venn diagram.
When you guys told me about this blew my mind because there's books about it and all. It's a big culture, huh?
Well, like, snow bunnies are not a new thing,
Not
right?
new at
Like
all.
that's always been a thing. But what's new about it is like we actually want to supply more snow bunnies for you. Like we need more.
So
there
we're
aren't
transitioning.
enough.
We're transitioning the
I have to
sham.
start the estrogen to become a snow bunny.
Oh my God, man. How insane. Just when you thought you've heard it all, ladies and gentlemen, you got the Black New World Order. All right, maybe we could read
it's
one of the
fucking
books.
hilarious, dude.
Maybe we could read one of the books for the show one day. Absolutely.
There's-
I know that I've been sent one.
There's plenty of books, and I mean, like, shit like that. That's not new either. It's just new in this fashion. Like, as old as the fucking 60s or whatever, you have romance novels of like the degenerate animalistic Native American who's here to take the genteel white women from polite society, and the cover is like a fucking ripped, jacked, like Native American dude like creeping up on a
Indian
white
chief.
woman from behind or some shit.
Oh wow, I didn't know about that. All
That's
right.
always been a thing. Yeah, the actually kind of racist like fetishization. Yeah, that's been around.
Yeah, just basically kind of treating the colored people as like sex objects essentially, and just
It's
they're
Beauty and the
there
Beast,
to-
but the Beast is a race that you don't understand.
Right, exactly. Michael, what do you remember about the infamous Coney 2012?
I remember the guy running around naked in the street. And I remember how for a week, everybody was wearing those wristbands and sharing those rants on Facebook and MySpace, being like, we got to go get this motherfucker. We have to end this shit.
No, dead ass, dude. I watched most of the original Coney 2012 video, and I again left with the thought like, yo, I'm about to go to the Congo right now and
Strap
fuck
up. Yeah,
Coney
we're going.
up.
Get the passport.
We're gonna go slit Coney's throat right now, dude. If you're listening right now, you don't remember what this is. One day, out of the blue, this video dropped from this charity
Documentarian.
Yeah, but from this charity though, Invisible Children. Yeah, and
Yeah.
this documentarian dropped it on YouTube. So I remember Dre and I watching this in Miss Klein's room, and it was essentially
You watched it in school.
we watched cartel videos in school. Of course, I think we showed the whole class this. I think like Miss Klein was like, "Hey, do you want to do work?" And we're like, "No, we're gonna watch Coney 2012 right now. Like, let's see what this is about." So
Whoa.
basically, Coney 2012, the video was highlighting this warlord in Africa who had children soldiers. So he would take the male children, kidnap them, and use them as soldiers, and then the females, the girls, he would use them as sex slaves and stuff. So he was a murderer, a war criminal. He
All your
was,
favorite things.
Yeah, sex trafficker and all this stuff. So it was a 30-minute video of this documentarian talking about him and basically highlighting everything he's done. He also got one of the kids from, because this guy actually went to Africa to document this, and he got one of the kids to do an interview and stuff. Like, it was actually a very well done 30-minute documentary, incredibly edited, and it actually had a lot of great information in there about what was happening in Africa. And only reason I already knew about this was because I watched Blood Diamond and I knew about stuff like this was happening. But I feel like this was a lot of people in middle school and high school's first exposure to what was going on in Africa when it comes to child soldiers. So it basically depicted that. And then at the end, they was like, all right, you see this guy, Coney, that we've been talking about? We got to fucking end this guy. You got to talk to your politicians. Like, we have been politicking. We've been campaigning to get rid of this guy. So at the end of the video, you can buy a wristband. You can buy this pack where you get these posters and these stickers. And basically, you had to campaign. You had to go out and spread the word about Coney and why we need to take down this. Why we need our government to go and take down this war criminal, this warlord. And for some reason, I forgot why they were like, there's a deadline for this. They were like, this video will expire on December whatever 2012, and we need to get Coney by this time. I don't remember why it happened that way.
Otherwise, he'll escape.
Yeah, or something like that. So after this video came out, I mean, it got like 40 million views in like a day. Like, it was everywhere, all over multiple countries around the world. And so this guy that made the documentary for Invisible Children, he goes on the news, and that's when the criticism begins. They're saying you're oversimplifying the situation that's going on in Africa, which I don't know how that could be true. I mean, the guy is literally, he has, children slaves and children soldiers, so I don't know like how you can misconstrue that. The guy was really doing that. He was on America's list of like top criminals that need to be taken away. So I don't really know what the fuck they mean by that. I'm sure the situation was complicated in general, but I'm sure that was exactly the right thing, that was true. Other people were basically saying if you take this guy down, there's 800 more like him, which is actually true. Should that deter you from taking down Coney? No. So I don't know about that.
Doing a good thing is still a good thing, no matter how much evil there still is.
Yeah, let's take this guy out. There might be 800 behind him, but we'll figure that out when the next guy steps up. So there was a lot of criticism. And this guy was going from news station to news station, from platform to platform, going on and fighting for this cause. And eventually a video surfaces not that long after, I don't think, maybe a year max, of him running around naked in the street having a mental breakdown. Pretty much after that, Coney 2012
Coney
was
defeated
dead.
him.
Yeah,
He won.
Coney got into his mind and it was done. Also, the criticism about the thing was that Coney wasn't even in Uganda at that point, at the time they made the documentary. And I can imagine why that happened. I can imagine that because the documentarian was going to Africa for like 10 years already at that point, or 6.
It's probably a hard guy to track too, being a...
Exactly. And the documentarian was going to Africa for 6 to 10 years already. So he was kind of, whenever you watch a documentary or a film, a lot of the information is from when they started it. You know what I mean? So he was probably in Africa at the time that they were really, trying to, when he was down there. But by the time he sat down to edit it and did all this stuff, Coney might have fled somewhere else. So is it really the guy's fault that Coney's actually not where they said he was? I don't fucking know. And apparently by that time, he wasn't really a threat anymore. He was dying of diabetes. But is that the documentarian's fault? He probably didn't fucking know, bro. Like, we don't have Coney tracker. We don't know where the guy is. So after that, it was pretty much dead in the water. But I did some research on it today, and apparently Invisible Children was a great force, and they did a lot of good. They did build schools in Africa, and they did a lot of great work, which they did discuss in the documentary. But no piece of information was better than the one I'm about to show you right now. This piece of history. I'm about to dig out the time capsule to show you this. Soulja Boy threw his name, essentially, into the ring of the Coney 2012 drama. And he created a song. Listen, when this shit dropped, bro, everybody in the world was ready to go to Africa to rip Coney's head off. From children to adults alike. Everybody. This was massive, right, Mike? Please help me here. This was huge.
It was a combination of two factors, I think. It was a lot of people, a lot of young people especially, that were just starting to come to the internet as it was hitting the mainstream. That were discovering what the world was like in other places besides the one they lived. And it was the first opportunity for performative activism for them, where they didn't actually have to do anything. They didn't have to take the plane, pick up a gun, and join a guerrilla force. They just had to buy a wristband. And that was an easy enough ask for a lot of teenagers and young adults. Was like, they feel like they're doing it. They're beating Coney. You bought a wristband. So it was those two factors, I think, that really catapulted it, along with how successful the video was.
Yeah, great assessment. Great assessment. I couldn't have summed it up better myself. When people finished this, man, when Dre and I finished, we were looking up flights to Africa right there. We're like, we're going there. We're going to fuck this guy up. Instead of going to Africa like we were going to do, Soulja Boy decided to create a song, and we're going to listen to some of that right now.
Stop Coney, man, I can't believe it's going down. From my town to your town, they taking kids, turn them into soldier, put a gun in his hand and his life is over. It's getting so crazy, gotta take it over. We gon' stop Coney, it's 20 over, it's 2012, 10 summers, kidnapped the kid, took him to the jungle, AK-47 and he can't even never seen his daddy, never seen his mama. Make this is history, all you gotta do is believe. Soulja Boy tell him tatted on my sleeve, SODMG.
He somehow found a way to shout out his crew during the Coney 2012 song.
Because they're gonna go and get him.
The SOD crew is about to go over there, fuck Coney up.
I have endless appreciation for Soulja Boy's ability to have negative shame. You listen to that, you know that he did that shit in a single take.
Oh,
that
he
was
freestyled this. You know that.
Down, he's not even on beat. He's thinking of the lyrics as he's saying them.
Yeah,
we're done. Pack it up. Coney stopped.
They never ever seen their dad. Like, bro. First of all, let's hear the beat again, because this beat is insane.
Stop Coney, man, I can't believe it's going down.
I can't believe it's going down, man. Like Soulja Boy was
going
hype, bro.
hammer.
Soulja Boy saw that doc, bro, and he recorded that a second after. He spun his chair around. His studio was right there. Boom. Like, he made that beat in negative 2 seconds.
Somebody's got to do something.
Since we're talking about internet history, dude, Soulja Boy is a massive part of internet history, honestly. One of the first rappers to blow up from the internet. The guy used to take songs on LimeWire, I think it was. So he would take the most popular song and then make his song the actual download, but then put the name of somebody else's song. So you thought you were downloading Drake's new song or whoever was out at the time, and it was actually Soulja Boy's song. So he would disguise his song as somebody else's song for you to download it. The guy was vlogging before most people were vlogging, gaming before most people were gaming. The guy was ahead of the curve, and just so many beautiful moments of Soulja Boy online. We got the Soulja Boy console that dropped not too long ago. Everybody's playing it. Everybody loves it. So many great memes, so many great videos of Soulja Boy online. You know, it's just, he is a fixture in internet culture to me. And I think people need to put respect on Soulja Boy's name more often, honestly.
So if you're not aware, Soulja Boy is actually related to basically the reason that he's got so many ins for like record deals and shit. It's his family. He comes from a rich family and he has like the connections to waste all the money he wants.
Oh,
so as a result, he was one of the first people that had the time and the money to just sit on the internet all day. And like, he was at the ground level of, I'm going to put my shit everywhere. I'm going to basically like saturate the well with Soulja until somebody looks in my direction. So like, it was still the money and influence, but you're right, it cannot be overstated how like he was absolutely fucking everywhere, because like if there was a pie, he wanted to put a finger in it. Like there was no part of the internet he wasn't willing to be a part of.
No. The guy was great, man. Especially at that time, he was everywhere. You got to respect, whether he had the funds or not, you got to respect the tenacity and the creativity for this kid to blow
Non-stop
up.
hustle.
You know what I mean? Because you can have all the backing in the world, and we've seen so many artists come and go that had the backing and get the number one and then flop, and then they're gone tomorrow. You know, but Soulja Boy continued to stay relevant and still does in a lot of ways. I mean, he still gets interviewed. The last Breakfast Club interview he did went viral. I mean, he's always going viral for something. He had great beefs. At this exact time, he had a beef with Ice-T that went viral, where they were going back and forth. He had the best beef ever was him and Bow Wow, where Bow Wow made his infamous video where Bow Wow has like 3 goons behind him, and it's just like the least intimidating video ever. And Bow Wow, for some reason, adds sound effects to it. It's like, so you got out of line now. Now I'm gonna have to slap that ass. And then came the bam, like that, just like this weird like iMovie sound effect that everybody used at the time. I mean,
you gotta put the little back in his name, dude.
Just classic, dude. Soulja Boy is a classic. You gotta put some respect on his name. Epic, man.
Because he's still entertaining at the end of the day. Like that's the, you know, like you said, regardless of money or influence, like
he knew
Elon
what
Musk
to do.
is the most rich guy on the planet and nobody likes him. So like you can't just buy influence like that all the time. You still have to be entertaining to a degree.
No, the guy was smart. He knows, and he probably still is. He knows what to do. You know what I mean? It's just at this point, you know, he probably can't stay relevant musically because times have just changed, but you know, his shit was everywhere. He was big time. He was big time. So shout out to Soulja. Soulja Boy, tell him. Let's
I
end
go
this.
back and rewatch that video of him playing Braid a lot.
Oh man, just so many great videos, man. So many great videos and news stories and scandals and stuff like that. Let's end this one on a story, a personal story between you and I. Please tell everybody about the School Shooter album that you downloaded for me years ago.
I'm surprised that you're allowing me to cancel you after you've built a career for yourself here. I didn't know that you were willing to out yourself like this.
I love this story.
So I used to find a lot of albums and movies and shows for people when I was in middle school and high school. It was kind of like a side hustle where it was just like, oh, you want this game or this movie or this album? I'll quote unquote find it for you and I'll burn it to a CD. Usually this was popular shit. Like for one friend, I got the entirety of the Misfits discography. That's easy. That's a popular band. That's no problem. One day you walk up
and I
up to
never
me and
asked you
say-
for anything either. I bought everything.
Right.
That's integral to the story here. Is that I
Yes.
never asked you for anything.
You're like, yo, you walk up to me one day, you're like, listen, I need you to find an album for me. I've been dying to listen to this album. There's this new guy on the scene. I'm really interested in his work. His name is Mars. He's a rapper. And I want this album so bad. It's called School Shooter. And I go, okay. And I want you to put the album art up while I'm talking about this so people know the caliber of individual that we're dealing with here. So I'm like, all right, Mars, I haven't heard of this guy. And this is a pretty general name for a rapper to have. Like, this is not a unique name for me to find. So I am scouring the internet high and low. I gotta add a bunch of tags. I have to filter a bunch of shit out. I end up on some fucking like Polish backorder website where I finally find Mars's School Shooter.
How long did it take you? How long did it take you to think?
I was at this for like over an hour. This was like 3 hours worth of work. I had to try a bunch of different sites, bunch of different searches. And I finally find this fucking thing. And I'm like, okay, all right. This was tough to find. This must be real fucking underground. But you know what? While I burn this, let me pop this in. Let me see what this is about. And I listen to this rare piece of gold, this nugget in the rough that I found in my gold miner pan while I was down there in the river with my waders all fucking day. This is the most dog shit EP I have ever heard in my life.
Stop. There was a good song on there. I remember it.
The guy sounds like a cartoon character. The lyrics are transparently just trying to go for shock value. It's just like, yeah, kids, bring a gun to school is all I'm saying. Bars. And it's just like, I remember sitting there in the dark, my face lit only by the glow of my laptop screen, going, well, if he wants it, I guess. And then I burned it and I gave it to you the next day for no charge. And you never listened to it once.
I listened to it like twice, dude.
You never listened to it.
I listened to it twice. Are you kidding me?
Name 2 songs.
Well, there's obviously School Shooter. There's
Nope.
that one. How do you know? You don't remember the track list?
Yeah, I do.
I spit the track list.
The one that Thomas didn't listen to.
Ah, come on. See, that's not a song. He didn't say that.
And the other one that Thomas didn't listen
He
to.
didn't say that. I remember I loaded it on my Xbox and I listened to it twice. I know that.
While you were playing something else that was drowning it out.
While I was playing a game where I shot people. It matched.
You didn't give a fuck.
But then what was it? Like you came to me and you were like, did I listen to it? And I was like, oh yeah, like whatever.
You were like, yeah, shit's kind of ass. So it was the most dismissive, like, yeah, no, whatever. It's fine.
After all that excitement, all that work, hey, you listen to it? Oh yeah. Listen to it. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh.
By the way, just so you know, it's not called School Shooter.
What is it called? Oh, wait. It's called Schoolhouse Glock.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Schoolhouse Glock. Come on. And it had the Schoolhouse Rock logo. That's creative. That's impressive, no?
Is it? Or is it derivative?
Of Schoolhouse Rock? Yes, but it's a play on words. Hello.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before
playing,
or
right,
after.
Playing with my fucking time.
I've never heard that before or after. Nobody else has used Schoolhouse Glock. And they probably won't now. Because this wasn't even when school shootings were big. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't even become that prevalent.
Well, I mean, Columbine had happened, and I think.
Well, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't as prevalent. Like, it wasn't
one every week.
That's
No,
what I
I think
mean.
Virginia Tech probably just happened around then.
Virginia Tech might have happened at that point. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, they weren't as prevalent. They weren't as, in such a rate as they are now, where they're happening all the time. You couldn't release that now. No way. It was a way. What was this, like 2000?
You could release it now, and it would do just as well now as it did then, which is to say, not at all.
Well, they got that new video game that I want to play with Jesse, where you have to survive a school shooting. And apparently it's created by a survivor of a school shooting. So there's that. That should be the okay. Should be the pass.
With such hits as Abortion 101.
That's the one I liked. I liked that one. That was good.
I'm so gangsta with an X.
That's pretty gangsta, isn't it?
There's nothing more gangsta than a lack of literacy.
How many tracks were on there?
I'm not fucking looking this shit up.
I thought you were looking at it.
Dude.
You just spit 2 tracks.
Too
Oh
many.
my god. Well, there we go. What a wonderful time. Bunch of wonderful topics. Hope you guys had a lot of fun listening to this. We may do this again if you guys enjoyed this. I certainly did, so maybe we will do this again because there are many, many other tales we can discuss. We didn't even get into lolcows at all, which I thought we might, but we didn't get into lolcows at all. There was a true crime story that I wanted to get into that we didn't get into. So there's more in store if we do this again. Michael, would you like to say anything before we get out of here?
Yeah, fucking, I miss the internet being for nerds. Stop using the internet unless it's to listen to Green Knows Best.
Get the fuck off the internet. Unless for Green Knows Best. Get off Facebook. Facebook is whack. It's all boomers and Gen X fighting about politics and then being fooled by AI images and stuff like that. So there you go.
A lot of it's AI talking to itself now.
What?
Yeah, there are AI accounts that are reposting AI images, and then AI accounts are arguing with them.
I did hear about the AI profiles. Like, how dystopian, how horrible. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot about the AI. Apparently, people are going to AI psychosis. Have you heard about that?
Nope.
Because apparently, like, AI doesn't have the capacity to tell you that you're wrong, essentially, and basically criticize you. So it will just feed you back what you want to hear, essentially, and it's turning people crazy. Like, people are going into psychosis for interacting with AI because it will feed their delusions. It's crazy. I might put a TikTok about it right here to talk more about it, so just give you more clarification and stuff, but it's insane. It's insane.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you make a tool a caretaker.
Awful. Something awful. Isn't it something awful? Something awful.
It's actually, the website was coined because it was a common refrain by the guy that made it, Low Tax. He would say, it's something awful all the time.
Wow. There you go. Well, if we do another deep dive, come on by. It's going to be fun.
See you then.
All right. Here we are at the tail end of the 6-hour spectacular. What a night. What an absolute night. This has been so much fun, and I'm very proud. And I'm also proud that it is the 5th anniversary of the show. Who would have thought? I say that every year. Every anniversary, who would have thought? Because I would have never thought that we would last 2 years, 3 years, especially 5. And honestly, they flew right the frick by, man. It's crazy to think. I've so many changes with my appearance. When I first started the show, I was absolutely emaciated. I was really, really skinny. I did not look good at all. I've had many different hairstyles. I've had 4 different apartments. What a wild ride this has been. And it has no signs of slowing down, okay? But let's talk about the last 5 years and the last 7 seasons of the show now. Roddy, you have been listening to the show since pretty much day one, and you are the reason that we came back after the first time that I was basically quitting the show. I didn't know if I was quitting, but I knew that I wasn't doing it for that time period. I stepped away, and I met you because you messaged me and said, "Where's the show?" And I was like, "Who are you?" I've never heard of you. Who are you?" And that's when we got to talking to the DMs, and you sent me some stickers, and I sent you. What did I send you? Some stickers too, Chatterbait stickers.
Chatterbait stickers, yeah.
I sent you Chatterbait stickers, and we've been pals ever since. So you have seen the show grow and mature for the last 5 years, and I think that we've been through. I feel like we're in our third era of the show. We had the first era, the Dick Suckers era, when it was all 4 guys on the show. Not every seat, not every episode, but it was a very different era for the show. It was a lot crazier. It was a lot wilder. Then I feel like we transitioned over to another era where it was a lot of just Justin and I for a long time. For a lot of shows, show after show was Justin and I absolutely loved it. And I had a ball, and I wish we were doing plenty more shows like that. And I feel like we've transitioned to a new era with this season. I feel like this is the season that I don't know. You can correct me if I'm wrong. You think this season is the one?
I think so. Maybe even the previous one, kind of tail end of the previous one.
It just feels different, right? How would you describe it?
Yeah, well, that's actually what I had written down. Just because I discovered the show, like you said, at the very beginning, 5 years ago. It was 2020, I believe, right during the COVID time. And, I was a completely different person back then. I was still married. I didn't feel like I was being myself for a long time, actually. It just felt very disingenuous. But when I discovered this show because of Justin, because, being a Simfuckus fan for a long, long time and coming across the fact that, I've mentioned that before, we all thought he was dead. Turns out he's alive. He's on this show. And then I, backtrack and listen to all the stuff, the episodes you had before, which wasn't many. It was easy to backtrack at that time. But, just listening to this ragtag bunch of dick suckers, I was like, I could relate. I was like, this is my people, man. These are people that are a lot like who I really am and not who I'm acting like at that time, And, just life has been changing a lot for me ever since then. We got a divorce, being without my ex-wife, and being able to be my true self again, kind of like who I was before I got married, and definitely, becoming that part of the show is awesome too, and like you said, I mean, I was just always listening to it. I hit you up because it'd been weeks and no new episodes, and I was like, where's the episode? But I think that's the way it was at the beginning. The first few seasons, it was very more personal. We got a lot more personal stories of what was going on in each of your lives, in Justin's lives and Mo's live years, and which I think was a good foundation. We got to know each of the base core players at that point before you kind of shifted into, and you started doing more like you did the All About Batman, All About Michael Myers, those kind of shows. And then from there, you started doing more topical stuff, which is what you're doing now, but you're still throwing in different type of segments to really keep it fresh. The Am I the Assholes? And the fact that we know you guys so personally now helps us see your reactions, each of your opinions on the Am I the Assholes? You do the stuff with Electra Soul. That shit's dope, and that's become a regular thing also, which I think a lot of people enjoy. The taste tests, the when EJ came in with the pepper challenges and shit, that shit was dope. You get all these extra things along the way. When you moved apartments, that was one of my favorite things you guys ever put out was the vlog of you guys moving and Justin just getting fucking annihilated.
Getting bombed.
That was fucking awesome. And the fact that and that people still associate the show so much with Justin, even though he hasn't really been on as much as we would want him to. And it's just, I think your core followers, I think, are probably a lot like me, where it's like we feel like we know you. And I mean, I'm privileged enough to have gotten to know you guys a lot. I feel like we've been through a lot together. And it's funny because we've never met in person.
Right.
But it's,
I wouldn't have even thought about that. It didn't cross my mind. It feels like we've known each other forever. Like we have been around each other in person forever. And I feel very blessed to say the same about you. I feel like I'm blessed to have met you.
Yeah, and it's just I think it's that. I mean, pastor, getting to know a very down to earth pastor, someone who's just because he's a man of the cloth doesn't mean he's not interesting. Just a little bit of everything. That's just kind of off the top of my head what what I have really enjoyed seeing the evolution of the show and what it is now, where you do a lot of the topical stuff, but you're still able to throw in those crazy segments like that.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't my intention ever to go topical. I always told the guys from the beginning that we're not going to do topical. But I realized early on, to me, what I always tell people is like, my observation of podcasting and how to grow, or how people have grown, I should say, is most people go in with a following. Joe Rogan has the biggest podcast, but he was not a podcaster. He was on national television on two different shows, you know. Almost every massive podcast has a host that was famous in some other way, you know.
Exactly.
So at first I was like, well, we're not going to do any topical stuff because I want the show to age, but I want it more to be evergreen. But then I eventually realized, okay, we're starting to go on YouTube now. This is when we started to do video. And I was like, well, if we're going to be on YouTube, we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot posting stuff that people can't find, that people aren't going to organically find. We need people to start finding us. So that's when I started to do more topical stuff, because it's like, okay, you know, we're better now at podcasting. I think we could do it. I think we could be entertaining. And we're not going to grow, in my opinion. We're not going to grow if we don't get in the algorithm. And that's the same thing that happened with the shorts. Is if you've been following me on TikTok and on YouTube, I've been putting out a lot more shorts, because I had the epiphany the other day, like, dude, if you're not going to post shorts, you should quit. I really thought that, because I'm like, there's no other way. This is the way people are going to find out about the show, because we don't have the clout. We don't have any big guests coming on the show, like, you know, any massive guests, I should say. We have some big guests for sure, which I'll get into in a second, but we don't have any massive guests that are going to pull an audience. And I mean, you'd have to do that week after week, by the way. This is not just one massive guest. So that's why we eventually went topical, because I knew I want the show to grow, and that's how it's going to happen. Is we're gonna have to go topical, and then there might be a time eventually where we get such a substantial fan base that we can take the brakes off of that, and we can, you know, get on the brakes and eventually maybe do a little more personal stuff. And we still do personal stuff, but it's not as much. And also, we stopped doing a lot of personal stuff because things change in your life. And then, so let's say, you know, you have this mindset about a situation that's now encapsulated. That's like a fossil to that moment. And then a year later, you may be like, man, I don't really feel like that at all. But then somebody's going to go back, listen to that, and go, oh, so yeah, you don't like that person, or you don't like that. And then, or, you know, you feel this way. And you're like, not anymore, really. But they still, and, you know, rightfully so, they still think that, because that's what you put in a time capsule. That's what they still think you believe, unless you know, say otherwise. So, you know, I stopped trying to talk about such dramatic stuff, because things change. You know, we used to talk about a lot of the dramatic stuff that would happen to us, and we would if I see fit. But I felt like some things that have been happening, I feel like, okay, things might change down the line, and I don't want things to get twisted up in the future where where it just ages poorly or something like that. You know what I mean? Where, you know, maybe I just talk shit about this incident that happened, and then later down the line, I just don't feel the same about it. So that's why we eventually shifted over to kind of where we are now. Do you have anything else you wanted to say about the show before I talk about mine?
I think that's what I was about to say too. Is just the segments work now because we know who you are, who each of you are. You know, if you had just started topical right away, it wouldn't have worked. Like we need to see the reactions from people who we already know, who we can already kind of assume what you might think compared to what EJ might think, compared to what Pastor might think, and that's what makes it interesting. If it's just a bunch of guys we have no background on, then it's not going to work. So and definitely, I mean, you've had some really good guests, and I mean, I don't see your numbers, but I know, like with my show, whenever we have a slightly more popular or shooting to famous guests, it's like, yeah, that episode has, you know, couple thousand, 10,000 views, but that's not indicative of what the rest of the show is doing. So it's like, you can't just rely on that. It's like you said, unless you were able to line up week after week, massive guest after massive guest, that'd be a different story. But I mean, who's going to do that?
Exactly. So that's why I made the change and I made the shift. Like if you're going to be on YouTube, you got to get in the algorithm. Why even do it?
Yeah.
Why even fucking do it? You got to promote it. So First people I would like to thank is the listeners, because you guys definitely keep me going, because there's times where, I feel like I don't want to do the show, or I just don't feel like I just don't feel like I should be doing it, I should say. And then every once in a while, I'll run into somebody like Roddy, and it's always like a friend of a friend that got put onto the show. And they're always like, dude, like, oh, I love your show so much. This is great. Like our friend Kathleen, that's Pasta's friend. And I would have never guessed that she's a massive fan of this show. So shout out to her. And honestly, it's just such a pleasure. It's just such a pleasure to entertain people. That's what I feel like is my thing. That's what I feel like I was born here to do. Ever since I was a kid, there have been so many signs that this would have been my path, basically. I was doing internet radio as a kid, and I got a radio, this radio toy on Christmas when I was like 5 or 6 that would go to your actual radio. It would like transmit, and you could do like a real radio show. I think I've always been, everybody knows that. I think my path has been on a microphone somehow. So, I mean, it has been an absolute pleasure, and it makes me happy to know that I'm making somebody happy. Because I feel it. Like, I'm a fan of other people and other people's works. And I'm very grateful that I can make other people feel the way that I feel when listening to some of my favorite works. Like, at the time when we started the show, it was turbulent for everybody, pretty much. Like, everybody was having a rough time. It was during COVID. And it's even crazier that we're still here, because most COVID podcasts, I feel like, are not around.
Yeah.
Like, and we made it through the COVID era.
Once they were able to go back to work normally, back to their normal lives, they just stopped.
No, and we loved it.
Do while they could. It wasn't something they wanted to do. It wasn't their passion or their destiny, kind of like what you were saying right now.
Exactly. And I feel like Justin and I really took to it. I think we really, not saying anything about anybody else, but I feel like Justin and I, which made that second era the best, because Justin and I were really locked in on the show. And I feel like we really fell in love with podcasting, I feel like. So I'm just grateful that I can make somebody else feel good the way some of my other favorite shows made me feel good at that time. That's what I was saying, is that at that time, I relied on a lot of my favorite forms of entertainment during that time, during that turbulent time. So it is an honor to entertain you, is what I'm saying. I would like to thank all the dick suckers. Justin, Dre, Crow, the founding fathers of the show, as I call them. Justin, and I don't say this to disrespect anybody, but nobody's absence could leave a hole in this show the way Justin's has. Nobody. This show will continue. As long as I'm here, the show will continue to roll. It will continue to go and change and morph, but nobody will have an effect on it the way Justin has. His absence is totally felt. And I wish all the time that we can have him. I mean, there's certain episodes where it's like, man, Justin would have made this so much better. Because believe it or not, Justin is way more vicious than me. Okay? Like, when we did all those old episodes and we would get on Mo, Justin was worse than me. Justin is so fucking funny, man. His presence his absence is definitely felt on the show, and it's not the same. Some people say, "Oh, the show's not the same." And, it's not the same. I think it's still great, but
we can all say that. It doesn't mean it's bad, but it's just not the same.
It's different, and it sucks. We wish we can have Justin, and it was just such a pleasure, man. Such a pleasure to do all those shows with him, and I really wished that we could have done more, because obviously, as you guys know, Justin's dealing with some very significant health issues that hopefully down the line he will recover from and he'll be back. I'm very glad that we got to have him on the show since then in any capacity. He's been on in non-speaking roles as Spider Sim. We had him on the Christmas show, and I don't want to like say this now and then go back on it, but I don't know if we're ever going to do another Twisted Secret Santa again, because I don't want to do him without Justin. Honestly, It doesn't feel, I don't know.
The reason we did it this year, because he was down to be able to at least. And it was awesome. I got a nice dildo and a nice shirt out of it.
Exactly. So, don't come at me later, like 5 years from now, we end up doing it again. But I just don't feel like I want to do it right now without Justin. I don't want to do a lot of things without Justin. It's a shame. We would have definitely done more of those All About episodes. He would have definitely had more of a presence on if he was still around, for sure, on the show if he was still around. So it's a shame, but I mean, all those old episodes with Justin are just phenomenal. So many great stories, so many great memories. The show, he named the show. And it's funny because I named Justin's online persona. I christened him Simfuckus. And he repaid the favor fucking 15 years later by christening my show Gritty Knows Best. And I think that's the best name because he spelled it out. He's like, you love reality shows, you love Chrisley Knows Best, Hogan Knows Best. You got to name it Gritty Knows Best. And I was like, perfect. I would have never thought of it. So, you know, I could talk about Justin all day, man. I could talk about Justin all day. I'm grateful that I get to talk to Justin all day. We text all the time. We watch wrestling. And, you know, it's just a shame that he's not on the show right now. But, man, his contributions were exceptional. And they still are. I still run a lot of stuff by him. Right now, he's timekeeper right now. He's keeping time for the show, making sure we're on track, making sure we're not going under time, letting us know if we go overtime. We're talking to him right now. So I love Justin very much, and I'm very grateful to have him in my life, let alone on the show.
Yeah.
Crow brought a tremendous amount of chaotic energy to the initial season of the show. A lot of editing, a lot of arguments, a lot of fights, and I wouldn't take almost any of it back. There's probably like one or two I would probably like, yeah, let's not. I don't want that to happen ever again. But, I mean, it was crazy. A lot of stuff was going on behind the scenes. But it was great, man. You know, the Crow was another great addition to the show. Just like I said, that insane energy he would bring to the show where we'd have to bleep this, we'd have to edit this out. I mean, he would give us a lot of work. But, you know, another one where the contributions were exceptional when he was a full-time member. And he's doing his own thing right now. We're still great friends. I spoke to him the other day. He was supposed to do the quiz show, but I fired him in place of Roddy and Tony, or he would have been here. But, you know, another one that's undeniable. He was all over the intro, just like Justin was all over the intro, and just amazing contributions. So shout out to the Crow. Shout out to Dre, a guy who was never on the show that consistently from the beginning, but is obviously one of my best friends in the world. And he does a lot for the show behind the scenes. He's always been a big contributor to the show in any way that he can, not always on the air, you know, but Dre's the man, dude. And I am so glad that we have any episode with Dre because he's such a busy guy. You know, he has a kid now. Shout out to him and Stephanie and their baby. So, you know, another one that it's a shame that we can't have him on as much as we'd like. He has such a busy schedule, but you know, he did the cemetery episode with me, which was one of my favorites. Dre's the man, and he's definitely going to be on periodically as always. And I love him. He's a founding father. Shout out to Dre. Just amazing, you know. I would also like to say that I'm very grateful for, first of all the guests. Doing the show, one of the biggest pleasures of doing the show is just meeting people. Because I'm a talker. I love to talk to people. I'm very inquisitive. I get very annoying sometimes with my questions. I know that at my grandma's funeral, I just had this guy in the corner. I was just beating him with questions, and I could see on his face he was ready to go, and I felt so bad. You know, I'm just an inquisitive guy, and I have a multitude of interests, and it's just been such a pleasure having all these guests, the variety of guests, some of them that Roddy graciously introduced me to from his show. We had the guy from the Ouija Board Museum on here. That's something that was just incredible for me to think about. You know, me just being in love with the paranormal and horror, having that was just so awesome, man. But I got to shout out 3 guests in particular, 3 specific guests, and I want to know what you think about this, Roddy. You might co-sign this, but I believe that Ben Scrivens of Fright Rags, Miss J, and Electra Soul, I am more grateful to them than any guest. For number one is, listen, we're not a big show now at all, but when they came on the show, we were even smaller, way smaller. Ben, Miss J, and Electra did not have to do our show. They didn't even have to answer my fucking email. I already knew Ben before. Like we had talked for years already. But that doesn't mean he has to do my fucking show. He's a busy guy, you know, and he's been on my show many times. Miss J has been on the show many times. Electra's been on the show many times. And all of them have been phenomenal guests. phenomenal shows, you know. And it's just I was shocked when all three of them said that they would do the show. I just kind of sent those emails out and forgot about them and thought with the thought I'll never hear from these people, basically, you know. And I email a lot of people for the show. I reach out all the time, and that's usually my thought is I'll probably not hear from this person because we're such a small show, you know. But for some reason, Miss J, Electra, Ben, they grace us with their presence and knocked it out of the park. They always absolutely bring it, and they're way bigger than us. They don't have to do the show, you know. So to me, those are the most, I hate to say it because I don't want to disrespect any of the guests that have come before them. Those are the most important guests to me. You know, I hate to exclude anybody. I mean, I love all the guests, especially the newer ones like the Ouija Board Museum, that dude, you know, Blades and Flicks. Those were great guests too. But to me, the Mount Rushmore, Ben, Electra, and Jay.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree with that because it's because it's that, especially me coming from where I'm coming from, you know, doing my own show. And especially in the beginning, like when I started the first podcast, it's like it can be discouraging when you're asking people on, and the first thing they look at is how many followers you have, or you know what can you do for them, in a way. And it's like, but then you get people that, you know, they don't care if you're going to boost them at all. They just want to do it because they're going to have fun. They know they're going to have fun. You know?
Yeah. And, you know, Blades was telling me when I was talking to her prior to the show that she's never done a podcast before. Before that, she's had offers, but she said that she kind of got the vibe that they were going to only have her on to make fun of her. And she listened to the show, and she basically just knew that we weren't like that. And I don't want to suck our own dicks, but I think we do give a good vibe because we do it to each other. Yeah, and even then, it's not like we really want to embarrass each other because for those that have been listening to the show forever, we never usually bring up stuff on there that's that sensitive without talking about it first. Yeah, we never spring. I know Mo had like a few incidents where he swore that we brought up something that was out of line, but it was not true. We would never do that. We would never put somebody on the spot like that. We never truly embarrass somebody. We'd always be like, are you comfortable being embarrassed today? Is basically the conversation. You know, we do it with myself, with Crow, with Justin.
My experience with that has been if I'm making fun of you or anyone else, or if anyone else is making fun of me on the show, that conversation probably already happened before we recorded, and everyone was okay with it.
Right. So, you're saying that's the experience you had on my show?
Yeah. Like if someone's making fun of me or if I'm making fun of you for something, it's not the first time it's happened, and that's why we're able to do it on the show, because I know neither of us are going to get all offended about it.
Right. And most likely my famous line is, you want to talk about that on the show?
Yeah.
Like every time somebody, that's what happened with the date. You're like, oh, I went on a date. I was like, you want to talk about that on the show? I'm not going to just spring stuff up if I feel like it's sensitive. I would never do that, you know? So I guess we give that vibe because I feel like we're a very open show, you know, like very inclusive show, as crazy as we are, because I do legitimately love all walks of life and all walks of people. That's the funnest part of the show to me, besides being with my friends, is just that's why we don't do politics, because I don't want that to get in the way. I don't want anybody's politics. Stuff slips out here and there. People say shit, you know, I think a couple of guests have said shit here and there, but I never want that to get in the way, because at the end of the day, it's not that important to me. I have my own political beliefs, but those shits might change in a year. That might change 4 years from now. I'm not of the same belief on all the same policies that I was 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I'm like, well, now I think this, now I think that. So that's why we usually never talk about politics, because I don't hold politics in a high regard, but other people do. So I don't want this group of people that I feel like are going to get along and are going to be, have a great time. I don't want that to supersede that. I don't want that to impede upon that. So that's why we don't talk about politics. But it's one of my favorite parts of the show, is just having all the variety of people we have. You know, we have one day, you never know with the show what we're going to have. We had the lady, Amanda, who made jewelry out of cum.
Oh, yeah, that was cool.
Epic. epic, and then we'll have Maria, we'll have an abuse survivor like a month later. You never know. And that's the most interesting part of the show to me. So it's been such a joy the last 5 years. It's been a lot of fun. And I just want to say again, I'm very grateful to every single listener, especially if you made it this far into the 6 hour. One of my favorite things to do of the year, if not my favorite. Grateful to the listeners, grateful to every single guest, especially the top 3. And that's pretty much it, man. This is the tail end of the 6 hour. Roddy, if you have anything you want to say, let's get it out the way now.
Yeah, I think the last thing I'll say is that, man, I'm just grateful to be along for the ride after so many years and being on. I just came on kind of as a guest the first time, then here and there, and now I feel like I'm just part of the regular rotation, regular cast member. And it's a really good feeling. I really feel great about it. I appreciate being taken into consideration like that. I appreciate you and everybody else. So yeah, and I made a lot of really great friendships. I still, I have people's phone numbers now. I think that's when it's like a real friendship, is like actually have people's phone numbers. Like Crow and Pastor.
Right.
To Justin all the time and stuff. So it's just incredible, man. And I never would have expected it, 5 years back, but I'm glad we're here.
Me neither. Me neither.
For here, 5 more. We'll be 5 more years. 5 years from now, we'll be reminiscing on today. So
exactly. No, it's been a pleasure having you, man. Honestly, but it's been great to meet people like you, but especially you. You're like the number one. You're like the number one supporter. And it's been great having you, man. It was an easy fit. Like you said, you are our kind of person. You fit in right away. You fit in well, like a puzzle piece. It's been fun. So there you go. We will do an after show, an aftershock show, like the Talking Dead, and that will be next week. And we'll give our thoughts about what it was like doing this 6 hour special. I have some things I want to talk about. Roddy, you may have some other things when you listen back to it and hear the whole thing in its entirety. But there we go. Time for me to go edit this monster.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Peace and love. Thanks for stopping by.